Hello, this is Ashen. What if Naruto Uzumaki discovered the truth about the Nine Tails and chose to walk away from Konoha? In this alternate Naruto story, Naruto's life begins with betrayal. Mizuki manipulates him into stealing the Forbidden Scroll and then reveals the truth about the Nine Tails. Naruto is told that he is the monster everyone has hated for years, and when Mizuki nearly kills him, something inside Naruto awakens, the Nine Tails chakra. For the first time, Naruto realizes just how different he is, but instead of becoming evil, he runs, alone. Hunted by Konoha's shinobi, Naruto begins a journey through the ninja world. He has no team, no village, no one to guide him, only his shadow clones, his strange connection with the Nine Tails, and an unbreakable desire to become stronger. But Naruto refuses to become the monster everyone believes him to be. When innocent people are threatened, he fights. When criminals hurt the weak, he steps in. And when someone needs help, Naruto cannot simply walk away. Along the way, he encounters Haku, Zabuza, rogue ninja, dangerous enemies, and secrets that reveal just how cruel the shinobi world can truly be. Meanwhile, Konoha continues searching for him. Hiruzen wants Naruto to return, Kakashi is sent to find him, and Danzo sees something completely different, a weapon that has escaped its cage. But Naruto is no longer the lonely boy who simply wanted people to acknowledge him. He is becoming something else, a wandering shinobi, a survivor, a protector, and perhaps the one person who can decide what justice really means. Because Naruto may be alone, he may carry the Nine Tails inside him, and the entire shinobi world may fear what he could become. But as long as innocent people are suffering, this lonely beast will still fight for justice. Interesting? Well then, sit back, relax, and enjoy listening.
Chapter 1, The Night the Fox Ran. Moonlight spilled across the forest outside Konohagakure. A blond boy sat alone in a clearing, panting as he unrolled a massive scroll. Naruto Uzumaki wiped sweat from his forehead. Mizuki-sensei said if I learn just one jutsu from this, I can graduate. He looked down at the first technique written on the scroll. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto scratched his head. Hey, sounds cooler than the regular clone jutsu. He quickly formed the hand sign. Okay, here goes. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Poof. A cloud of smoke exploded around him. When it cleared, 3 identical Narutos stood in the clearing. Naruto stared. Number way. One of the clones grinned. Looks like we did it. Naruto jumped up. Yes, I finally did a real jutsu. Clap, clap, clap. Slow applause echoed through the forest. Naruto turned quickly. A tall figure stepped out of the shadows. Silver hair, thin smile. Very impressive, Naruto. Naruto's face lit up. Mizuki-sensei. The clones vanished as Naruto ran toward him. You were right, I learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Mizuki walked closer, eyes flicking toward the scroll. I can see that. Naruto pointed proudly at the scroll. So, does that mean I pass the graduation test now? Mizuki chuckled softly. Oh yes, Naruto, you certainly passed. Naruto grinned from ear to ear. Then tomorrow everyone will have to acknowledge me. Mizuki tilted his head. Tell me something first, did anyone follow you here? Naruto blinked. Huh. Iruka, perhaps. Naruto shook his head. Nope, haven't seen Iruka-sensei all night. Mizuki's smile widened. Good. Naruto frowned slightly. What do you mean, good? Mizuki casually leaned against a tree. Well, he won't be coming anyway. Naruto crossed his arms. Why not? Mizuki's voice turned cold. Because I killed him. The words hit like a punch. Naruto stared at him. What? He tried to stop me from getting the scroll, Mizuki said casually. So I killed him. Naruto's hands began shaking. You're lying. Mizuki shrugged. You can go check later if you want. Naruto's voice trembled. Why would you do that? Mizuki laughed. Because this scroll contains forbidden jutsu, Naruto. With it, I could become incredibly powerful. He pointed directly at Naruto. And you were the perfect idiot to steal it from me. Naruto's eyes widened. You used me. Oh, absolutely. Naruto's fists clenched. You said I could graduate. Mizuki sneered. You, a ninja. He leaned closer. Do you even know why everyone in the village hates you? Naruto froze. Shut up. Because you're not normal. Naruto stepped back. Stop it. Mizuki's grin grew cruel. 12 years ago, a monster attacked this village. Naruto's breathing grew heavier. The nine-tailed fox. Naruto shook his head. No. The fourth Hokage defeated it, Mizuki continued. But before dying, he sealed the monster into a newborn baby. He pointed at Naruto again. That baby was you. Naruto's mind went blank. Number. That's why the villagers hate you, Mizuki said softly. You are the Nine Tails. Naruto staggered backward. I'm not. Mizuki reached behind his back and pulled out a massive shuriken. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. Naruto looked up slowly. Because now. Mizuki hurled the weapon. You die. The giant blade screamed through the air. Naruto reacted on instinct. Substitution jutsu. Crack. The shuriken slammed into a log. Naruto appeared behind a tree, breathing hard. Mizuki laughed. Well done. Maybe you do have some ninja instincts. Naruto's hands trembled. I'm not a monster. Then prove it, Mizuki said. He vanished. Naruto barely turned before a fist smashed into his stomach. Gah! Naruto crashed into the ground. Mizuki grabbed him by the collar. Pathetic, he muttered. He punched Naruto again. Blood splattered the grass. Is this the power of the nine-tailed fox? Naruto's vision blurred. Why does everyone hate me? Something stirred inside him. A dark, boiling warmth. Mizuki lifted him again. You're nothing but a demon brat. Naruto's head slowly rose. Red chakra began leaking from his body. Mizuki frowned. What the hell? Naruto's eyes opened. They were red. You killed Iruka. The ground cracked beneath his feet. Mizuki stepped back. What are you? Naruto disappeared. Crash. His fist smashed into Mizuki's face. Mizuki flew across the clearing. Naruto appeared again instantly. Another punch. Another. Bones cracked. Mizuki screamed. Finally Naruto grabbed him by the throat and slammed him into a tree. You said, I'm the fox. Naruto's voice sounded almost like a growl. Maybe you're right. Mizuki wheezed. Monster. Naruto tightened his grip. For a moment, he almost crushed Mizuki's throat. Then he suddenly released him. Mizuki collapsed, barely breathing. The red chakra faded. Naruto stared at his hands. They were right. Tears slid down his face. I really am a monster. Behind him, the forbidden scroll lay forgotten in the grass. Naruto didn't look at it. He turned away from Konoha and walked into the darkness. Alone. Chapter 2, Hunted. Naruto ran. Branches tore at his clothes as he sprinted through the dark forest. Blood still stained his shirt, and every breath burned his lungs. But something was wrong. Or, right. Naruto slowed for a moment and looked down at his arm. The deep gash Mizuki had given him earlier was closing. The torn flesh knit itself together slowly, the blood drying as if the wound had never been there. Naruto stared. What? He pressed his fingers against the wound. No pain. Only warmth. His heart began pounding faster. Mizuki's words echoed in his mind. You are the Nine Tails. Naruto's hands started shaking. So, it's true. He swallowed hard. I really am a monster. For a moment, he just stood there. Then he heard it. Distant shouting. From the direction of the village. Naruto's eyes widened. They found out. He clenched his fists. They're coming for me. His body moved instantly. Naruto burst forward again, running faster than before. Miles away, inside the Hokage Tower, chaos filled the room. The Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, stood silently by the window. An Anbu knelt before him. Lord Hokage, we have confirmed the report. Hiruzen's voice was quiet. Iruka. The Anbu bowed his head. Dead. Silence fell over the room. And Mizuki. Barely alive. Another Anbu stepped forward. The boy defeated him. Hiruzen closed his eyes. Naruto. He turned slowly. Where is he now? Escaping the village. A Chunin standing nearby spoke nervously. We believe he fled into the northern forest. Hiruzen looked toward the dark horizon. Send a pursuit team. Another ninja hesitated. Lord Hokage. Most Jonin are currently deployed outside the village. The border patrol incident earlier tonight. I know. Hiruzen sighed. What forces remain? 3 Chunin and 2 Anbu. One of the Chunin stepped forward. An Inuzuka clan shinobi, with red fang markings across his cheeks. Beside him, a large Ninken growled softly. My partner can track him, the man said. Hiruzen looked at him carefully. You understand who you are pursuing. The Chunin nodded grimly. Naruto Uzumaki. Hiruzen's eyes hardened. Bring him back. He paused. Alive. Naruto kept running. His breathing had steadied now. Strangely, he could feel things around him more clearly. The forest. The wind. The smell of dirt, leaves. And something else. Naruto suddenly stopped. His nose twitched. Wait. A strange scent drifted through the air. Dogs. And humans. Naruto turned slowly. They're tracking me. His stomach twisted. They're really trying to kill me. Anger and fear mixed together. Naruto clenched his teeth. Fine. He formed a hand seal. Shadow clone jutsu. Poof. 5 Narutos appeared. The clones looked at him. What's the plan? Naruto grabbed the zipper of his orange jacket. Take this. One clone blinked. Oh. Naruto smirked faintly. Yeah. Meanwhile, the tracking team moved quickly through the forest. The Inuzuka crouched beside his dog. What do you smell? The dog sniffed the ground. Strong, the ninja said. Very strong. Another Chunin frowned. He's not even trying to hide. The Inuzuka shook his head. No, he's running blind. One Anbu spoke quietly. He's a frightened child. The Inuzuka suddenly stood. Wait. His dog growled. He's close. Naruto's clones scattered across the forest. One clone burst through the trees directly into the path of the pursuers. There he is, a Chunin shouted. The clone stopped and raised his hands. Wait. The ninjas surrounded him instantly. Naruto Uzumaki, one Anbu said calmly. Come with us. The clone stared at them. You're here to kill me. No. Yeah, right. The clone's eyes burned with anger. You killed Iruka. The Chunin flinched. Naruto, listen. I heard everything. The clone stepped backward. You all hated me anyway. Another ninja spoke. You passed the test. You're a ninja now. The clone laughed bitterly. You think I'm stupid? He pointed at his chest. I'm the 9 tails, remember? Silence fell. Then. Poof. The clone vanished. The ninjas froze. Shadow clone. The Inuzuka cursed. Damn it. More clones appeared across the forest. Some ran. Some fought. Some shouted. Leave me alone. You're all liars. You just want to kill me. One by one the clones were destroyed. But the scent remained. The Inuzuka finally pointed ahead. There. The team rushed forward. They burst into a clearing. Naruto stood there. Back turned. Orange jacket visible. Naruto. One of the Chunin called. The boy didn't move. Come with us. Slowly, Naruto turned. His face was shadowed. Why? The ninja hesitated. Because the Hokage wants to see you. Naruto's voice shook. So he can execute me. No. You're lying. The ninja stepped forward. We're not here to hurt you. Naruto's eyes burned with anger. You all hated me. Naruto. Poof. The boy vanished. Only a jacket remained on the ground. The Inuzuka's eyes widened. Quote dot dot dot. A clone. His dog sniffed frantically. Then stopped. The scent was gone. Naruto Uzumaki had vanished. Chapter 3, A Shinobi's Choice. Cold water rushed around Naruto's body as he drifted beneath the surface of the river. He forced himself to stay still. Don't move. Don't breathe. Minutes passed. Only when his lungs began to burn did he push upward. Naruto broke the surface quietly near the far shore and dragged himself onto the muddy riverbank. For a moment, he just lay there, staring at the sky. Panting. There. Gone. Water dripped from his clothes as he slowly sat up. His body still hurt, but the wounds from earlier had already faded into thin scars. Naruto touched his arm where Mizuki had slashed him. Nothing. No pain. He clenched his fist. So it's true. His voice was quiet. I really am the Nine Tails. The wind rustled through the trees. Naruto hugged his knees for a moment. Images flooded his mind. Iruka standing in front of him in class. Iruka shouting at him. Iruka sighing while grading his terrible tests. Then Mizuki's voice echoed again. I killed him. Naruto lowered his head. If Iruka-sensei was there. He swallowed hard. He would have passed me anyway. He remembered something Iruka had said once. A ninja protects the people important to him. Naruto slowly stood. He looked down at his reflection in the river. Dirty. Bruised. Alone. But alive. Naruto took a deep breath. Fine. His voice became firmer. If I learned a jutsu and defeated Mizuki. He clenched his fists. Then I passed. A small, stubborn grin appeared. From today onward, I'm a shinobi. 2 days later. Naruto walked into a small roadside town. He had changed his clothes. The bright orange jacket was gone. Instead, he wore simple dark clothing he had bought with the last of his money. A short blade rested at his waist. A small pouch carried the rest of his supplies. Naruto stepped into a small restaurant. The owner glanced at him. A kid traveling alone. Naruto shrugged and sat down. Got food. The man laughed. You sure you can pay? Naruto dropped some coins on the counter. That enough? The owner raised an eyebrow. More than enough. A bowl of noodles was placed in front of him a few minutes later. Naruto immediately began eating. The owner leaned against the counter. So where you headed, kid? Naruto didn't look up. Nowhere. Running away from home. Naruto paused. Then continued eating. Something like that. The owner watched him carefully but didn't push further. Outside, the street was quiet. Too quiet. Suddenly. Screams erupted. They're here. Close the doors. People rushed through the streets. Windows slammed shut. The restaurant owner swore under his breath. Damn it, not again. Naruto looked up. What? The owner grabbed the door and began locking it. Bandits. Naruto stood up. How many? A dozen maybe. Naruto walked toward the door. Kid, don't. But Naruto had already stepped outside. The street was chaos. 12 men dressed in black moved through the town, smashing doors and dragging people into the streets. One man kicked an older villager to the ground. Another grabbed a woman by the arm. At the center of the street, a father stood in front of his family. 2 small children clung to their mother behind him. The father held a wooden staff. His hands shook. Leave my family alone. One of the robbers laughed. You think that stick will save them? Another punched a man in the stomach. The father collapsed to his knees. Naruto stepped forward. Hey! The robbers turned. Naruto stood in the middle of the street. Hands in his pockets. You guys done yet? One of the bandits snorted. Who's this brat? Naruto raised his head proudly. I am Uzumaki Naruto. He pointed at them dramatically. A shinobi. The robbers burst into laughter. A shinobi. You're 12. Naruto sighed. Okay. He cracked his knuckles. Guess we're doing this the hard way. The first robber charged him. Naruto sidestepped easily. Wham! One punch dropped the man instantly. The others froze. What the? Naruto moved again. Fast. Two more robbers hit the ground. Another swung a knife. Naruto ducked and kicked him in the stomach. Within seconds, half the group was down. The remaining robbers backed away. Damn brat. Naruto pointed toward the road. Leave. One robber spat blood. You think this is over? Naruto shrugged. You want round two? The robbers hesitated. Then they ran. Naruto dusted off his hands. Too easy. Villagers slowly emerged from their houses. The father Naruto had saved approached him, bruised but standing. Thank you. The mother bowed deeply. You saved our children. Naruto rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Hey, no big deal. The restaurant owner pushed through the crowd. You're stronger than you look, kid. An elderly man stepped forward. You let them go. Naruto blinked. Yeah. The old man frowned. They'll come back. Another villager spoke up. What did you expect? He's just a kid. Naruto's smile faded slightly. The old man shook his head. Bandits like that don't stop unless they're killed. Naruto looked down at his hands. Killed. The word echoed in his mind. He remembered the ninja chasing him. One of them had tried to stab him during the pursuit. He hadn't done anything wrong. Yet they had still tried to kill him. Naruto clenched his fists. Who decides who deserves to die? Was it the village? The Hokage? A ninja? Or the strongest person? Naruto shook his head. I don't know. He turned away from the crowd. I'm leaving tomorrow. That night. Outside the town. The beaten robbers gathered in the forest. One of them cursed angrily. That brat humiliated us. Another rubbed his broken nose. He's fast, too fast. Their leader glared at the ground. He's still just a kid. One of them nodded slowly. So we ambush him. Exactly. The leader looked at one of his men. Contact him. The man pulled out a small signaling device. Moments later, a figure stepped from the shadows. Completely covered in black. Face hidden behind a mask. The robbers stiffened. The leader bowed slightly. There's a boy. Uzumaki Naruto. The masked figure was silent for a moment. Then he spoke quietly. I know the name. The robbers exchanged looks. We want revenge. The masked man's voice was cold. Then make your plan. He turned away. And when the time comes. His voice echoed through the darkness. He will die. Chapter 4, A Day of Sunlight. Morning sunlight fell gently across the quiet town. For the first time in days, Naruto Uzumaki woke up without tension in his chest. He stretched lazily on the wooden porch outside the small restaurant where he had slept the night before. The air smelled like grilled fish and morning soup. Naruto yawned. Man, this place is nice. Just then. Hey! Naruto looked up. Two children were staring at him from the street. The boy was energetic, with messy brown hair and a wide grin. The girl stood slightly behind him, calmer but curious. The boy stepped forward first. You're the ninja from yesterday. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Ah, yeah, I guess so. The boy puffed his chest. I'm Kuga. He pointed to the girl. And this is my sister, Sake. Sake bowed politely. Thank you for saving us yesterday. Naruto waved his hands quickly. Ah, no need for that. Anyone would have done the same thing. Kuga looked doubtful. No, they wouldn't. Naruto blinked. What? Everyone else ran away. The boy shrugged. But you didn't. Naruto didn't know what to say to that. An awkward silence formed. Then Kuga suddenly grinned. Are you really a ninja? Naruto's mood instantly lifted. Of course. From where? Sake asked. Naruto hesitated for a moment before answering. From the hidden leaf. Her eyes widened. Wow. Kuga jumped excitedly. Show us a ninja trick. Naruto laughed. You guys really want to see one? Yes, Kuga shouted. Sake nodded eagerly. Naruto thought for a moment. Then he formed a hand sign. Alright, don't blink. Shadow clone jutsu. Poof. 3 Narutos appeared instantly. The children screamed. What? Kuga fell backward. You multiplied. One clone waved. Hello. Another clone flexed proudly. Pretty cool, right? Sake stared in shock. How are there 4 of you? Naruto grinned. That's a ninja secret. Within minutes, more children gathered. Who's the ninja? He made copies of himself. Soon Naruto was surrounded by a crowd of excited kids. A boy stepped forward nervously. My name is Daichi. A smaller girl raised her hand. I'm Mina. Another boy shouted. I'm Taro. Naruto laughed. Alright, I can't remember all that at once. Kuga grabbed Naruto's sleeve. Come play with us. Naruto tilted his head. Play. Tag, Daichi shouted. You're it, Mina added. Before Naruto could react, Kuga tapped his shoulder. You're it. The kids scattered instantly. Naruto blinked. Hey. He took off running. Within seconds he caught Daichi. Got you. That's not fair, the boy yelled. You're too fast. Naruto crossed his arms proudly. Well yeah, I'm a ninja. Kuga pointed accusingly. You're cheating. Naruto laughed. You guys said play tag. You didn't say no ninja speed. Sake shook her head. That's still cheating. Naruto suddenly had an idea. He created 2 shadow clones. Alright, now it's fair. 3 Narutos chased the children around the town square. Kids screamed and laughed as the clones tried to catch them. Even some villagers stopped to watch. One old man chuckled. Looks like the boys become popular. Later that afternoon, Naruto collapsed onto the grass, breathing heavily. Man, you guys are tougher than I thought. Kuga laughed proudly. We win. You didn't win, Naruto protested. You just ran away. Sake sat beside him. You seem really happy. Naruto blinked. Huh. You're smiling a lot. Naruto looked surprised. Am I? She nodded. Kuga suddenly asked. Do you have friends in the hidden leaf? Naruto paused. The question hit deeper than expected. He thought of Iruka Yumino. Yeah. Kuga grinned. Then you can add us too. Naruto looked at them. For a moment he didn't speak. Then he smiled. Yeah. Friends. That evening Naruto returned to the restaurant. The owner placed a large bowl of ramen in front of him. Looks like you had a busy day. Naruto started eating immediately. MMPH, yeah. The man chuckled. The children won't stop talking about you. Naruto scratched his cheek. They're pretty fun. The restaurant owner leaned on the counter. You know, the town feels safer with you around. Naruto paused mid-bite. Really? The man nodded. You drove those bandits away. Naruto slowly smiled. Hey. Maybe he could stay here a little longer. Just until he figured out where to go next. That night Naruto slept deeply outside the restaurant. Exhausted from playing all day. Across the street, hidden in shadow. Someone watched. A tall man dressed entirely in black. A rogue ninja from Kurigakure. His eyes followed Naruto carefully. Interesting child. He had watched the entire day. The strength. The speed. But most importantly, the attachment. The ninja looked toward the house where Sake and Kuga lived. Then back to Naruto. A slow smile appeared beneath his mask. Children are always the weakness. He disappeared into the night. Unseen. Chapter 5, The Night the Fire Came. The night was quiet. Too quiet. Most of the town slept peacefully, unaware of the shadows moving just beyond the treeline. Among those sleeping deeply was Naruto Uzumaki, stretched out on the wooden porch outside the restaurant. After spending the entire day running and playing with the village children, exhaustion had claimed him quickly. For once, his sleep was peaceful. No angry villagers. No whispers. No hatred. Just warmth. Then. Crash. Naruto's eyes snapped open. Wah. Another loud noise echoed through the street. Then screaming. Fire! The bandits are back. Naruto jumped to his feet. Across the town, flames were already climbing the walls of several homes. Villagers rushed out carrying buckets. Children cried. Smoke filled the air. Naruto grabbed the restaurant owner as he ran past. What happened? The bandits, the man shouted. They came back. Naruto's heart sank. Kuga, Sake. The man's face darkened. I don't know. Naruto ran toward their house. But when he arrived, the door was broken. Inside, the parents were unconscious. The room was empty. Naruto froze. No. His fists trembled. Then he noticed something outside. A wooden sign stuck into the dirt. Carved in blood. Naruto read the message slowly. If you want the children alive, come find me. But if you do, the village burns. Naruto stared at the words. His mind raced. What do I do? His chest tightened. If he left the village, the fires would spread. If he stayed, the children might die. For a moment, panic threatened to overwhelm him. Then suddenly, a realization struck him. Naruto's eyes widened. Right. A grin slowly spread across his face. Shadow clones. He slammed his hands together. Shadow clone jutsu. Poof. 20 Narutos appeared. The clones blinked around at the burning town. Whoa. Okay, that's bad. Naruto pointed quickly. You guys help the villagers. One clone nodded. Got it. Another grabbed a bucket. Move, move. Several clones ran toward the burning houses. Others chased the bandits, still causing chaos. Meanwhile, Naruto crouched near the ground. He closed his eyes and sniffed the air. The scent was faint. But there. A trail. Naruto's eyes opened. Found you. He took off running into the forest. Deep within the trees, a lone figure waited calmly. A rogue ninja from Kurigakure. At his feet, Kuga and Sake were tied to a tree. Kuga glared at him. You're dead when Naruto gets here. The ninja chuckled. That loud brat. Sake glared too. He'll stop you. The ninja crouched in front of them. You children place a lot of faith in that boy. Kuga spat at him. The ninja wiped his cheek slowly. Brave. Then he stood up. But foolish. Suddenly. Hey. The ninja turned. Naruto stepped into the clearing. His expression was serious. You let them go. The rogue ninja tilted his head. Interesting. He looked Naruto up and down. So you abandoned the village. Naruto frowned. What are you talking about? The man laughed softly. The fires, the bandits. He shrugged. And yet here you are. Naruto stayed silent. The ninja grabbed Sake by the collar. She gasped. Let her go, Naruto shouted. The blade moved to her neck. Let's test your resolve. Naruto froze. Stab yourself, the ninja said calmly. Naruto's eyes widened. What? Drive your blade into your stomach, the man repeated. If you do, I'll release the girl. Kuga shouted. Don't do it. Sake shook her head desperately. Naruto slowly pulled out his small blade. You'll let her go. The ninja smiled. If you hesitate, she dies. Naruto looked at the trembling girl. His hands shook. Okay. Slowly. He raised the blade. Then drove it toward his stomach. The rogue ninja watched closely. But before blood appeared. Bam! A hidden Naruto clone smashed into the ninja from the side. The man flew across the clearing and crashed into a tree. What? The clone disappeared in a puff of smoke. The ninja coughed and stood slowly. Shadow clones. Naruto rushed forward. They clashed instantly. Punch. Kick. Block. The rogue ninja was faster. More experienced. He dodged Naruto's attacks easily. You're reckless, the man said calmly. Naruto swung again. Shut up. The ninja countered with a kick that forced Naruto backward. Step by step. Naruto kept attacking. Not noticing where he was being pushed. Back toward the children. Suddenly. Wham! A brutal kick sent Naruto flying. The rogue ninja moved instantly. His blade flashed. The clone guarding the children vanished. And the blade stabbed forward. Kuga screamed. Blood spread across his shirt. Naruto's heart stopped. Kuga. Sake cried out. Kuga. Naruto's vision blurred. Something deep inside him snapped. A red aura exploded around his body. His eyes turned crimson. You. The rogue ninja barely had time to react. Naruto appeared in front of him. Crash. One punch shattered the man's ribs. The ninja was launched across the clearing. Naruto rushed to the children. Kuga's breathing was shallow. No, 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 no. Sake grabbed Naruto's arm. There's a doctor in the village. If we go now, he might live. Naruto nodded immediately. Okay. He created another shadow clone. Take Sake. The clone nodded. Naruto lifted Kuga carefully. Then they sprinted back toward the village. Behind them, the rogue ninja slowly opened his eyes. He left. He laughed weakly. That naive brat. He coughed blood. He had the chance to finish me. His eyes darkened. Next time, I'll kill him slowly. Suddenly. You won't get the chance. The ninja froze. A shadow clone stepped from behind a tree. You. The clone held the man's own kunai. The rogue ninja sighed. So this is how it ends. He leaned back against the tree. Father, I'm coming. The clone hesitated. Then quietly said. Sorry. The blade flashed. The ninja collapsed. The clone stood silently. Then searched the body. Weapons. Money. A scroll. Huh. He held up the scroll. Looks important. The clone sealed everything in a pouch. Then took off running back to Naruto. Chapter 6, The Weight of a Life. The forest blurred past as Naruto Uzumaki ran. Kuga's body felt far too light in his arms. Too still. Hang on. Just hang on, Naruto whispered desperately. Blood had soaked through the boy's shirt and was now staining Naruto's jacket. Behind him, one of his shadow clones ran with Sake. Naruto. The clone shouted. We're almost there. Naruto burst through the tree line. The village was chaos. Flames devoured wooden homes. Villagers ran with buckets of water, shouting and coughing through the smoke. Several Naruto clones were already working. Water. Over here. Careful, that roof's about to collapse. Bring more buckets. Even with dozens of hands working, the fire was spreading faster than they could control. Naruto ignored everything. Doctor. He shouted. Is there a doctor? Villagers turned toward him. One man pushed through the crowd. An elderly figure with sharp eyes and steady hands. The village elder. And its only doctor. What happened? He asked quickly. Naruto knelt down and placed Kuga on the ground. He was stabbed, Naruto said, his voice shaking. Please help him. The doctor examined the wound quickly. His expression darkened. Inside, quickly. They carried Kuga into the small clinic. The doctor began cleaning the wound. Naruto stood nearby, hands clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. The old man worked silently for several minutes. Bandages. Medicine. Pressure. Finally, he wrapped the final cloth strip and leaned back. Naruto stepped forward immediately. Is he going to be okay? The doctor didn't answer right away. Naruto's stomach twisted. Doctor. The man sighed quietly. The wound was deep. Naruto's heart dropped. But he's still breathing, the doctor continued. He looked Naruto directly in the eyes. For now, that is all we have. Naruto frowned. That's it. The doctor nodded. We gave him herbal medicine and stopped the bleeding. Naruto looked confused. That's all you're going to do? The old man gave a tired smile. We are not shinobi. He gently placed a cloth on Kuga's forehead. We cannot perform miracles. Naruto stared at the boy. So we just wait. Yes. The doctor's voice was calm but heavy. We pray that his body is strong enough to survive. Naruto said nothing. Outside, the fires continued to burn. The flames lasted all night. Naruto's clones ran endlessly. Bucket after bucket. Water from wells. Sand thrown onto burning wood. Villagers worked beside them. Children cried. Adults shouted orders. Roofs collapsed. Walls turned to ash. 6 hours passed before the last flame finally died. When the sun rose, the village looked unrecognizable. Half the homes were gone. Blackened beams stood where families once lived. Naruto looked around silently. The bandits had been captured. Or rather, destroyed. Several lay tied up in the center of the village square. Many had broken legs. Others had shattered arms. One villager stared at them and muttered, "What happened to these idiots?" A Naruto clone scratched his head. "We might have gotten a little angry." A messenger arrived later that morning. He wore the armor of the Land of Fire army. "We received your report," he said to the village elder. "These bandits will be taken into custody." The villagers sighed with relief. At least that problem was over. But the damage remained. Naruto didn't sleep. For 2 days he stayed near the clinic. Watching. Waiting. Blaming himself. On the second day, Naruto finally approached Kuga's father. The man stood outside the ruined remains of his house. Naruto bowed deeply. "I'm sorry." The father blinked. Naruto's voice shook. "If I hadn't come here, none of this would have happened." The man stared at him for a moment. Then sighed. "Kid." Naruto didn't raise his head. "You've got it backwards." Naruto looked up slowly. The man continued quietly. "If you hadn't come here, my family would already be dead." Naruto froze. That night, the father said, "Those bandits came to kill us." He gestured toward the village. "You drove them away." Naruto clenched his fists. "But Kuga." "He's alive," the man interrupted. "Because you carried him here." The father placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "What you did wasn't useless." Naruto's throat tightened. "You saved people." Later that afternoon Naruto sat quietly near the restaurant ruins. The restaurant owner sat beside him. Across the square, the messenger from the Land of Fire army spoke with the village elder. Naruto glanced over. "Why didn't you ask Konoha for help?" The restaurant owner laughed bitterly. "You think we can afford that?" Naruto blinked. "Huh. Shinobi missions are expensive," the man explained. "Konoha doesn't send ninja for free." Naruto frowned. "But they protect the country." "They do," the man said. "But they're also a business." Naruto looked confused. The village elder joined the conversation. "A small village like ours simply doesn't have that kind of money." The messenger from the Land of Fire army nodded. "That's why local garrisons handle bandit problems when we can." Naruto sat silently. The world was more complicated than he thought. Naruto walked outside the village that evening. He stared at the forest quietly. "I should leave," he muttered. The villagers had been kind to him. Kinder than he deserved. Footsteps approached. Sake. She stood beside him. "You're leaving." Naruto didn't answer. "I ruined everything," he said quietly. Sake shook her head. "You saved us." Naruto clenched his fists. "Someone died." Sake looked confused. "What?" Before Naruto could answer, a shadow clone appeared beside him. It tossed a small pouch into Naruto's hands. "You'll know what happened," the clone said. Then it disappeared. Naruto froze as the memories returned. The forest. The rogue ninja. The blade. Naruto felt something heavy settle in his chest. "I killed someone." For the first time in his life. Someone had died because of him. Naruto stared at his hands. They felt different now. Older. Just then, the clinic door burst open. The doctor stepped outside. "Kuga is alive." The villagers gasped. Naruto looked up. "He's stable," the doctor continued. "He'll survive." Naruto closed his eyes. Relief flooded through him so suddenly his legs nearly gave out. Good. He looked toward the forest again. Then maybe that death wasn't meaningless. But the weight of it still remained. Sake tugged his sleeve. "You should come see him." Naruto hesitated. Then nodded. Inside the clinic, Kuga lay sleeping peacefully. His breathing was slow but steady. His mother sat beside him. When she saw Naruto, she stood immediately. Tears filled her eyes. "Thank you." Naruto froze. "You brought him back to us." Naruto looked down. Just yesterday, he had been bragging and playing games. Today someone had nearly died. Life was strange. Complicated. Naruto scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "He's tough." Kuga's mother laughed softly. "Yes." She smiled gently. "Just like the ninja who saved him." Naruto didn't know what to say. But for the first time in 2 days, the guilt in his chest felt slightly lighter. Chapter 7, The Story Left Behind. The village was quiet again. Not peaceful. Quiet. Blackened wooden beams stood where homes once had been. Villagers worked slowly, clearing debris and rebuilding what little they could. Yet despite everything, life continued. Standing at the edge of the village, Naruto Uzumaki looked down at the pouch his shadow clone had recovered. He had avoided opening it for almost a day. Part of him didn't want to know. But eventually, curiosity and responsibility won. Naruto sat beneath a tree and slowly opened the pouch. Inside were several items. A few coins. Some basic ninja tools. And a small scroll. Naruto unrolled it carefully. "What's this?" At first he expected instructions or codes. But instead, the scroll began with words that looked more like a journal. Naruto began reading. "If someone finds this scroll after my death, then it means my journey has ended." Naruto frowned. "Huh." The writing continued. "My name is Ryuan." Naruto blinked. So that was his name. The scroll told a story. Not of a villain, but of someone who had been pushed into darkness. Ryuan's father had been a respected jonin of Kurigakure. A loyal shinobi. A powerful one. But he had one mistake. A friend. Someone with a bloodline limit. Naruto's eyes narrowed. The scroll continued. The Mist Village fears bloodline limits. They call it protection. But in truth, it is fear. One day, Ryuan's father had been ordered to kill that friend. Naruto's grip tightened on the scroll. "That's messed up." The words continued. He obeyed. But something inside him broke that day. Later, during a meeting with village elders, Ryuan's father lashed out at one of them. The elder had openly praised the bloodline extermination policy. And Ryuan's father had nearly attacked him. From that day forward, everything changed. They were watched constantly. Followed. Observed. Naruto could almost feel the tension through the words. Finally, the inevitable happened. A mission. A suicide mission. My father understood immediately. He knew he was meant to die. Naruto exhaled slowly. They were going to kill him anyway. The scroll described what happened next. Ryuan had just become a chunin. Young. Inexperienced. Still learning. His father tried to send him away. To escape the village. To survive. But Ryuan refused. Naruto muttered quietly. "Yeah, I probably would have done the same." Then came the worst part. 2 jonin arrived. Friends. Or at least, they used to be. Naruto kept reading. "I thought they had come to help. Instead, they came to kill us." Naruto felt his chest tighten. The fight had been brutal. Ryuan was defeated easily. But his father held the jonin back. Buying time. Giving his son a chance to escape. The final lines of that section were short. "Run. Live. Don't look back." Naruto lowered the scroll slowly. 3 years ago. That's how long Ryuan had survived alone. The next part of the scroll explained what happened after. Ryuan wandered. He trained. He grew stronger. Eventually he reached the level of a capable chunin. But survival required money. And the shinobi world wasn't kind to rogues. So he turned to banditry. Not as a follower. But as a leader. One day he encountered a bandit group. He killed half of them. The rest surrendered. Naruto scratched his head. That sounds about right. Ryuan forced them to work under him. But the money he gathered wasn't for himself. It was being sent somewhere. The scroll mentioned a name several times. Zabuza Momochi. Naruto tilted his head. Zabuza. The scroll explained only a little. Zabuza was planning something. Something big. Ryuan wasn't his subordinate. But they had contact. Information passed between them through coded messages. Naruto frowned. I can't read this code. Strange symbols filled several sections of the scroll. Completely incomprehensible. Naruto sighed. Well, maybe I'll figure it out someday. He rolled the scroll further. Then his eyes widened. Whoa. 3 jutsu diagrams appeared. The first one looked simple enough. Water style, water rush. Naruto read the description aloud. A swirling burst of water created from an existing water source. He frowned. Existing water source. He kept reading. If no water is nearby, the technique cannot activate. Naruto scratched his cheek. So it's useless without water. Still. It was a start. The second technique looked much more complicated. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Naruto stared at the complex hand seals. Yeah, that's not happening anytime soon. The third was similar. Water style, water wall jutsu. Defensive. But also extremely difficult. Naruto leaned back against the tree. Ryuan. For a moment he imagined the rogue ninja again. Not as the enemy he fought. But as the boy who watched his father die. You weren't just a bad guy. Naruto closed the scroll slowly. But that didn't change the outcome. Ryuan had chosen his path. And Naruto had chosen his. The world wasn't simple. Just like the village elder had said. Naruto stood up. Well. He looked toward the forest. Guess I've got training to do. Before leaving, Naruto returned to the village one last time. Sake spotted him immediately. You're leaving. Naruto scratched his head. Yeah. Kuga, still bandaged but awake, raised his fist weakly from his bed. Don't die out there. Naruto laughed. You too. Kuga grinned. When I'm older, I'll become a ninja too. Naruto smirked. Then you better train hard. Kuga nodded seriously. I will. The villagers gathered to say goodbye. The restaurant owner crossed his arms. You're always welcome here. Naruto smiled. Thanks. The village elder gave him a small nod. Walk carefully, young shinobi. Naruto bowed slightly. Then turned toward the forest. As he stepped away from the village, Naruto formed a hand sign. Shadow clone jutsu. 2 clones appeared. Naruto grinned. All right. He pointed toward a nearby river. Let's see if this water rush thing actually works. The clones grinned back. Training time. And for the first time since leaving home, Naruto began training not as a runaway, but as a wandering shinobi. Chapter 8, Movements in the Shadows. The office of the Hokage was quiet. Too quiet. 3 shinobi stood in front of the desk, heads lowered. Behind the desk sat the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, slowly smoking his pipe. The report had just finished. Silence lingered for several seconds. Finally, Hiruzen spoke. You lost him. No one answered. Standing beside them was a member of the Inuzuka clan, his large ninja dog sitting beside him. The shinobi swallowed nervously. He used deception, Hokage-sama. The boy created multiple scent trails. My ninkin couldn't determine which one was real. Hiruzen exhaled a long breath of smoke. You're telling me, he said calmly, that trained shinobi of this village were tricked by a 12-year-old child. The room felt colder. One of the ninjas spoke carefully. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen closed his eyes. Embarrassing. None of them dared to respond. After a moment, Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. You're dismissed. The shinobi blinked in surprise. Hokage-sama. I will assign someone else to handle the situation, Hiruzen said. Leave. They bowed quickly. Yes, Hokage-sama. The door closed behind them. The office remained silent. Then, the window creaked open. A man stepped from the shadows. His presence felt like a stain in the room. Bandages covered one side of his face. His visible eye was cold and calculating. Danzo Shimura. Danzo's voice was sharp. So, you let the Nine Tails escape. Hiruzen didn't even look at him. He has a name. Danzo scoffed. I don't care what you call it. That thing is a weapon. Hiruzen's eyes opened slowly. His name, he repeated calmly, is Naruto Uzumaki. Danzo's cane struck the floor. Sentimentality is your greatest weakness, Hiruzen. You are the Hokage. You should have captured the Nine Tails immediately. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair. And I will. Danzo narrowed his eye. Then act. Your hesitation will destroy this village. Hiruzen finally looked directly at him. The air between them became heavy. Exactly, Hiruzen said quietly. I am the Hokage. He leaned forward slightly. And that means I decide what happens in this village. Danzo's expression darkened. You're making a mistake. Perhaps, Hiruzen replied calmly. But it is my mistake to make. The old Hokage gestured toward the window. Now leave. Danzo stood silently for a moment. Then he turned. As he stepped into the shadows, he spoke one last sentence. You will regret this. And he disappeared. Hiruzen sighed. Perhaps. He rang a small bell. Send Kakashi Hatake to my office. Minutes later, Kakashi appeared in a swirl of leaves. You called for me, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen nodded. You've heard about Naruto. Kakashi's visible eye curved slightly. Yes. He ran away. Hiruzen shook his head. Not exactly. Kakashi tilted his head. He isn't technically a shinobi yet, Hiruzen explained. So it cannot be considered defection. Kakashi nodded slowly. So he isn't a missing nin. No, Hiruzen said. But he still must be brought back. Kakashi waited silently. Hiruzen continued. I'm assigning you to retrieve him. Kakashi blinked. Understood. Then he paused. What about the genin team you mentioned I would lead? Hiruzen smiled faintly. That is part of the mission. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. You will take the other two students who were meant to be on Naruto's team. Kakashi instantly understood. And we track him together. Correct. Hiruzen's voice became firm. You will find Naruto. Bring him back. And once you do, he will officially become part of your team. Kakashi nodded. Understood, Hokage-sama. Meanwhile, outside the academy, several students had gathered in the courtyard. They were discussing the latest rumor. That idiot ran away, one student said. Seriously. Another replied, I heard he killed someone. That guy named Mizuki. Standing nearby, Shikamaru Nara sighed. You guys got it backwards. Everyone looked at him. What do you mean? Shikamaru shrugged lazily. He was tricked. He thought he did something wrong and that the village would execute him. Choji blinked. Seriously. Shikamaru nodded. Yeah. That's why he ran. Choji scratched his head. That's pretty stupid. Shikamaru sighed again. Yeah. But Naruto isn't a bad guy. Nearby, Sasuke Uchiha leaned against a wall silently. He listened without speaking. Suddenly Sakura Haruno spoke. He's still an idiot. Everyone looked at her. He ran away from the village, she continued. If he gets executed, he deserves it. Shikamaru frowned. That's too far. Nearby Ino Yamanaka crossed her arms. Yeah, Sakura. That's harsh. Shikamaru shrugged. Technically, if he were a ninja who deserted the village, he would be executed. Choji gulped. That's scary. But he's not a ninja yet, Shikamaru added. So if we meet him again. He looked around at the group. We should try to bring him back. Not hurt him. Sasuke pushed himself off the wall. Idiots. Everyone looked at him. Just leave him. Sasuke turned and walked away. Maybe he's better off outside the village. No one replied. As Sasuke walked away, a memory flashed through his mind. Villagers glaring at Naruto. Whispers. Hatred. Sasuke had seen it many times. He simply never cared enough to intervene. Maybe Naruto really was better off out there. Deep in the forest far away. Naruto stood beside a rushing river. Water splashed loudly against rocks. He held his hands together in concentration. Water style. Water rush. Nothing happened. Naruto groaned. Again. He formed the hand seals again. Water style, water rush. Still nothing. Naruto flopped onto the ground. This is stupid. He jumped up again. No way, I'm quitting. He repeated the seals. Again. And again. And again. Finally. 6 hours later. Naruto collapsed beside the river. I made zero progress. He groaned loudly. This sucks. Then he had an idea. Naruto formed a hand sign. Shadow clone jutsu. 7 clones appeared. All right, Naruto said tiredly. You guys gather food. The clones saluted. Yes, boss. They scattered into the forest. Naruto leaned back against a tree. Finally. When the clones returned, they carried fish, berries, and small animals. Naruto devoured everything. Then he fell asleep instantly. Meanwhile, the clones stayed behind. One of them cracked his knuckles. Well, guess we're training. Hours passed. The clones practiced the jutsu again and again. Water splashed. Chakra surged. Then, poof. One clone disappeared. Then another. Then another. Naruto suddenly jolted awake. Huh. Memories flooded into his mind. Training. Attempts. Tiny improvements. Naruto's eyes widened. Wait. He jumped up and ran toward the river. Water style, water rush. This time. A swirl of water surged forward. Not huge. But real. Naruto's jaw dropped. It worked. He stared at his hands in disbelief. The clones. A huge grin spread across his face. That's cheating. Naruto laughed loudly. If I use clones to train, I can learn everything faster. He pointed dramatically at the sky. I'm gonna master every jutsu in the world. Then he started laughing. Muahahaha. Far away, in a hidden location. A tall swordsman sat in the shadows. The massive blade beside him rested silently. Zabuza Momochi frowned. One of my contacts is late. A masked hunter nin knelt before him. Should I investigate? Zabuza's eyes sharpened. Yes. He leaned forward slightly. Find out what happened. And if someone interfered. Zabuza's smile was cold. Eliminate them. The hunter nin bowed. As you wish. And vanished into the mist. Chapter 9, The Hunter in the Mist. Mist rolled quietly through the trees. A silent figure moved across the branches like a ghost. Light. Effortless. Unseen. The masked hunter paused on a tall pine branch, scanning the ground below. This was the rendezvous point. The place where the bandit group was supposed to meet their supplier. But it was empty. No bodies. No movement. No signs of life. The hunter knelt and touched the ground. A few faint footprints. Broken grass. And the faint smell of blood. Late. The hunter was Haku, a hunter nin serving Zabuza Momochi. His task was simple. Find out why their contact had disappeared. Haku closed his eyes. Bandits rarely disappeared without reason. Which meant someone interfered. And someone strong enough to defeat them. Haku stood up. There are only a few possible roads from here. He looked east. If someone defeated them, the nearest settlement would be that direction. Without another word, he vanished through the forest. Hours later. A dusty road stretched across the countryside. 2 merchants walked slowly beside their cart, chatting loudly. Did you hear about what happened in that village? Yeah, the bandits got wiped out. Haku sat quietly on a tree branch above the road. Listening. Carefully. Fire Country Army, right? One man said. The other shrugged. That's what people are saying. They showed up and drove the bandits away. Haku's eyes narrowed behind the mask. Fire Country Army. Unlikely. Military units did not operate quietly like that. The first merchant scratched his beard. Though I heard something strange. Oh. One of the villagers said it was a kid. The second merchant burst out laughing. A kid. That's ridiculous. I'm serious. The first man protested. Apparently some loud brat showed up screaming his name and beat them up. The second merchant laughed harder. A hero kid, huh? Sounds like a drunk story. Hiku remained silent above them. But something about that detail felt important. A loud child announcing his name. That was strange behavior for someone who defeated an entire bandit group. Anyway, the first merchant continued, they said the kid left the village heading north. Haku's eyes sharpened. North. Information gathered. But rumors were unreliable. He needed confirmation. Later that afternoon, Hiku arrived at the village. He walked through the gates like an ordinary traveler. The villagers glanced at him, but none looked suspicious. Good. He approached a small food stall. The elderly owner greeted him. Traveler. Hiku nodded politely. Yes, I've been on the road for several days. The old man smiled kindly. Sit, you look tired. Hiku sat. The man poured tea. Where are you heading? Just traveling, Hiku replied softly. Though I heard something interesting on the road. Oh. Something about bandits. The old man snorted. Those bastards deserved it. So they're gone, Hiku asked carefully. Driven off. By the army. The old man laughed. Army. No. He leaned closer. It was a kid. Hiku tilted his head slightly. A child. Yes, the man said enthusiastically. Blonde hair. Loud voice. Blonde. Hiku asked calmly. What did he do? The stall owner slammed his hand on the table. Jumped in like a hero. Shouted his name. Beat the bandits senseless. Several nearby villagers joined the conversation. Oh yeah, that kid. He saved the Tanaka family. One woman pointed toward the street. The children were following him around all day. Kids? Hiku asked. Yes. They adored him. Hiku finished his tea. Thank you. But before leaving, he walked toward the group of children playing nearby. They were throwing sticks and pretending to fight. One boy noticed him. Hey mister. Hiku crouched gently. Hello. Are you a ninja? One girl asked immediately. Hiku smiled softly. Just a traveler. The children looked disappointed. Then one boy brightened. Are you looking for Naruto? Haku's eyes sharpened for a split second. Naruto. Yeah, the boy said proudly. Uzumaki Naruto. He's super strong. He beat up all the bad guys. Another kid jumped in. He even had shadow clones. Lots of them. Hiku pretended to be surprised. Shadow clones. Yeah, the girl said excitedly. There were like 10 Narutos. Hiku nodded slowly. Do you know where he went? The children all pointed the same direction. That way. He left this morning. He said he was going to train. Hiku stood. Thank you. The children waved enthusiastically. Tell Naruto we said hi if you see him. Hiku bowed politely. I will. He walked toward the village exit. The direction matched the merchant's rumor. Everything aligned. A blonde boy. Shadow clones. Incredible strength. Bandits defeated. Haku's eyes softened slightly. Interesting. Then he disappeared into the trees. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, 2 young ninjas stood in a training field. Sasuke Uchiha crossed his arms impatiently. Beside him, Sakura Haruno looked confused. Then a swirl of leaves appeared. Kakashi Hatake arrived. Yo. Sakura frowned immediately. You're late. Kakashi scratched his head. Sorry. A black cat crossed my path. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Idiot excuse. Kakashi chuckled. Well then. He pulled out a small orange book. Let's talk about your teammate. Sakura blinked. Teammate? You mean Naruto? Sasuke asked. Yes. Kakashi nodded. Originally, Uzumaki Naruto would have been part of this team. Sakura frowned. But he failed the academy. Kakashi shook his head. Actually, he passed. Both students froze. What? Sakura shouted. Kakashi continued calmly. During the graduation incident, Naruto defeated the traitor Mizuki and protected the village. That action alone qualifies as a passing result. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. So he became a ninja. Almost. Kakashi closed the book. He left before receiving his headband. Sakura looked confused. So what does that mean? It means, Kakashi said, he is not technically a shinobi yet. But he still belongs to this team. Sasuke frowned. So we're going after him. Correct. Kakashi smiled lazily. We will track Naruto down and bring him back. Sakura hesitated. How? Kakashi raised a finger. Training. First, you will complete several D-rank missions. 6 of them. Sasuke frowned. Babysitting jobs. Experience, Kakashi corrected. You need to build endurance before leaving the village. Sakura sighed. So when do we start searching? In 2 weeks. Kakashi's eye curved into a smile. In those 2 weeks, I will train you intensely. Sasuke smirked slightly. Good. Far away in the forest, Naruto lay sleeping beside the river. His stomach rose and fell slowly. Ramen, more ramen. He mumbled happily. Extra pork. Old man Tyuki. A little drool escaped his mouth. The peaceful moment continued. But someone else was nearby. Watching. Hidden among the trees. A masked figure stood silently with Senbon needles between his fingers. Haku. His eyes studied the sleeping boy carefully. Blonde hair. Scratched clothes. A sword nearby. So this is him. Haku stepped closer silently. Naruto rolled over. Miso ramen. Haku's grip tightened slightly. He whispered softly. So. You are the prey. Chapter 10, Shadows, Ice, and Fire. Deep beneath Konohagakure, in a hidden chamber where sunlight never reached, silence ruled. Rows of masked shinobi knelt in perfect formation. No one spoke. No one moved. At the center of the chamber sat Danzo Shimura. His cane rested against the floor. His single visible eye burned with fury. The memory of his confrontation with Hiruzen Sarutobi replayed in his mind. Naruto escaping. Hiruzen protecting him. Kakashi doing nothing. Danzo's hand tightened on his cane. Fool. The word slipped out like poison. That sentimental old fool. His voice grew colder. He allowed the 9 tails to escape. One of the kneeling shinobi spoke carefully. Hokage-sama believes. Danzo slammed his cane on the floor. Do not speak his excuses to me. The entire room froze. That man is weak. Always has been. Danzo stood slowly. That 9 tails brat should have been secured immediately. His voice filled the chamber with venom. And Kakashi Hatake. Danzo scoffed. That lazy dog is still preparing children instead of retrieving the weapon. The air felt suffocating. Danzo raised his hand. One of you. A tall masked shinobi stepped forward and knelt. A root Jonin. Not from any clan. A civilian shinobi who had climbed to elite rank through ruthless discipline. Danzo studied him. You will retrieve the Jinchuriki. The Jonin bowed. Yes, Lord Danzo. Danzo gestured. 2 more shinobi stepped forward. Both Chunin. One carried several blades across his back. The other had calm, calculating eyes. Weapons specialist. Genjutsu specialist. You will support the Jonin. All 3 bowed. Danzo's voice became icy. Listen carefully. Bring the Jinchuriki back. He leaned forward slightly. Alive. Then his eye darkened. Even if he is half dead. Even if he has lost limbs. Even if his mind is broken. The room felt colder. We only require the 9 tails. That brat is merely its container. Danzo pointed toward the exit. Go. Bring it back to Konoha. The 3 shinobi vanished instantly. Far away in the forest. A river flowed quietly under moonlight. Beside it lay Naruto Uzumaki, still asleep. Ramen. Extra pork. He mumbled happily. Hidden among the trees stood Haku. Senbon needles rested between his fingers. His eyes studied Naruto. One throw. That was all it would take. He raised his arm. But something stopped him. The boy looked peaceful. Haku hesitated. Minutes passed. Then suddenly, Naruto spoke. Are you gonna throw that or not? Haku froze. Naruto opened one eye. I've been waiting for like 15 minutes. Haku's eyes widened. Naruto sat up lazily. Staring is kinda creepy, you know. Haku reacted instantly. Whoosh. A storm of Senbon needles shot forward. Naruto's body jerked. Then vanished. Poof. A shadow clone. The real Naruto jumped backward. Whoa. He pointed at Haku. Who the hell are you? Haku said nothing. Naruto grinned. Silent type, huh? Are you a bandit? Or a ninja? Haku moved. His body blurred. Senbon flashed. Poof. 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 Each of Naruto's shadow clones vanished instantly. Naruto barely kept up. Hey. Slow down. Haku's movements were graceful. Precise. Elegant. Another clone disappeared. Naruto sweated. Okay, this guy's strong. He suddenly jumped into the river. Haku watched calmly. You believe water will save you? Naruto smirked. Actually. He formed hand seals. Water style. Water rush. A powerful current surged toward Haku. Haku dodged lightly. The water crashed behind him. He tilted his head. Impressive. Naruto puffed his chest proudly. Hey. I just learned it. Haku nodded slightly. You must have learned it recently. After killing Ryuan. Naruto's eyes widened. So it was him. Naruto pointed accusingly. You're his friend. You were working with those bandits. Haku's voice became colder. That is none of your concern. Naruto grinned. Oh, it totally. Suddenly. Mist exploded across the battlefield. The hidden mist technique. Naruto blinked. Oh. Crap. The world disappeared. White fog swallowed everything. Naruto couldn't see his own hands. Okay, this is bad. Whoosh. A Senbon struck his shoulder. Another hit his leg. Another his neck. Naruto gasped. What? His body suddenly went numb. Cold spread through his limbs. Darkness crept into his vision. Did I die? Everything went black. Inside the mist, Haku watched silently. He had struck precise pressure points. Non-lethal. Naruto's body was paralyzed. Forgive me. Haku tied Naruto carefully and lifted him over his shoulder. Then he disappeared into the forest. 30 minutes later. 3 masked shinobi arrived at the battlefield. Route. The Jonin knelt beside the river. Battle occurred here. The weapons specialist examined the ground. Multiple shadow clones. Water jutsu. The genjutsu user pointed at the lingering mist residue. Mist chakra. The Jonin nodded. A shinobi from Kurigakure, perhaps. Another shinobi crouched beside the riverbank. There's frost here. The others looked. Tiny crystals clung to a rock. Strange. The Jonin stood. Possibly an unknown technique. He scanned the area. The Jinchuriki fought here. Then he was captured. The weapon user asked quietly. Dead or alive? The Jonin replied calmly. Alive. Otherwise there would be a corpse. He pointed toward the forest. Track them. Meanwhile, Haku carried Naruto deep into the forest. Eventually he reached a quiet lake. Moonlight reflected off the water. Haku gently placed Naruto inside a small boat. He looked down at the unconscious boy. You saved those villagers. Didn't you? Haku's voice softened. I understand that feeling. Helping others. Protecting people. Haku sighed. This is the first time I have had to kill someone. After they were already helpless. He looked at Naruto again. I cannot do it. Haku pushed the boat gently. Let fate decide your survival. The boat drifted away. But suddenly, fire style. A blazing fireball exploded toward Haku. Boom. Haku leapt aside. 3 masked shinobi emerged. Root. The Jonin spoke calmly. Hunter Nin. Haku's eyes narrowed. So you found me. The Jonin pointed his blade. Return the Jinchuriki. Haku vanished instantly. But the Root shinobi pursued. Their tracking skills were flawless. Meanwhile, 2 of the Root ninja turned toward the lake. The Jinchuriki. They ran across the water toward the drifting boat. Inside the boat, Naruto suddenly woke. What? His body refused to move. Why can't I move? 2 masked shinobi approached across the water. Naruto's eyes widened in terror. Crap. One of them drew a blade. Naruto forced his body to move. Pain exploded through his muscles. Move. With enormous effort, he threw himself into the lake. Splash. Water swallowed him. He began sinking. I'm gonna drown. Panic surged. Something deep inside him stirred. A tiny flicker of red chakra. Naruto shouted desperately. Shadow clone jutsu. 5 clones appeared underwater. Without hand signs. 1 clone grabbed the real Naruto. The others attacked the Root shinobi. But they were quickly destroyed. The remaining clone dragged Naruto through the water. Then, water style. Water rush. The current propelled them away. Faster. Faster. By pure chance. They burst from the water near the forest edge. Right beside Haku's battlefield. Haku glanced at Naruto briefly. Then said calmly. Use that water technique when I say. Naruto blinked. What? Mist exploded again. The hidden mist technique swallowed everything. The Jonin's voice echoed through the fog. Fire style. Earth style. Fire earth bullet barrage. Massive flaming projectiles tore through the mist. Haku whispered. Now. Naruto roared. Water style. Water rush. But this time, the freezing mist combined with the water. The technique transformed. Water style. Liquid frost ice burst. The freezing torrent collided with the blazing barrage. Boom. A massive explosion shook the forest. Steam erupted everywhere. The battlefield vanished into boiling mist. Haku grabbed Naruto instantly. Move. Naruto stumbled. His body still numb. Haku supported him briefly. Then they disappeared into the forest. Behind them, the Root Jonin stared into the fading steam. Interesting. The Jinchuriki isn't alone anymore. Chapter 11, 2 Strays on the Run. The forest was quiet except for the sound of rushing wind. 2 figures moved quickly between the trees. One was blonde, loud, and slightly clumsy. The other was silent, graceful, and precise. Naruto Uzumaki and Haku. For several minutes, Naruto kept glancing sideways at Haku. Haku ignored him completely. Naruto tried again. So, you talk. No answer. Naruto scratched his head. Okay, wow. Silent type, huh? Still nothing. Naruto puffed his cheeks. Hey, I just helped you escape those crazy ninja, you know. Haku spoke without looking at him. You helped yourself. Naruto grinned. Still counts. They continued running. Naruto tilted his head. Hey, that guy Ryuan, the scroll I found mentioned something about a bloodline. Haku's expression changed slightly. Bloodline. Naruto nodded eagerly. Yeah. Something special about certain ninja. Haku stayed silent for several seconds. Then he said quietly. It is called a bloodline limit. Naruto blinked. What? A genetic ability, Haku explained. Some clans inherit special powers. Naruto's eyes widened. Whoa. Haku spoke calmly. My ability is one of them. Naruto stared. Wait, really? Haku nodded. I possess the ice release. Naruto's jaw dropped. Ice. That's awesome. Haku did not react. Instead his voice softened. My parents were killed because of it. Naruto blinked. What? Haku continued quietly. My father discovered my mother and I possessed this ability. He believed it was cursed. Naruto slowed slightly. Haku's voice became distant. One night he murdered my mother. Then he tried to kill me. Naruto stared at him silently. The villagers hated people like us, Haku finished. Naruto suddenly spoke quietly. I know that feeling. Haku glanced at him. Naruto looked ahead. When everyone hates you. For something you don't even understand. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Something clicked. Two children. Both rejected by the world. Haku looked away again. Haku suddenly remembered something. Hey. Naruto glanced back. Those ninja were talking about something called a Jinchuriki. Naruto froze. Yes. Haku, what is that? Naruto, I don't know either. Haku frowned slightly. You don't know. Haku looked surprised. Yeah. Haku thought quietly. Perhaps Zabuza Momochi might know. Naruto immediately froze. Wait. That Zabuza guy. Naruto waved his arms. He sounds like some evil mastermind. Why are you working for him? Haku's voice became firm. Zabuza-sama saved my life. Naruto scratched his cheek awkwardly. Right. Sorry. Haku looked forward again. Let us change the subject. Naruto grinned again. Okay. So which village has cooler scenery? The land of water. Or the land of fire? Haku actually thought about it. The land of water has endless oceans. Naruto laughed. Yeah, but fire country has ramen. Haku sighed quietly. Of course. As they ran, Naruto occasionally stopped and sniffed the air. Haku noticed. You rely on your sense of smell. Naruto nodded. Those creepy ninja are still behind us. Meanwhile Haku moved behind them occasionally. Erasing footprints. Breaking branches. Wiping scent trails. Naruto watched with fascination. You're really good at that. It is necessary for survival, Haku replied. After several hours of travel, Haku slowed. We should separate. Naruto blinked. What? You cannot travel with me forever. Naruto scratched his head. Actually, I was thinking the same thing. Haku tilted his head. Naruto shrugged. Those ninja are probably after me. If we stay together, you'll get dragged into it. Haku was silent for a moment. Then he said. You trust me? Naruto grinned. Well, yeah. You didn't kill me. Haku looked away slightly. That is because you saved innocent villagers. If you had been an ordinary shinobi, I would have killed you. It wasn't entirely true. But Naruto nodded seriously. Fair enough. Haku spoke again. You could travel with us. With Zabuza-sama. Naruto's eyes widened. Tempting. But. He shook his head. I've got my own problems. Haku nodded. Then we part here. For a moment they stood silently. Then Naruto grinned. Try not to kill me next time we meet. Haku gave a faint smile. I will try. Then they went separate directions. Meanwhile, back in Konohagakure. Kakashi Hatake stood with crossed arms. In front of him, Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno struggled through brutal training. Again, Kakashi said lazily. Sasuke glared. We've been doing this for hours. Good, Kakashi replied. You're still slow. Sakura collapsed onto the grass. This is way harder than academy training. Kakashi nodded. You're no longer academy students. Now you're shinobi candidates. After hours of chakra control and combat drills, they reported to the Hokage office. We have completed 5D rank missions, Kakashi said. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. One remains. He handed them a mission scroll. Capture Tora. 45 minutes later. The door slammed open. Sasuke and Sakura staggered inside. Covered in scratches. Clothes torn. Hair ruined. They looked murderous. Behind them Kakashi read his book calmly. Sakura slammed the cat cage down. We got it. Sasuke muttered quietly. I hate that demon cat. Hiruzen chuckled. Mission complete. Outside the building, Kakashi closed his book. Well done. That was your 6th mission. Sakura blinked. So what now? Kakashi smiled under his mask. Tomorrow morning. We leave the village. Sasuke's eyes sharpened. To find Naruto. Far away in the forest. Naruto danced like a complete idiot. Yes. I did it. He laughed loudly. Earlier, in desperation, he had used shadow clone jutsu without hand signs. Now he tested it again. Shadow clone. 5 clones appeared instantly. Naruto grinned. Oh, this is awesome. Then he had another idea. Wait. What if? He grabbed a log. Let's try substitution jutsu. But with clones. The clones groaned. This is gonna suck. Naruto trained relentlessly. Again. And again. And again. 4 hours later. Naruto collapsed on the ground. I did it. He had successfully combined substitution and shadow clones. But he was exhausted. This place is dangerous. He quickly erased all his tracks. Then moved west. Not far behind. 3 root ninja stood with a new arrival. A sensor specialist. The sensor ninja closed his eyes. I feel it. Massive chakra. He pointed west. The Jinchuriki. The root Jonin smiled coldly. This time. We cut his limbs off first. Then bring him back. Elsewhere. Haku knelt before Zabuza Momochi. Zabuza's expression was furious. You what? His voice echoed across the hideout. You let the enemy live. Haku lowered her head. Yes. Zabuza slammed his sword into the ground. Idiot. You helped him escape. You got chased by enemy ninja. Haku remained silent. Then she added quietly. Those ninja called him as a Jinchuriki. Zabuza froze. What? Haku nodded. Do you know what that is? Silence filled the room. Then Zabuza slowly began to smile. A Jinchuriki. He leaned back. Now that is interesting. Of course I do, I am very familiar with that word. He waved dismissively. This information alone saves you from punishment. Haku bowed. Zabuza chuckled darkly. Maybe we should find this Naruto brat. Haku looked surprised. You wish to kill him? Zabuza grinned. No. His eyes gleamed. Recruit him. Imagine it. A Jinchuriki working for me. Zabuza laughed quietly. That would shake the entire shinobi world. Chapter 12, Blood in the Mist. Morning fog rolled across the forest. Birds chirped. The world looked peaceful. But Naruto Uzumaki knew better. He crouched on a tree branch, sniffing the air. Still there. His nose twitched again. 3, no, 4 of them now. Naruto groaned. Man, these guys are persistent. He jumped down and started moving again through the forest. As he ran, he muttered to himself. Okay Naruto, think. They're ninja. Strong ninja. And I'm exhausted. He clenched his fists. So running like an idiot won't work forever. Suddenly. A voice echoed from the trees. You're correct. Naruto froze. 3 masked shinobi stepped out from the forest. Root. The Jonin stood at the front. You cannot escape us. Naruto forced a grin. Oh hey. You guys again. You know, stalking people is kinda creepy. One of the Chunin spoke coldly. Jinchuriki. Naruto's smile faded slightly. The Jonin raised his hand. Do not resist. We will return you to Konohagakure. Naruto scratched his head. Yeah. About that. He pointed behind them. Is that a bear? The weapon user Chunin didn't even turn. Pathetic. Naruto sighed. Worth a try. Shadow clone jutsu. 8 Narutos exploded across the forest. Scatter. The clones ran in every direction. The root Jonin didn't move. Genjutsu. The second Chunin's eyes flashed. Suddenly one Naruto froze mid-run. His eyes went blank. Inside the illusion, Naruto screamed. What the? Outside. The clone collapsed. The Jonin immediately pointed. That one. The real Naruto's heart stopped. Crap. The Jonin moved. Fast. Faster than anything Naruto had faced before. A blade flashed. Naruto barely substituted with a log. Substitution jutsu. The blade cut the log clean in half. Naruto reappeared behind another tree. Shadow clone. 4 more clones appeared. They charged together. The weapon specialist drew twin blades. Too slow. Clang. 2 clones exploded instantly. Naruto jumped from above with a kunai. The Jonin blocked easily. Then. Slash. Naruto screamed. Ah. The blade cut across his shoulder. Blood sprayed across the leaves. Naruto stumbled backward. That was real. The Jonin watched him calmly. You cannot defeat us. Naruto wiped blood from his face. Yeah. I figured that part out. Shadow clone jutsu. 20 clones exploded across the battlefield. The forest became chaos. Narutos everywhere. Some attacked. Some ran. Some used substitution. The root ninja fought through them methodically. Poof. 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 Clones vanished constantly. Naruto gasped for breath. Okay. Okay. They're way too strong. Then the genjutsu user appeared beside him. You're finished. Naruto tried to dodge. Too late. The illusion hit. Naruto suddenly saw himself surrounded by flames. His body burned. Ah. Outside the illusion. Naruto froze. The Jonin raised his blade. Capture him. But suddenly. Poof. The Naruto vanished. A clone. The real Naruto burst from the ground. Gotcha. He slammed a kunai toward the Jonin's neck. Clang. The Jonin blocked instantly. Impressive. Naruto jumped back again. Breathing heavily. Bleeding. Man. This sucks. High above the battlefield, hidden among branches. 2 observers watched. Zabuza Momochi. And Haku. Zabuza grinned slightly. He's clever. Haku nodded. Yes. But he cannot win. Zabuza crossed his arms. Let's see if the Kyuubi chakra appears. Down below. Naruto was losing. Badly. The weapon user slashed his leg. Blood poured down. Naruto staggered. Another slash hit his side. Naruto fell to one knee. Crap. The Jonin walked toward him slowly. Enough. He raised his sword. Naruto tried to stand. His legs shook. Move. Move. Nothing happened. The blade came down. But suddenly. Whoosh. Senbon needles struck the Jonin's arm. He jumped back instantly. Zabuza groaned above. TCH. Haku landed beside Naruto. Naruto blinked. Haku. Zabuza dropped down from the trees. You're interfering now. His voice was annoyed. Haku bowed slightly. Zabuza-sama. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. You disobeyed. Haku answered calmly. They were going to kill the Jinchuriki. Zabuza snorted. And. Haku spoke smoothly. If he dies, we lose the opportunity to recruit him. Zabuza paused. Fair point. He smirked slightly. Still annoying though. Zabuza grabbed his blade. Fine. He formed a seal. Hidden mist technique. Mist exploded across the forest. But this mist was different. Thick. Heavy. Even chakra sensing became distorted. The root Jonin frowned. Mist user. Zabuza's voice echoed through the fog. You should have gone home. Suddenly. A massive blade swung through the mist. The weapon Chunin barely reacted. Too slow. Slash. His body split apart. The genjutsu user panicked. Where is he? Zabuza laughed. Right here. Crash. The blade crushed his chest. 2 root ninja dead. The Jonin reacted instantly. Earth style. A wall rose. Zabuza's blade slammed into it. The Jonin escaped through the forest. Wounded. Bleeding. But alive. Zabuza didn't chase. He simply rested his sword on his shoulder. Coward. The mist slowly cleared. Naruto stared. Whoa. Zabuza glanced down at him. You fight well, kid. Naruto blinked. Thanks. Zabuza continued. That trick with shadow clone jutsu and substitution jutsu. Clever. Naruto scratched his head. Hey. Zabuza smirked. So. Join me. Naruto froze. What? Work for me, Zabuza said. Naruto shook his head. No thanks. Zabuza raised an eyebrow. Oh. Naruto stood up slowly. I've got my own ideals. Zabuza chuckled. Idealistic brat. Then he looked at Haku. Explain. Haku nodded. He looked at Naruto. You asked about Jinchuriki earlier. Naruto nodded. Haku spoke quietly. A Jinchuriki is a human. A person who carries a tailed beast sealed inside them. Naruto froze. Human. Haku nodded. You are not the fox. You are its host. Naruto's eyes widened slowly. So. I'm not the monster. Zabuza snorted. Of course you're human. The Kyuubi is just your tenant. Naruto stared at his hands. Huh. Hey brat, now are you willing to join me? Then he looked up. Why does that matter? Zabuza answered calmly. Because the fourth Mizuki is a Jinchuriki too. Zabuza grinned. And he is known as the perfect Jinchuriki, he can turn into his tailed beast. So, Naruto asked. If you can fight him, you won't be hunted anymore, and I can teach you how to fight him, Zabuza offers. Naruto thought for a long moment. Then he shrugged. All right. Zabuza blinked. That was quick. Naruto grinned. I'll join. But only until we defeat that Mizuki guy. Zabuza laughed loudly. Deal, brat. Haku smiled softly. For the first time, Naruto had allies. Chapter 13, Words Sharper Than Blades. The fire crackled softly. Night had settled. A small camp sat deep within the forest, hidden, silent, dangerous. Naruto Uzumaki sat cross-legged, staring at a scroll in his hands, brow furrowed so hard it looked painful. This makes no sense. Across from him, Zabuza Momochi leaned against a tree, massive blade resting beside him. Of course it doesn't. Naruto looked up. What's that supposed to mean? Zabuza smirked. It means you're a clueless brat trying to read something meant for actual shinobi. Naruto scowled. I am a shinobi. Zabuza snorted. You're a loud kid who got lucky with a few tricks. Naruto's fist clenched. Say that again. Clueless. Brat. A pause. Then. Naruto huffed and looked away. Jerk. Silence lingered for a moment. Then Zabuza spoke again. That scroll. He nodded toward it. Where'd you get it? Naruto hesitated. A guy named Ryuan. Zabuza's expression shifted, just slightly. Ryuan. Haku's eyes lifted quietly from the side. Naruto noticed. You know him. Zabuza let out a slow breath. Yeah. Naruto leaned forward. Well. Zabuza glanced at the fire. His old man. Naruto blinked. What about him? Zabuza's voice dropped. He was a comrade. Naruto froze. Oh. Zabuza continued. Strong. Smart. Died like most of us do. Naruto looked down. Sorry. Zabuza scoffed. Don't be. This is the shinobi world. He looked straight at Naruto. People die. Friends. Allies. Kids. Naruto met his gaze. Silence stretched. Then Zabuza's voice turned cold. Someday, that might include you. Naruto didn't look away. Maybe. Zabuza's eyes narrowed slightly. And if you end up as my enemy. His hand rested casually on his sword. I won't hesitate. I'll cut you down. Naruto's lips curled slightly. Good. Zabuza raised an eyebrow. Naruto's eyes sharpened. Because I won't hesitate either. A pause. Then. Zabuza grinned. Hey. Haku watched quietly. After a while. Naruto tapped the scroll again. Okay, forget the emotional stuff. What does this even say? Zabuza sighed. Give it here. Naruto tossed it. Zabuza unrolled it casually. Codes. Layered. Simple substitution on the surface. Real meaning underneath. Naruto blinked. So you're not decoding this anytime soon. Naruto slumped. Great. Zabuza smirked. It's logistics. Naruto tilted his head. Huh. Money. Locations. Contacts. Naruto blinked again. That's it. Zabuza nodded. Ryuan's father built a network. He passed information like this. Naruto leaned back. So all that complicated writing is just money reports. Naruto stared. I hate this world. Zabuza chuckled. There's more. He tapped the scroll. I've been sending instructions back through these. Naruto frowned. So you're still connected to them. Zabuza shrugged. Connections are useful. Naruto went quiet. Then, you mentioned a client earlier. Zabuza's smirk returned. Yeah. Name's Gato. Naruto's face twisted immediately. I don't like him already. Zabuza laughed. You're not supposed to. Naruto crossed his arms. He sounds like a bad guy. He is a bad guy. Naruto blinked. Then why are we working for him? Zabuza looked at him like he was an idiot. Because he pays. Naruto stood up. That's messed up. People like that think they can do whatever they want. They cross the line. They hurt people. Zabuza cut him off. And Naruto froze. Zabuza's voice was calm. You stopped some bandits. Good for you. But don't pretend you changed the world. Naruto gritted his teeth. Everyone has a right to live. Zabuza stared at him. For a moment. Just a moment. Something in his eyes agreed. But then. Naive brat. Naruto flinched slightly. Zabuza leaned back. We use Gato. If he steps out of line. His grin turned sharp. We kill him. Naruto paused. Then slowly. Okay. Zabuza smirked. See, learning already. The next day. A massive compound. Guards everywhere. Money flowing like water. Inside. A short man with dark glasses sat arrogantly. Gato. The door slammed open. Zabuza walked in. Haku followed. Naruto walked behind them, hands in pockets, eyes scanning everything. Gato sneered. You're late. Zabuza didn't respond. Gato's eye twitched. Watch your attitude. Zabuza smiled faintly. Careful. Or you'll lose that head. The room went silent. Gato forced a laugh. Huh. Still as unpleasant as ever. He leaned forward. I have a new job. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. Talk. Gato's voice turned cold. A man named Tazuna. He's gone to the Leaf Village. Naruto's ears perked slightly. Gato continued. He's building a bridge. I want him dead. Zabuza smirked. Simple. Meanwhile, Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed his pipe calmly. Before him stood Kakashi Hatake Sasuke Uchiha Sakura Haruno. And a drunken old man. Tazuna. Tazuna squinted. These are ninja. Sakura twitched. Excuse me. Tazuna pointed lazily. The girl's weak. Sakura snapped. Hey. And that one's a brooding idiot. Sasuke's eye twitched. Say that again. And the last one. Tazuna looked at Kakashi. Looks lazy. Kakashi smiled. Accurate. Sakura groaned. Why are we assigned to him? Hiruzen chuckled softly. Because this is a C-rank mission. Kakashi nodded. We'll escort him safely. Tazuna scoffed. Try not to die. Sakura clenched her fists. I'm going to kill him before the mission even starts. Kakashi laughed lightly. Relax. He turned. Pack your things. We leave tomorrow. Later, village gates. Sakura sighed. I can't believe this. Sasuke adjusted his gear silently. Tazuna drank from his bottle. Kakashi read his book. Perfect team. They began walking. Toward the land of waves. Toward destiny. Elsewhere, shadows of root. Deep underground. Darkness. Cold. Silent. A masked shinobi knelt. Report. The injured root Jonin spoke. We engaged the target. 2 casualties. A pause. Interference from Zabuza Momochi. Silence. Then. A chilling voice. Danzo Shimura. Failure. The air felt heavier. Danzo turned slightly. Unacceptable. He looked toward the shadows. This time. We end it. A figure stepped forward. Calm. Silent. Deadly. Aburame Hikudo. No emotion. No hesitation. Danzo's voice echoed. Go. Destroy the Jinchuriki. Hikudo bowed slightly. Understood. The darkness swallowed him. The hunt had escalated. And Naruto didn't even know yet. Chapter 14, Pressure and Silence. The air underground was still. Cold. Controlled. 3 figures stood in absolute discipline. The injured root Jonin remained kneeling, head lowered. Beside him, the Genjutsu specialist stood like a statue. Before them, Aburame Hikudo. No wasted motion. No visible emotion. The Jonin spoke first. Target escaped. A pause. Interference from Zabuza Momochi. Silence. 2 losses. Hikudo did not respond immediately. The Genjutsu specialist added quietly. The Jinchuriki is adapting. Rapidly. Another pause. Hikudo turned slightly. We observe. The Jonin's eyes shifted, just barely. Observe. That wasn't standard. Hikudo continued. Another unit is approaching the target. From the leaf. The Jonin understood. Kakashi Hatake. The plan settled without further words. Let them engage. Exploit the aftermath. Hikudo stepped forward once. The Jinchuriki is mine. The statement ended the discussion. The Jonin lowered his head again. Understood. As they turned to move. The Jonin's mind flickered for just a moment. Single touch. That was all he allowed himself to think. Nothing more. Root did not ask. Root did not speak. They simply obeyed. 3 days earlier, river training grounds. Water rushed violently over stone. Cold currents bit into skin. Standing waist deep in the river. Naruto Uzumaki formed a seal, breathing uneven but focused. Water style. Water wall. Chakra surged. The river answered. A wall of water rose. It held. For a second. Then. It collapsed. Naruto exhaled sharply. Too slow. Behind him. Movement. Naruto reacted instantly. But not fast enough. Thud. He was knocked off his feet and sent skidding across the water. He coughed, pushing himself up. Across from him, Zabuza Momochi stood, expression unreadable. Again. Naruto wiped his mouth. Right. He stepped forward again, resetting his stance. Water style. The wall rose again. Cleaner this time. Stronger. Zabuza moved. The blade came down. The wall shattered instantly. Naruto flinched back. Zabuza didn't press the attack. Instead. Failure. Naruto straightened slightly. So I take it the punishment part now. Zabuza's eyes flicked toward him. You remember. Naruto gave a tired half smile. Hard to forget. Zabuza rested his sword on his shoulder. 1 minute. No clones. Naruto let out a slow breath. Got it. Zabuza vanished. The next minute. Was controlled brutality. Naruto didn't panic. Didn't lash out. He focused. Every movement watched. Every breath measured. Zabuza's attacks weren't wild. They were precise. Naruto dodged one. Barely. A second. Cleaner. A third. Too slow. A strike clipped his side. Naruto winced but stayed on his feet. 40 seconds. Naruto adjusted. He stopped reacting late. Started moving before the attack fully came. Water splashed. Footwork shifted. A blade passed inches from his face. 10 seconds. Naruto held on. When it ended. Zabuza stepped back. Better. Naruto exhaled heavily, shoulders dropping. Feels like I got hit anyway. Zabuza shrugged. You did. Naruto gave a small, breathless laugh. Fair. On the riverbank. Haku watched quietly. Naruto climbed out of the water, dripping and tired, and sat beside her. He doesn't go easy, huh? Haku shook her head gently. No. Naruto glanced at her. You're used to it. A small pause. Yes. Naruto nodded slowly. Figures. Later that day. The forest path ahead shifted. Two figures emerged. Chains dragging. Eyes sharp. The demon brothers. One of them spoke with a sneer. That's him. Naruto didn't stop walking. Didn't answer. Didn't even look at them. The other brother scoffed. Ignoring us. They moved. Fast. Chains snapping forward. Before they reached. Two shadow clones formed mid-motion. No hand signs. No pause. The clones intercepted. Short. Efficient. Blows landed. The brothers dropped. Naruto kept walking. As if nothing happened. Behind him, the clones dispersed. Zabuza watched. A faint shift in his gaze. Clean. The brothers groaned faintly. Zabuza spoke without looking at them. 2 weeks. Scout ahead. They forced themselves up. Yes. And disappeared. That night. The fire burned low. Naruto sat across from Zabuza, quieter than usual. Can I ask something? Zabuza didn't look up. You just did. Naruto exhaled softly. That client. Gato. A pause. Yeah. Naruto poked at the fire with a stick. I don't like this. Zabuza gave a short, humorless chuckle. You're not supposed to. Naruto looked up. Then why work for him? Zabuza met his gaze. Because he pays. Naruto frowned slightly. And if he's hurting people? Zabuza didn't answer immediately. Then. We're not heroes. Naruto went quiet. The fire crackled between them. I know. Another pause. But there's still a line. Zabuza studied him. Didn't argue. Didn't agree. If he crosses us, Zabuza said finally, we deal with it. Naruto nodded slowly. Okay. Then added, after a moment. If possible, I don't want to kill civilians. Zabuza leaned back. Then don't. Naruto blinked. That's simple. Zabuza shrugged. As long as it doesn't get you killed. Naruto let out a quiet breath. Got it. After a while. Naruto spoke again. What if the other side isn't wrong? Zabuza's eyes narrowed slightly. Naruto continued. What if we're just on the wrong job? Silence. Then. Zabuza stood. Go see it. Naruto looked up. What? The land of waves. Decide for yourself. Naruto hesitated. Then nodded. All right. Zabuza glanced toward Haku. Go with him. Haku bowed slightly. Naruto scratched his cheek. You don't trust me. Zabuza smirked faintly. No. Naruto gave a small grin. Fair enough. Meanwhile, road to the land of waves. The road stretched long and quiet. Kakashi Hatake walked ahead, posture relaxed, but his eyes sharper than usual. Someone's nearby. Not hostile yet. Watching. Behind him. Sasuke Uchiha walked in silence. Focused. Alert. And beside him. Sakura Haruno. Sasuke-kun, do you need water? No. Right, of course not. Kakashi sighed internally. She hasn't improved. Still distracted. Still not thinking like a shinobi. His gaze shifted slightly. That's going to be a problem. Then. A puddle. Kakashi's eye narrowed. No rain. He spoke casually. Stay sharp. Too late. The ground exploded. Chains wrapped around him instantly. The demon brothers struck. Blades crossed. Kakashi's body split apart. Sakura gasped. Ka. Relax. His voice came from behind. The clone dissolved. Sasuke moved. No hesitation. The first brother lunged. Sasuke slipped past him. Too fast. A precise strike to the ribs. The man staggered. The second attacked from behind. Chains whipping. Sasuke ducked low, pivoted, and drove his elbow into the attacker's midsection. The air left his lungs. Both regrouped instantly. Coordinated. Experienced. They attacked together. Angles crossing. Chains restricting movement. Sasuke adjusted. His footwork sharpened. Each step calculated. He deflected one strike. Turned. Countered the second. A kick. A grab. Momentum reversed. One slammed into the ground. The other tried to recover. Too slow. Sasuke's fist stopped just short of his face. Silence. They were down. Sakura stared, eyes wide. That was amazing. Kakashi watched quietly. Good. Speed, awareness, control. Then, his gaze shifted to Sakura. But she didn't move. Didn't support. Didn't react. His expression didn't change. But the thought lingered. Kakashi stepped forward. We'll take them alive. Sasuke stepped back slightly. They weren't targeting him randomly. Kakashi nodded. Exactly. He bound them efficiently. Let's find out who sent them. The wind shifted. Far away. Other predators were already closing in. And this time, the hunt would not be simple. Chapter 15, The Line You Choose. The air in the land of waves felt wrong. Naruto Uzumaki noticed it immediately. Not the weather. Not the sea. The people. He walked slowly through the narrow streets, eyes sharp but posture relaxed, taking everything in. Shops half empty. Doors half closed. Eyes that avoided contact. Yeah, he muttered under his breath. Something's off. A flicker of chakra. His form shifted. A smaller frame. Messier clothes. A tired face he had memorized earlier. He exhaled lightly. All right, let's try this. A group of kids played near a broken wooden cart. Naruto, now disguised, walked toward them casually. One of them looked up. Huh. Another blinked. Inari. Naruto scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Yeah. You came back already? One of the kids asked. Naruto shrugged. Something like that. They didn't question it much. Kids rarely did. One of them kicked a stone lightly. Your grandpa's still working on that bridge. Naruto tilted his head slightly. Yeah. A pause. Then he added carefully. How's everything here? The kids exchanged looks. One of them scoffed bitterly. Same as always. Another muttered. Worse. Naruto stayed quiet. Let them talk. A smaller boy suddenly spoke up. They came again yesterday. Naruto's gaze sharpened slightly. Who? The boy's hands trembled. Gato's men. Silence fell over the group. Another kid clenched his fists. They took my sister. Naruto's chest tightened. What? They said we didn't pay enough. They said we owed more. His voice cracked. They just took her. No one spoke after that. Naruto's fingers curled slightly. Does this happen a lot? A bitter laugh. Yeah. If someone can't pay, they take something. Another voice, quieter. Or someone. Naruto lowered his head slightly. I see. One of the kids looked at him. Why are you asking? Naruto forced a small shrug. Just thinking. Another kid spoke, anger leaking through. It's all because of Gato. He owns everything. The ships. The food. The jobs. Everything. Naruto stood there for a moment. Silent. Then. I'll be back. Before they could ask anything. He turned and walked away. His steps were calm. But his eyes were not. So that's how it is. His pace quickened. Taking people. Calling it taxes. His jaw tightened. Yeah. I've heard enough. He started heading toward the large compound in the distance. Let's see how tough you really are, Gato. Stop. Naruto froze. He didn't need to turn. He already knew. Haku stood behind him. Naruto didn't move. Move. Haku's voice was gentle, but firm. Naruto exhaled slowly. You heard them. Yes. Then why are you stopping me? Haku didn't answer immediately. Zabuza-sama gave me an order. To watch you. Naruto turned slightly. And to stop you if necessary. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Even now. Haku met his gaze. Yes. A pause. Naruto stepped forward again. Then don't stop me. Haku moved, blocking his path. Naruto's voice hardened. Someone's going to die. Maybe they already are. Haku's expression didn't change. Naruto continued, frustration rising. What if that girl? What if she's not even alive right now? Silence. Should I just walk away? Haku spoke softly. If you go like this, you'll die. Naruto scoffed. So what? That's not your decision alone, Haku replied. Naruto's eyes snapped toward him. What? You joined us. You have a role now. Naruto clenched his fists. So I just ignore it. Haku shook his head slightly. I didn't say that. Then what are you saying? Naruto snapped. A pause. Then. If you want to fight me, Haku said calmly, then do it. Naruto froze. Haku's stance shifted. I will not let you pass. Naruto exhaled sharply. Don't do this. Then don't make me. Naruto's voice dropped. Move. Haku didn't. I can't. Silence stretched. Then. Naruto stepped forward. Don't push me. Haku's answer was quiet. Then come. They moved at the same time. Fast. Naruto closed the distance instantly. Faster than before. Haku's strike came. Clean. Precise. Naruto shifted. Dodged. Too fast. Haku's eyes widened slightly. Naruto's fist moved. Crack. The mask shattered. It fell in pieces. Time slowed. Naruto blinked. Huh. Haku's face was revealed. Soft. Beautiful. Naruto stared. You're a girl. Haku shook his head gently. Number. I'm a boy. Naruto blinked again. Oh. A pause. Still pretty though. Haku didn't react to that. The tension faded slightly. Naruto lowered his stance. Why? Haku looked at him. Why what? You went through the same thing. Naruto's voice was quieter now. You know what it's like. So why help him? Haku closed his eyes briefly. Because this is the world we live in. Naruto frowned. That's not an answer. Haku opened his eyes. It is. A pause. I don't like it either. Naruto stilled. Then why? Haku's voice softened. Because I have someone precious. Naruto didn't speak. For that person. I can become anything. Even a tool. Naruto's expression shifted. Zabuza. Haku nodded. Naruto scratched his cheek. He doesn't look like it. Haku gave a faint smile. He isn't kind. But. He gave me a reason to live. Silence. Naruto looked away for a moment. Then. Maybe we can change things. Haku blinked. Naruto looked back. Maybe we don't have to just follow this. We can convince him. Haku studied him. You can try. Naruto grinned slightly. I will. They walked back together. Quiet. Thoughtful. The line between right and wrong was no longer simple. Meanwhile, road ahead. The forest was still. Kakashi Hatake stood over the bound demon brothers. His headband was lifted. The Sharingan spun slowly. Talk. The Genjutsu sank deep. Memories surfaced. Fragments. Blurred images. A boy. Blonde. Fast. Effortless. Defeating them. Kakashi's eye narrowed. Naruto. The image sharpened. For a second. Then. Both prisoners twitched. Kakashi's eye widened. Wait. Too late. They moved simultaneously. Blades hidden in their sleeves. Slash. Silence. Both collapsed. Dead. Kakashi clicked his tongue. Damn it. He lowered his headband. Too slow. Sasuke frowned. What did you see? Kakashi paused. Enough. And not enough. He looked ahead. We're dealing with something bigger. Far behind them, watching eyes. Hidden. Silent. Root observed. The Jonin spoke quietly. Kakashi's team is weak. The Genjutsu specialist added. The Uchiha has potential. A pause. We could eliminate him early. And retrieve the Sharingan. Silence. Then. Aburame Hikudo spoke. Irrelevant. Both went silent. Our mission is the Jinchuriki. A pause. Kakashi is a tool. Nothing more. His gaze shifted slightly. Let him weaken the target. Then we act. Silence returned. Cold. Absolute. The hunt tightened. And soon. Everyone would collide. Chapter 16, Ideals that cut deeper than blades. The hideout was quiet. Too quiet. A small flame flickered between shadows, casting uneven light across stone walls. Naruto Uzumaki stood near the entrance, arms folded, eyes darker than usual. Across from him, Zabuza Momochi sat, sharpening his blade. The scraping sound echoed. Slow. Deliberate. Haku stood to the side, silent as ever. Naruto spoke first. I went into the village. Zabuza didn't look up. And Naruto's jaw tightened. They're starving. They're scared. The scraping continued. And Gato's men. Naruto stopped himself for a moment. Then forced it out. They're taking people. Zabuza paused. Barely. Naruto's voice dropped. One kid. His sister was taken. Silence. Naruto stepped forward. You think they're just going to let her go? Or do you think they're going to? He clenched his fists. Are you really supporting something like that? The blade stopped. Zabuza slowly lifted his head. Cold eyes. Supporting. He stood. This is how the shinobi world works. Naruto frowned. That's not an answer. Zabuza stepped closer. It is. His voice hardened. You're a stupid brat with naive ideals. You think saving one village makes you something special. Naruto didn't reply. Zabuza continued. This isn't one place. This is everywhere. Every country. Every village. People suffer. People die. And no one cares unless there's profit in it. He leaned slightly forward. And you think you're going to change that? Silence. The fire crackled. Naruto's shoulders rose slightly. Then. He spoke. When I was a kid. Zabuza didn't interrupt. Naruto continued, voice steady but quiet. I used to run around the village. Saying I'd become Hokage. Over and over again. A faint, almost bitter smile. I thought that was everything. He looked up. But then I learned something. A pause. The Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sent people after me. Zabuza's eyes narrowed slightly. Naruto went on. And missions. They only matter if someone pays. If no one pays. No one helps. Silence. Naruto's voice sharpened. So what's the point? What's the point of being Hokage? If nothing actually changes. The fire flickered stronger. Naruto took a breath. So I thought about it. And I decided something. Zabuza watched him closely now. Naruto's eyes burned, not with rage. But something steadier. I don't want to be Hokage. Zabuza raised an eyebrow slightly. I want to be something more. A pause. Maybe it's stupid. Maybe I'll die tomorrow chasing it. But it's mine. Naruto stepped forward. I want to be a hero. Silence. Heavy. Thick. If I die. I don't want it to be as some orphan. Or a Jinchuriki. Or someone the whole village hates. He clenched his fist over his chest. I want to die as someone who followed his ideals. Someone who stuck to his ninja way. And fought for it. His voice steadied. If I die like that. I won't have any regrets. Silence filled the room. Even the fire seemed quieter. Then. Naruto looked straight at Zabuza. You know. I respect you. Zabuza didn't move. You trained me. You didn't have to. And I'm grateful. A pause. Then. Naruto's eyes hardened. But I think you're weak. The air shifted. Not physically. But something deeper. Zabuza's fingers tightened slightly on his blade. Careful, brat. Naruto didn't stop. Not in strength. In here. He tapped his chest. You say this world can't change. But you don't even try. You hide behind it. You call it reality. But it's just an excuse. Zabuza's killing intent rose. Sharp. Cold. Naruto continued anyway. You want to be Mizuki, right? Zabuza's eyes sharpened. And. Naruto stepped closer. Then how are you going to do it? If you can't even decide what you stand for. If you just follow the same rules that made this world like this. His voice cut deeper now. The reason you failed. Isn't because you're weak. It's because you don't have your own ambition. In an instant. Zabuza's blade was at Naruto's neck. Cold steel touched skin. Hitku didn't move. Didn't speak. Zabuza's voice dropped, low and dangerous. You don't know anything about ambition. Naruto didn't flinch. Zabuza's grip tightened. In a place like the mist. If you don't follow orders. You die. Slowly. Painfully. His eyes darkened. I've seen it happen. I've done it myself. Silence. Then. Becoming Mizuki may be a foolish dream. But I still tried. Naruto's eyes flickered slightly. Zabuza continued. Because I love my village. And for that. I'll become a demon. If that's what it takes to change it. His blade pressed slightly closer. And you think you can just walk in here? Spout some words. And step on that. Naruto finally spoke. Yeah. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. Naruto didn't move away from the blade. If your ambition is built on killing innocent people. It won't last. Silence. It'll collapse. Sooner or later. Naruto's voice stayed steady. I'm not saying your goal is wrong. But the way you're doing it. It is. A pause. I'd rather fail doing what I believe in. Than succeed doing something I hate. Zabuza stared at him. Long. Hard. Then. HN. The blade moved away. The tension didn't disappear. But it shifted. Zabuza turned slightly. Hitku. Hitku stepped forward. Yes. Zabuza's voice was flat. You hear him? Hitku nodded. Yes. Zabuza smirked faintly. Doesn't matter. He glanced at Naruto. Hitku is a tool. Silence. Naruto's eyes sharpened. Just like those two earlier. The demon brothers. And just like you. Naruto didn't respond. Zabuza continued. I don't care about your ideals. I don't care about your feelings. You're useful. That's all. A pause. Same as anyone else. Silence lingered. Then. Naruto exhaled slowly. Yeah. I figured. He turned toward the exit. There's going to be a fight soon. Zabuza didn't respond. Naruto continued. Konoha ninja. If I show up. They'll send word back. More will come. A pause. And I'm already being tracked. Zabuza's eyes flickered slightly. So. Naruto looked back. Better if I don't get involved. Silence. Then. Do what you want. Naruto nodded once. I will. And he left. 12 hours later. Mist rolled across the bridge. Thick. Heavy. The air tightened. Standing ahead. Kakashi Hatake. Behind him. Sasuke Uchiha Sakura Haruno and Tazuna. He's here, Kakashi murmured. The mist thickened. A voice echoed. Copy Ninja Kakashi. Zabuza emerged. Blade resting on his shoulder. No hesitation. No restraint. He attacked immediately. Water clones surged forward. Sasuke moved first. Intercepting. Strikes precise. Efficient. He cut through 1, 2, 3. But more came. Zabuza himself rushed Kakashi. Their blades clashed. Hard. Fast. This time, Zabuza didn't hold back. Each strike carried weight. Anger. Kakashi responded in kind. The Sharingan spun. Reading. Countering. But Zabuza pressed harder than before. Behind them, Sakura stood firm, protecting Tazuna. Her stance tighter than before. Not perfect. But she didn't freeze. Sasuke returned, helping contain the clones. The battlefield split cleanly. Zabuza and Kakashi. Sasuke and the clones. Sakura guarding. Water style. Both voices echoed. A massive water dragon rose. Two dragons collided, crashing violently. The explosion of water shook the bridge. Zabuza landed hard, breathing heavier. He had rushed. Pushed too fast. Kakashi stood, equally strained. But steadier. You overcommitted. Zabuza clicked his tongue. TCH. Then. A blur. Senbon flew. Struck. Zabuza's neck. He froze. Collapsed. A masked figure appeared. Hiku. Hunter Nin. Kakashi's eye narrowed. Too clean. Too precise. But. He didn't move. His chakra was low. And. We're being watched. Take him, Kakashi said calmly. Hiku vanished with Zabuza. Silence fell. Then. Kakashi spoke sharply. We're leaving. Sakura blinked. What? Now. His voice hardened. You, carry him. He pointed at Tazuna. Sakura froze. Me. Move. She obeyed. Sasuke glanced around once. We're being watched. Kakashi nodded. Exactly. They moved fast. Tazuna's house. The door opened. A woman stood there. Tsunami. Father. Tazuna smiled weakly. I'm back. A small boy peeked from behind her. Inari. Silence. Then movement. They were let inside. Safe. For now. Kakashi leaned against the wall. Rest. His voice was quieter now. Sakura carefully set Tazuna down. Sasuke stayed alert. Kakashi closed his eye. Not unconscious. Not yet. Just conserving. Because the war had already begun. Chapter 17, Hunters in the Dark. Mist clung to the trees like a living thing. Hidden within it. Watching. Waiting. Were the shadows of Root. 3 figures. Still as stone. Their eyes followed every movement on the bridge below. Now. The Jonin's voice was low, controlled, but eager. As Hiku appeared, Senbon flashing. Striking. And vanishing with Zabuza Momochi. The Jonin leaned forward slightly. That one isn't Anbu. His tone sharpened. He's an accomplice. A pause. If we strike now, we can eliminate both of them. His gaze flicked toward the distance where Kakashi Hatake stood. And with Kakashi's help, capturing the Jinchuriki becomes easy. Silence. Then. Number. The answer came calm. Flat. Final. Hikudo Aburame didn't even move. We wait. The Jonin frowned. Wait. Hikudo's voice didn't change. He'll retreat. He'll heal. And he'll lead us to his nest. A pause. We strike tonight. The Jonin hesitated. And Kakashi. A slight turn of the head. Unreliable. He'll be more wary of us than of them. Silence. Then. A faint, almost invisible motion. From beneath Hikudo's sleeve. A single Kikaichu slipped into the air. Silent. Unseen. It drifted. Followed. And landed. On Hiku. Now we track. 12 hours later. The hideout was dim. The air smelled faintly of blood and damp earth. Zabuza lay resting against the wall, breathing slow, but uneven. His body wasn't broken. But it wasn't ready either. Not yet. Nearby. Naruto Uzumaki leaned against the stone wall. Arms folded. Thinking. Hiku stood near the entrance. We need medicine. Naruto glanced over. Okay. A pause. What kind? Hiku blinked. What? Naruto scratched his cheek. I don't actually know how to pick medicine. I mean, I can punch things. Break things. Run. A small shrug. But medical stuff. Not really my thing. For a brief moment. Haku looked almost surprised. Then. I see. He turned slightly towards Zabuza. Then I will go. Naruto straightened. Wait. Haku paused. Naruto continued. Someone needs to stay. A glance at Zabuza. He's not exactly in fighting condition. Haku hesitated. It will take time. Naruto nodded. How long? 5 days. Naruto frowned. 5 days. He is awake now. Haku clarified. But to return to full strength. 5 days. Silence. Naruto exhaled. Fine. A beat. I'll stay. Then. I'll send clones with you. Haku looked at him. Naruto shrugged. They can carry stuff. And if something happens, they'll pop and I'll know. A pause. Efficient. Zabuza's voice cut in. Enough talking. Both of them looked at him. Go. His gaze shifted to Haku. Come back fast. Haku bowed his head slightly. Yes. And disappeared. Silence settled. Heavy. Uncomfortable. Naruto didn't move at first. Then. Hey. Zabuza didn't respond. Naruto continued anyway. Did you think about what I said? A pause. Nothing. Naruto pushed off the wall. About becoming Mizuki. Still nothing. Naruto went on. I'll help you. That got a reaction. A slight shift. Naruto stepped closer. We take down the current Mizuki. Take his resources. Use it to start something real. A faint grin. Revolution sounds pretty good, right? Zabuza's eye twitched. Shut up, brat. Naruto frowned. I'm serious. I said shut up. The killing intent behind it was sharp. Naruto opened his mouth. Then stopped. Zabuza's voice dropped. You don't know what you're talking about. Silence. Naruto exhaled. Yeah. Maybe. A pause. Then. Zabuza's voice changed. Sharper. Get ready. Naruto's eyes snapped up. What? Someone's here. Too late. A blur. A presence. Right behind him. Boom. A fist slammed into Naruto's cheek. His head snapped sideways. His body skidded across the ground. GHK. He barely had time to react. Before he felt it. Crawling. Spreading. Tiny. Countless. His eyes widened. What the? From the shadows. Hikuto Aburame stepped forward. Calm. Unhurried. You're done. Naruto's breath hitched. The sensation intensified. Like something eating him from the inside. TCH. He tried to move. But his body didn't respond properly. Hikuto adjusted his glasses slightly. My technique is simple. A pause. One touch. Naruto's fingers dug into the ground. And it's over. The Kikaichu spread further. Just wait. Hikuto continued. You'll feel everything. Pain. Exhaustion. Collapse. His tone didn't change. I won't kill you. A pause. Orders. Naruto's body trembled. Why you? After that. That lord will decide your fate. Naruto's eyes widened. Pain surged. Sharp. Burning. Unrelenting. Arg. His voice echoed through the hideout. Why? His voice cracked. Third Hokage. Why are you hunting me? From behind. The Jonin stepped forward. Wrong. Naruto's vision blurred. It's not the third. A faint smile. It's someone with far greater intentions. Shut up. Hikuto cut him off instantly. The Jonin clicked his tongue. TCH. Hikuto stepped forward. Finish the other one. His gaze shifted to Zabuza. He's no longer useful. The Jonin nodded. Right. He stepped forward. Drove his arm straight through Zabuza's chest. Pop. Water. The body dissolved. The Jonin froze. What? At the same time, Naruto's body. Poof. Gone. Silence. A beat. Then. A clone. Hikudo's eyes narrowed. We've been deceived. The Jonin cursed. How? Hikudo didn't answer immediately. Then. Instinct. A pause. Or something else. His gaze hardened. Number matter. A faint buzzing filled the air. The Kikaichu. Are already tracking him. He turned. Move. Elsewhere. Through the forest. Naruto ran. Fast. Beside him. Zabuza. Very much alive. Naruto exhaled sharply. That was close. Zabuza glanced at him. You sensed them. Naruto nodded. Yeah. A pause. They felt wrong. His expression darkened. Like killing intent, but deeper. Zabuza didn't respond. Naruto continued. So I made clones. A faint grin. Good thing you caught on. Zabuza scoffed. Meanwhile, Hiku moved swiftly through the forest. Medicinal herbs secured. Mission nearly complete. Then, a clone appeared beside him. Naruto. Hiku. He stopped instantly. What happened? Zabuza's under attack. No hesitation. Location. The clone nodded. Follow me. Convergence. The forest grew still. Too still. Naruto stopped. Zabuza leaned against a tree. Breathing heavier now. They're coming. Naruto nodded. Yeah. A presence. Multiple. Surrounding. Then. Hiku landed beside them. Zabuza-sama. Zabuza didn't look at him. You took your time. Apologies. Naruto stepped forward. They're strong. A pause. And they're not holding back. From the shadows. Figures emerged. Hikudo. The Jonin. And. Another. Eyes sharp. Calm. Dangerous. A genjutsu specialist. The air tightened. Naruto rolled his shoulders. Guess we're doing this. Hiku stepped forward. Senbon ready. Zabuza exhaled slowly. TCH. I hate fighting like this. Naruto smirked faintly. Then don't die. A beat. Then. Silence shattered. The real battle. Began. Chapter 18, A Choice, A Cut, A War. The forest held its breath. 4 against 3. No. 3 against 2, and 1 half-dead demon. The tension snapped first, not with steel. But with words. The Root Jonin stepped forward, calm, calculating. His gaze flicked between Naruto Uzumaki, Hiku, and the resting form of Zabuza Momochi. We can make this simple. Naruto's eyes narrowed. What? The Jonin's tone remained even. We have no interest in you two. A pause. We only want the Jinchuriki. Silence. The words hung heavy. Naruto didn't move. Didn't speak. But something inside him. Stilled. The Jonin continued. Leave now. No pursuit. No interference. A glance at Zabuza. A fair deal. Silence. Naruto's mind raced. Of course he'll take it. Why wouldn't he? This is perfect for him. He didn't look at Zabuza. But he could feel it. That decision. That moment. This is where I get left behind. Strangely. Naruto didn't feel anger. Just. Acceptance. Yeah. That makes sense. A pause. That's how this world works, right? He exhaled slowly. Do what you want. I said that myself. His fingers clenched slightly. Waiting. HN. Zabuza shifted. The Jonin's eyes sharpened. Well. A beat. That is a good deal. Naruto closed his eyes. There it is. But no. Naruto's eyes snapped open. Silence. Thick. Unreal. What? The Jonin's voice hardened slightly. Zabuza's gaze was lazy. But something deeper sat beneath it. I said no deal. Naruto just stared. Actually stared. For a moment. He forgot to breathe. You're not taking it. Zabuza didn't look at him. Don't misunderstand. His tone was flat. If this were me before. A pause. I would have taken it. Silence. Left with Haku. Without hesitation. Naruto's chest tightened. Zabuza continued. But that brat. His eye flicked, just briefly, toward Naruto. Is annoying. Naruto blinked. What? Zabuza exhaled slowly. He says he'll do what he wants. A pause. Number matter what? Silence. If it were him. Maybe something changes. Naruto's breath caught. Zabuza's voice dropped. So I'll bet on it. Another pause. On him. The forest went completely still. Naruto's mind. Blanked. He chose me. Not as a tool. Not as bait. But. A bet. Something inside Naruto shifted. Quietly. Deeply. The Jonin sighed. Unfortunate. His stance changed. Then you all die. Enough talking. Zabuza leaned back against the tree. Water gathered. Formed. 2 clones at his sides. Fight properly. His gaze didn't waver. Don't die. The battle exploded. Fire that wasn't fire. The genjutsu specialist moved first. His hands flickered. Seals forming. Fire style. Flames roared toward Haku. Bright. Violent. Real. Or so it seemed. Haku reacted instantly. Water surged. Wind twisted. A defensive clash. But. What? The flames didn't weaken. Didn't scatter. They consumed. Haku's eyes widened. Too late. The fire swallowed him whole. Og. He dropped to one knee. Body trembling. Burning. But. No burns formed. Naruto froze for a split second. Why isn't it working? Zabuza's voice cut through. Genjutsu, you idiot. Naruto blinked. What? Don't fight it like it's real. Zabuza barked. It's in his head. A clone turned instantly. Then what do I do? Zabuza clicked his tongue. Pump chakra into him. Disrupt it. A pause. That's the basic way. Naruto didn't hesitate. You heard him, move. 3 clones rushed Haku. Hands slamming onto his shoulders. Chakra surging into him. Haku gasped. The flames flickered. Distorted. I see. His voice steadied. An illusion. Zabuza continued, voice colder now. But don't get cocky. There are people whose genjutsu you can't break. A beat. If you meet one. Run. Haku's eyes sharpened. The illusion shattered. He vanished. Reappeared behind the genjutsu specialist. Senbon flashed. Precise. Lethal. The man froze. Barely able to react. Haku's hand rose for the final strike. Wait. Naruto's voice. Haku paused. Naruto stepped forward. Slow. Deliberate. Let me. The genjutsu user's eyes widened. Naruto didn't hesitate. A clean motion. A blade across the chest. Silence. The body dropped. Naruto didn't look away. Clones and collapse. On the other side. The Jonin tore through clones. Efficient. Brutal. Every strike. A kill. Naruto split his focus. 20 clones on Hikudo Aburame. The rest holding the Jonin. His chakra burned. Fast. Too fast. I'm running out. His breath grew heavier. At this rate. A thought formed. Sharp. Cold. I can lead them away. Disappear. Save them. A clone broke off. Rushed to Zabuza. We split. Zabuza glanced at it. Go. A pause. Same point. The clone nodded. And popped. A choice broken. Naruto turned. Ready to move. Ready to run. Ready to draw them away. And stopped. The Jonin stood over his fallen comrade. Alive. Barely. Naruto had stabbed him in the chest. Not the neck. Not fatal. A choice. You can still save him. Naruto's voice was strained. Stop following us. Treat him. He'll live. Silence. For a moment. Nothing happened. Then, a glance. Between the Jonin and Hikuto. A signal. Understood. The Jonin raised his blade. And sliced his throat open. Clean. Effortless. Final. Naruto froze. What? His voice cracked. What are you doing? Rage exploded. I left him alive. He could have been saved. Why did you kill him? The Jonin didn't answer. Hikuto didn't react. He was no longer useful. Naruto's fists trembled. You killed your own. Enough. Zabuza's voice cut through everything. Sharp. Cold. Did you forget? Naruto turned. What? Zabuza's eye narrowed. What we're doing here? A beat. This is the shinobi world. Naruto's teeth clenched. TCH. The mist. Zabuza stood. Slowly. Steadily. He wasn't at full strength. But he was enough. Hiku. Yes. Medicine worked. Hiku nodded slightly. Naruto blinked. Only now realizing. One of his clones. Had been treating Zabuza this entire time. Following Haku's written instructions. Zabuza exhaled. Good enough. His hands formed seals. Hidden mist jutsu. The world vanished. White. Thick. Absolute. Even sound dulled. Even presence blurred. The root ninjas stilled. Careful. Hikuto murmured. He's escaping. Moments passed. Silence. Then. The mist faded. Gone. Empty. No Naruto. No Haku. No Zabuza. Can you track them? The Jonin asked. Hikuto paused. Then. The first bug is gone. A slight frown. Crushed. A beat. But I placed another. His gaze shifted. On the masked one. Haku. The Jonin exhaled. Then let's go. Not yet. Hikuto turned. I need time. A male insect. To locate the female. A pause. 1 hour. The Jonin nodded. Understood. He knelt. Sealed the dead ninja into a scroll. For our lord. 1 hour later. It's ready. The insect buzzed softly. Now we hunt. Elsewhere, a different game. Naruto paced. I have an idea. Zabuza glanced at him. This better not be stupid. Naruto grinned slightly. Number promises. A pause. We use Gato. Haku blinked. What? Naruto's eyes sharpened. Let's trick Gato into fighting those Anbu ninja. A beat. We'll observe, and when he is about to die or already dead we can sneak attack. Zabuza's smirk returned. And the money? Naruto shrugged. We take what we can. I will make some clones follow him in a henge to find out where it is. Silence. Then. Interesting. Zabuza nodded. Let's try it. Gato's mansion. The moment they entered. Gato exploded. Gato slammed his cane. You failed. Do you know how much this cost me? Zabuza didn't flinch. Quote ellipsis. I fought 5-leaf ninja till now. Silence. Gato paused. What? 3 Jonin. 2 Chunin. A beat. The price doubles. Gato's face twisted. You. Zabuza's killing intent flared. If you speak one more word, I will triple it. Silence. Heavy. Gato's men stepped forward. Hesitant. Then. They stopped. Because. Naruto was looking at them. No. At Gato. Crimson fox-like eyes burning with rage. For a moment. He wasn't a kid. He was something else. Something monstrous. Images flashed in his mind. A crying boy. A taken sister. What happened next? He didn't need to imagine. His gaze deepened. Pure hatred. Pure disgust. Gato froze. Sweat poured down his face. Why you? His voice trembled. You people. He stepped back. This isn't over. And ran. Silence. Zabuza exhaled. You scared him too much. Naruto blinked. What? Don't leak so much killing intent. A glance at Haku. Be like him. Naruto scratched his head. I'll try. Zabuza smirked faintly. Still. A pause. Not bad. Night falls. Haku worked quietly. Treating Zabuza properly now. Genjutsu. Naruto sat nearby. Listening. Is not physical. Haku explained. It manipulates the target's chakra flow. Affecting the brain. Naruto frowned. So how to break it? Disrupting your own chakra. A pause. Or receiving help. Will shadow clones work? Find out yourself. Naruto nodded slowly. Got it. Zabuza spoke suddenly. Pick up Kenjutsu. Naruto blinked. Huh. You fight too wildly. A pause. A blade will suit you. Naruto grinned. Maybe. Zabuza's eye narrowed. How far did your water wall come? Naruto scratched his cheek. Hey, I already learned it. Silence. Zabuza stared. Already. Naruto grinned. Clones trained while Haku was picking herbs. Haku smiled faintly. Impressive. Then. Naruto's expression darkened. Those guys. They killed their own teammate. Silence. I can't forgive that. A pause. And it wasn't the third. Someone else. Zabuza exhaled. I've heard rumors. Naruto looked up. What? A man. Deep in Konoha's shadows. A beat. If you want answers. Go there. Or ask Kakashi. Naruto blinked. Kakashi. Zabuza smirked slightly. We fought. He's good. A pause. That Uchiha kid was there too. Naruto's eyes lit up. Sasuke. A grin spread across his face. I wonder. Can I defeat him now? I'm excited. Chapter 19, The World You Choose to See. The forest west of the bridge was quiet. Too quiet for midday. Naruto dropped from a cedar branch and landed without sound. He had been watching the bridge for 20 minutes. Long enough to count the team. Long enough to recognize the silver hair. Long enough to see the dark-haired boy stop mid-step and look directly at him. Naruto held still. Sasuke's gaze cut through the treeline like a blade. Kakashi kept walking. Sakura followed. Tazuna grumbled about something. Nobody else noticed. Sasuke held the look for 3 full seconds. Then gave the smallest tilt of his head. West. Away from the others. Naruto exhaled. Fine. They met in a clearing 40 meters into the forest. No greetings. Sasuke stepped into the clearing and immediately looked Naruto up and down. Dark clothes. A blade at the hip. Posture different. Looser in some places. Tighter in others. The way someone stood when they had actually been hit. Repeatedly. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. You changed. Naruto shrugged. Things happened. Sasuke said nothing for a moment. Then. Show me. Naruto blinked. What? Show me how much you changed. Sasuke dropped into a fighting stance. Naruto stared at him. We're not doing this right now. We are. Sasuke. Sasuke moved. Fast. He crossed the clearing in an instant, fist driving toward Naruto's jaw. Naruto tilted his head. The fist passed his cheek by 2 centimeters. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly. He pressed forward immediately. A knee strike. A hook. A low kick designed to sweep. Naruto deflected the knee with his forearm. Rolled around the hook without stepping back. Let the kick come and lifted his foot just enough for it to pass under. 3 attacks. 3 counters. No effort visible. Sasuke landed and turned. His breathing hadn't changed. But something behind his eyes had. He attacked again. Faster this time. A combination he had drilled hundreds of times. Precise. Tested. Naruto moved through it like he had seen it before. Because he had. Shadow clones had taken far worse. Sasuke launched a kick that should have connected. Naruto caught his ankle. Not roughly. Almost gently. And held it. Sasuke went completely still. They looked at each other. Naruto released his ankle and stepped back. Done. Sasuke straightened. He didn't speak for a moment. His jaw was tight. His expression was composed. But his eyes told a different story. He hadn't expected this. Not this quickly. Not this much. A voice in the back of his mind, cold and honest, said the thing he didn't want to say out loud. He's ahead of me. Sasuke folded his arms. How? Naruto tilted his head. How what? How did you get that fast? Naruto scratched the back of his head. Zabuza hits harder than you. Silence. Sasuke's eye twitched. Just once. Naruto kept his face neutral. But it took effort. They sat on opposite sides of the clearing. The silence between them was different now. Not hostile. Just adjusting. Sasuke spoke first. Zabuza Momochi is dangerous. I know. He kills people. I know. He's working for Gato. Naruto looked up. Tell me about Gato. Sasuke studied him briefly. Then, methodically, without embellishment, he relayed everything Tazuna had told Kakashi. The shipping monopoly. The food controls. The debt traps. The way Gato's men operated in the villages. What they took when coin ran out. Naruto listened without interrupting. His expression didn't change much. But his hands, resting on his knees, slowly curled. Sasuke finished. Tazuna's bridge is the only way to break the economic stranglehold. If it's completed, Gato loses his monopoly on sea access. The whole system collapses. Naruto looked at the ground. He was quiet. Then. There was a boy. Sasuke waited. In a village I passed through. Naruto's voice was flat. Controlled. He told me Gato's men came when his family couldn't pay. A pause. They took his sister. Silence. He didn't know where she was. Sasuke said nothing. Naruto looked up. His eyes were steady. Decided. Gato needs to die. Sasuke held his gaze. Didn't argue. Didn't agree. Just looked. Then. Kakashi needs to know about this. Naruto nodded slowly. Tell him. Sasuke stood. And you? Naruto stood too. He looked toward the distant sound of hammering. The bridge. Still being built. I'll handle Gato's compound. Sasuke's eyes sharpened. Alone. Naruto grinned slightly. I've got clones. Sasuke stared at him for a moment. Something moved behind his expression. Not admiration. But something adjacent to it. He turned toward the bridge. Then stopped. Naruto. Naruto looked at him. Don't die out there. He said it the way someone said something they meant but didn't want to examine too closely. Naruto's grin softened. You too, Sasuke. Sasuke walked away without answering. But his pace was steady. Tazuna's house, 30 minutes later. Kakashi sat at the kitchen table. His eye was open. The book was closed. He was, in most practical senses, recovered. Not at full strength. But close enough. Sasuke stepped inside and reported everything. Kakashi listened without moving. When Sasuke finished, the room was quiet for a moment. Sakura looked between them. So Naruto's going into Gato's compound. Tonight, Sasuke said. Kakashi exhaled slowly. He formed two hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. Two clones appeared. He looked at the first. Follow Naruto. Don't interfere. Report everything. The first clone vanished through the window. He looked at the second. Find the root unit. Stay out of sensor range. Watch only. The second clone disappeared. Kakashi leaned back. Sasuke watched him. You knew about root. Kakashi's eye curved slightly. I had suspicions. Now I have confirmation. He picked up his book. Get some rest. Sasuke frowned. We're just going to wait. We're going to be ready, Kakashi corrected. He opened to a page he clearly wasn't reading. There's a difference. Konoha, Hokage's office. The fire burned low. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at his desk in the near dark. He had not lit the lamp. He found he thought more clearly without it lately. The door opened without a knock. He didn't look up. Danzo. Danzo Shimura crossed the room slowly. His cane struck the floor in a steady rhythm. He stopped in front of the desk. You sent Kakashi. Yes. To retrieve the Jinchuriki. To find Naruto. Danzo's visible eye sharpened. You are stalling. Hiruzen said nothing. Every day that boy remains outside the village is a day that weapon is uncontrolled. He is a child, Hiruzen said. He is a container. The words landed in the room and stayed there. Hiruzen finally looked up. His eyes were tired. But not uncertain. Danzo. What? What have you done? It was not a question. Danzo held his gaze without flinching. What was necessary? You deployed route into the land of waves. I secured our interests. You sent them after a 12-year-old boy. I sent them after a Jinchuriki. Hiruzen stood. He was not tall. He was not imposing in the way that younger men were imposing. But something in the room shifted when he rose. If your operatives harm that child, then the Nine Tails will be easier to manage, Danzo said simply. Silence. Hiruzen looked at him for a long time. When he spoke again his voice was very quiet. Get out of my office. Danzo didn't move immediately. You are making a mistake. Then it is mine to make. Another pause. Then the cane struck the floor once. Twice. And Danzo left. Hiruzen stood alone. He looked at the window. At the dark village beyond it. Then he sat down. Reached for his pipe. Set it down again. Picked up a brush instead. And began writing a message for Kakashi. Personal. Unsealed. 6 words. Protect him. Whatever it takes. Gato's compound, that night. Naruto had been inside for 40 minutes. Nobody knew. That was the point. He moved through the eastern corridor with 3 clones flanking him in silence. The guards he encountered didn't get the chance to shout. A precise strike. A quick carry. Dumped in a storage room with their wrists bound and their legs broken cleanly at the shin. Not dead. But not moving. Zabuza had taught him where to hit. Naruto had been a fast learner. The holding area was in the basement. He had expected 3 or 4 people. He found 11. Men. Women. 2 children. One of the children was a girl, maybe 10 years old. She looked up when light came through the grate. Naruto crouched. Met her eyes. I'm getting you out. She didn't speak. But she moved toward the door. It took 20 minutes to get them out through the eastern wall gap. Naruto put a clone with each group. 10 minutes east, he told them quietly. There's a road. Follow it to the next village and stay there. The older man who had been leaning on the wall straightened himself. Who are you? Naruto thought about it. Nobody important. The man looked at him for a moment. Then nodded once. They moved into the dark. Naruto watched until they disappeared. Then he looked back at the compound. His expression shifted. All right. He formed a hand seal. Shadow clone jutsu. 11 clones appeared. Each one transformed instantly. One by one, they walked back into the cells and sat down exactly where the captives had been. Doors locked behind them. If Gato checked, and he would, everything would look undisturbed. Naruto dusted his hands. Phase 1. He looked toward the treasury. Phase 2. Zabuza had been specific. He had handed Naruto a scroll before he left camp. This is what I'm owed for the mission, Zabuza had said, tapping the number written on the first line. Take that much. Naruto had looked at the number. That's a lot. It's double the original contract. Why double? Zabuza had given him a flat look. Because Gato is the kind of man who always plans to not pay. Naruto had nodded. And the rest? Zabuza had been quiet for a moment. Then he said, as if the words cost him something. Do what you want with it. Naruto had looked at him. Zabuza had looked away. Don't make a thing out of it. The treasury was exactly where Clone 3 had reported. Naruto sealed what Zabuza had specified. Then he sealed the rest. All of it. The ledgers. The documents. The chests. The carefully organized records of everyone Gato had ever bled dry. He stood in the empty room and looked around. Stone walls. Empty shelves. Lamp still burning. He blew it out. And left. He was moving through the compound's outer corridor when he heard voices. He stopped. Pressed himself flat against the wall. Two of Gato's men passed below him. Heard he's bringing in outside help. What kind of outside help? Ninja. A pause. More ninja. We've already got the demon brothers. Different ones. High level apparently. Why? Because the bridge builders got leaf protection now and Gato doesn't trust Zabuza to finish it alone. Their voices faded down the corridor. Naruto stayed still for a moment. Then moved. He had what he needed. And he had somewhere to be. Tezuna's house, same time. Tsunami was in the kitchen. Inari sat at the table, not eating. He had been not eating for an hour. She had stopped trying to encourage him 20 minutes ago. The door creaked. She turned. Two men she didn't recognize stood in the doorway. One of them had a blade already drawn. The other had Inari by the back of his collar before she could shout. Inari yelped. Quiet, the man said. The blade moved toward the boy's neck. You're coming with. The man stopped speaking. Because he was on the floor. Both men were on the floor. Naruto stood in the doorway behind them. He looked at Inari. You all right? Inari stared at him. Who are you? Naruto stepped over one of the unconscious men. Uzumaki Naruto. He set a sealed scroll on the table. Tsunami stared at it. What is? It's Gato's money, Naruto said. Not all of it, some of it goes somewhere else. But enough. He looked at her. Gato is going to be dealt with soon. Tsunami's hand came to her mouth. When this is over, Naruto continued, use it to rebuild. The bridge will help, but you'll need more than a bridge. He turned to go. Tsunami spoke. Wait. He stopped. Thank you. Her voice cracked slightly on the second word. Naruto looked back. He opened his mouth. Closed it. Then scratched the back of his head. Just make sure it actually gets used right. He left through the door. Inari watched from the table. Long after the door had closed, he was still staring at it. The bridge, dawn. Mist rolled in from the water. The bridge stretched half-finished into the gray. Naruto stood at the shore end. Watching. His shadow clone had already reported back from inside the compound. Gato had discovered the empty treasury. He had screamed for 20 minutes. Then he had gone very quiet. Which was worse? And then he had sent for Zabuza. Which meant the bridge. Which meant Kakashi. Naruto crouched at the water's edge. He thought about what the guards had said. Outside ninja. High level. He thought about the root unit still somewhere in the forest. He thought about Hikudo. About the document from the treasury with the symbol he recognized from Ryuan's scroll. He thought about Gato's face when Danzo's name slipped out. Everything was moving toward the same point. The bridge. Tonight. Naruto exhaled slowly. This is going to be complicated. He stood. Formed a hand seal. And started walking toward where he knew Zabuza would be. He had a plan. Whether anyone would listen to it was a different problem. Chapter 20, The Bridge at the End of Everything. Zabuza was standing when Naruto arrived. Not fully healed. But standing. His blade was across his back. His bandages were fresh. He looked at Naruto the way someone looked at a person who had just come back from doing something they weren't supposed to enjoy. Well. Naruto dropped the sealed scrolls at his feet. Yours is the top one. Zabuza crouched. Unsealed it. Checked the contents without expression. Stood back up. The rest. Went where it needed to go. Zabuza looked at him. Said nothing for a long moment. Then. Gato's furious. I know. He sent for me an hour ago. I know that too. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. You have a plan. Naruto said, he's going to betray you. Haku looked up from where she was repacking the supply bag. Zabuza's expression didn't change. Explain. He's hired more ninja, Naruto said. I heard his men talking. High level. Paid with a large cut of the treasury. He paused. Except the treasury is empty now. Silence. Zabuza's killing intent didn't rise. That was somehow more unsettling. He was thinking. So he plans to use us to weaken Kakashi's team, Zabuza said, and then eliminate us before payment is due. Yes. Using the new ninja. Yes. Zabuza looked at the bridge in the distance. And you want me to work with Kakashi? I want you to pretend to fight Kakashi, Naruto said. Make it look bad. Make it look like both sides are spent. Draw Gato out. And then. Naruto's eyes were steady. Then Gato is no longer your problem. Zabuza was quiet. The wind moved through the trees. Somewhere on the water, a bird called. Zabuza looked at Haku. Haku looked back without speaking. Zabuza looked at Naruto. And you trust Kakashi to play along. I trust that Kakashi is smart enough to understand the situation when someone explains it to him. And if he doesn't, then we fight hard and hope for the best. Another silence. Then Zabuza made a sound that might have been a laugh if it had tried slightly harder. Fine. Naruto blinked. That easy. Gato crossed me, Zabuza said simply. He picked up his blade. That changes things. The bridge, 1 hour later. The mist was thick. Kakashi stood 20 meters from the bridge's midpoint. Tazuna stood behind him. Behind Tazuna, Sakura. Her hand was on a kunai. Her jaw was set. Sasuke stood to the right. Alert. Watching everything. The mist thickened. Then. Zabuza emerged from it. Haku 1 step behind. Kakashi's eye curved. Zabuza. Zabuza rested his blade on his shoulder. Copy ninja. They looked at each other. Kakashi spoke quietly, barely moving his lips. I was visited by a shadow clone last night. Zabuza said nothing. Interesting proposal. Still nothing. I'm inclined to agree. Zabuza smirked faintly. Of course you are. One condition, Kakashi said. Zabuza raised an eyebrow. After this, the boy comes home. Zabuza was quiet for a moment. That's not my decision. No, Kakashi agreed, but it's mine to ask for. Another pause. Do what you want, copy ninja. And Zabuza attacked. It was the best performance either of them had ever given. Kakashi met Zabuza's blade with a kunai reinforced with chakra. The clash rang across the bridge. Water techniques collided. Shockwaves shook the stone. Tazuna gripped the railing. Sakura dropped into a stance between him and the fight. She didn't move from that position. Her hands shook slightly. But she didn't move. On the other side of the bridge. Haku looked at Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Haku. You again, Sasuke said. Haku tilted his head slightly. You've improved. Show me how much. Haku moved. Senbon flew. Sasuke's body flickered. He had gotten faster. The tree walking training had done something deeper than chakra control. It had changed how he moved. How he thought about movement. Haku noticed immediately. The Senbon that should have caught his shoulder passed empty air. Sasuke appeared to his left. A solid strike to the ribs. Haku took it and rolled with it, landing clean. His eyes sharpened. Yes. You have improved. Sasuke pressed forward. The fight accelerated. Haku kept pace, but Sasuke was relentless. Combinations that hadn't been there before. Transitions between strikes that showed real drilling. Real effort. Haku deflected. Redirected. Retreated when necessary. But Sasuke drove him back. Step by step. Until. Sasuke landed a kick that caught Haku across the chest. Full force. Haku flew. His back hit the bridge railing. The stone cracked. He slumped against it. Sasuke stood breathing hard. Across the bridge. Haku. Zabuza's voice cut through without urgency. Stop holding back. Haku pushed himself off the railing. His expression didn't change. But something in his posture did. He looked at Sasuke. Forgive me. He formed the seal. Secret jutsu. Crystal ice mirrors. The temperature dropped. Ice erupted across the bridge. 14 mirrors formed in a circle around Sasuke. Reflections multiplied in every surface. Sasuke's eyes swept the mirrors. His body tensed. Then, his eyes changed. One tomo in the left. One tomo in the right. The Sharingan. He tracked the reflections. Haku moved between them at speed. Senbon came from every angle. Sasuke deflected what he could. Took what he couldn't. 3 needles hit his left arm. 2 his shoulder. He kept moving. The Sharingan caught the pattern. Slight. But there. A half-second delay between entry and exit on the eastern mirror. Sasuke waited. Moved. His fist drove into the mirror at the exact moment Haku entered. The ice shattered. Haku was thrown clear. He landed hard. Got up. His breathing was heavier now. The mirrors began to reform. Sasuke charged before they completed. Haku met him directly. No mirrors. No tricks. Just the two of them. The fight was short and brutal. Both landed hits. Both took hits. At the end of it, Sasuke dropped to one knee. Ice Senbon covered half his body. His vision doubled. His Sharingan held for one more second. Then faded. He planted one hand on the bridge to keep from falling further. Haku stood across from him. Bleeding. One hand pressed to his side. They looked at each other. Neither spoke. Then Sasuke's arm gave out. He went down. From the tree line at the shore end of the bridge, Naruto watched. His expression was tight. He looked at Haku. A clone appeared beside him. It formed a quick seal and projected his voice low enough to carry without carrying far. Is he all right? Haku looked toward the sound. Found Naruto in the trees. Gave a single small nod. Naruto exhaled. Then looked toward the far end of the bridge. Where the mist was moving differently. Where something else was coming. Danzo's chambers, 6 hours earlier. The room had no windows. It never did. Danzo sat in his chair. A man knelt before him. Not Root. Or not only Root. He wore civilian clothes over a frame that suggested neither. You've been to the land of waves, Danzo said. Yes, Lord Danzo. And Gato received you. He did. He paid 40% of his accessible holdings. In exchange for our support against Zabuza. And Kakashi's team. And the retrieval of the Jinchuriki. Danzo nodded once. He looked at the two figures standing at the wall. Root. His operatives already assigned to the region. He looked back at the kneeling man. You will join them. Yes. You understand your priorities. A pause. The Jinchuriki is taken alive. Everyone else. Danzo settled back in his chair. Is irrelevant. The man bowed. And Gato. Danzo was quiet for a moment. Gato is useful until he isn't. He waved one hand. Go. They left. The room returned to silence. Danzo reached for the document on his desk. A list of names. At the top, in his own handwriting. Uzumaki Naruto. He looked at it for a long time. Then set it face down. And waited. The bridge, now. The mist parted. Gato walked onto the bridge. He walked the way small men walked when they believed they had already won. Cane tapping. Chin up. Behind him. 40 soldiers. Armed. Paid. And 3 ninja. 2 familiar. 1 new. The new one stood slightly apart from the others. Calm. Controlled. Wearing nothing that identified him. But Kakashi saw the posture. And went still. Gato surveyed the bridge. Zabuza on the ground. Kakashi on one knee. Sasuke down. Haku standing but bleeding. Sakura between Tazuna and everything else. He smiled. Beautiful. He tapped his cane on the stone. This is why I pay professionals. He looked at Zabuza. You look terrible. Zabuza said nothing. Gato crouched slightly. Like he was talking to something on the ground. You really thought I was going to pay you, didn't you? A pause. After everything I arranged. He straightened. Kill them. He looked at the three ninja. The boy, the blonde one, take him. He looked at his soldiers. Everyone else dies. The soldiers moved. The three ninjas stepped forward. The new arrival looked at Kakashi. Kakashi looked back. His eye was steady. But beneath it, the calculation was already running. 3 ninja. 2 injured allies. 1 civilian. 1 kunoichi who was holding her ground. And somewhere in the trees behind him, a shadow clone that had already seen everything. That was already running back. That was already. Hey! The voice came from the shore end of the bridge. Everyone turned. Naruto Uzumaki walked onto the bridge. Hands in his pockets. Unhurried. He looked at Gato. Gato stared at him. You. Naruto stopped walking. He looked around the bridge. Zabuza. Kakashi. Sasuke on the ground. Sakura standing firm. The 40 soldiers. The 3 ninja. Then back at Gato. You've been a problem, Naruto said, for a long time. He took his hands out of his pockets. I think it's time to fix that. Chapter 21, Blood on the Bridge. The bridge held its breath. 40 soldiers. 3 ninja. 1 small, sweating man with a cane who believed he had already won. Naruto stood at the shore end and looked at all of it. Then he started walking forward. Gato watched him come. Something in his expression shifted, not quite fear, not quite recognition, but the uncomfortable feeling of a man who had seen this face somewhere recently and couldn't place where. Then he placed it. The compound. The treasury. He went white. You. Naruto kept walking. You were in my compound. Naruto said nothing. Gato's voice rose. You stole from me. I took back what you stole first, Naruto said simply. He was 15 meters away now. 10. Gato's cane rose. Kill him. The soldiers surged forward. Naruto's hand came up. And stopped. Because something hit him from the side. Fast. Precise. A strike to his shoulder that should have dislocated it. Naruto turned with it instead of against it, rolling the force out through his body, and landed in a low crouch 6 feet from where he'd been standing. He looked up. The new root ninja stood between him and Gato. Calm. Patient. Like someone who had already calculated every variable and found none of them concerning. Aburame Hikudo. His glasses caught the gray morning light. You move well, he said. The same words he had said in the forest. But the tone was different now. Professional. The tone of someone at work. Behind him, the other 2 root operatives separated smoothly. One moving left. One moving right. Arcing toward Naruto's flanks without needing to be told. Naruto straightened slowly. His eyes moved between the 3 of them. So it's like that. Yes, Hikudo said. You understand your situation. Naruto smiled slightly. It didn't reach his eyes. I usually do. He slammed his hands together. Shadow clone jutsu. 20 clones exploded across the bridge. The noise was enormous. Soldiers stumbled back. Several of Gato's men turned and ran immediately, which Naruto noted without much surprise. The clones scattered in every direction. 6 peeled off toward the soldiers. 4 moved against the 2 flanking root ninja. 3 positioned themselves around Sasuke's downed body. 2 stood beside Sakura. 1 stayed near Tazuna. 4 went to Haku. And Naruto himself stepped directly toward Hikudo. The root flankers were intercepted before they reached him. On the left, 2 clones engaged the weapon specialist. The man was fast. He cut through the first clone in a single motion. The second used the spray of smoke as cover and drove a knee into his ribs. The man countered without flinching. They exchanged strikes rapidly, neither gaining much ground, neither losing much either. On the right, the genjutsu specialist raised his hands. 2 clones raised theirs. The illusion hit both clones simultaneously. They froze. Dropped. A third clone appeared from behind a support pillar and buried an elbow into the back of the man's skull. He staggered. shook it off faster than expected. Turned. His eyes were already shifting, the technique reforming. The clone dispelled itself before it could take root. The real Naruto filed that away. Don't look directly. Don't give it time to build. But that was a problem for a moment from now. Right now there was Hikudo. Hikudo didn't attack immediately. He watched Naruto approach with the stillness of something that had no need to rush. When Naruto was 4 meters away, Hikudo extended one hand. Insects poured from his sleeve. Thousands. The sound of them was like static. Like something between a whisper and a roar. They spread across the bridge in a dark carpet. Naruto jumped. Not back. Up. He landed on top of one of the bridge's stone support posts and looked down. That again. The Kikaichu eat chakra, Hikudo said. His voice was even. Every clone you make costs you. Every technique you use costs you. He looked up at Naruto. I simply wait. Naruto looked at the insects covering the bridge below him. Then at his hands. Then at the river on either side. Something clicked. He formed a seal. Water style, water rush. The river answered. A surging column of water crashed across the bridge surface, scattering insects in every direction. Hikudo stepped back once. His composure held. But the carpet broke. Naruto dropped from the post and hit the wet stone running. He closed the distance in 2 seconds. The exchange was brief and violent. Naruto's first strike was caught at the wrist. His second was deflected at the elbow. His third caught Hikudo across the jaw. The man's head moved with it. He didn't fall. His counter was a flat palm strike aimed at Naruto's sternum. Naruto took it on the forearm instead and pushed sideways, breaking the line. They separated. Both standing. Hikudo touched his jaw once. Stronger than last time. Naruto wiped blood from his lip. I had a good teacher. Zabuza Momochi. Among others. Hikudo studied him. You are still outmatched. Naruto's eyes didn't waver. Maybe. He shifted his weight. Let's find out. Across the bridge. Zabuza and Kakashi had stopped pretending. There had been a moment, maybe 30 seconds after Gato gave his order, when both of them had assessed the new variables and silently agreed that the performance was over. Zabuza had straightened first. Rolled his neck. Picked up his blade from where it had been carefully placed. Kakashi had watched him. You're angrier than I expected, Kakashi said. He crossed me, Zabuza said. He looked at Gato, who was moving toward the rear of the soldier formation. Moving away from the fighting. Kakashi noted the direction. I have orders, Kakashi said. I know. I'm not going to interfere with your business. Zabuza glanced at him. Good. He looked at the root operatives. These ones, though. His grip tightened on the handle. These ones I will finish. Kakashi was quiet for a moment. Then, quietly, almost to himself. I'll allow it. The two root flankers had noticed by now that Kakashi wasn't moving toward them. The weapons specialist paused mid-exchange with Naruto's clone. His eyes moved to Kakashi. Trying to calculate. Kakashi looked back from behind his headband. The Sharingan spun slowly. The root ninja's assessment changed. He's not neutral. He's watching for an opening. The specialist refocused on his immediate threat. Which was a mistake. Because the clone he'd been fighting had used the half-second of distraction. A kunai drove into his thigh. He hissed. Pulled it out. Pressed forward. But he was slower now. Zabuza moved through the soldier lines like water through sand. He wasn't killing them. Not most of them. He was scattering them. The flat of his blade. A shoulder. A shove. Men went off the edge of the bridge into the water below. Some scrambled back from the impact and ran. Others froze when they saw the size of the man and made their own decisions about payment versus survival. The soldier formation dissolved faster than Gato had expected. He watched it from 20 meters back, gripping his cane. Hold your ground, he shouted. Nobody listened. The Naruto clones were everywhere. Each one picked a target and committed. Soldiers found themselves facing something that hit hard, didn't stop moving, and didn't react to pain the way a person should. Clones didn't feel fear. That was the part that broke the soldiers fastest. They could handle a fight. They couldn't handle something that grinned at them while taking a sword hilt to the face and kept coming. Within 4 minutes, 70 soldiers were either in the water, running across the bridge, or sitting on the stone with their hands over their heads. The remaining 30 were still fighting, but retreating as they did. Naruto's clones followed methodically. No cruelty. Just efficiency. Zabuza watched this from the corner of his eye while keeping 2 of the root operatives occupied. Something moved in his expression that was not quite approval and not quite pride. It was the expression of a man recalculating what someone was capable of. Haku stood at the eastern railing. 3 of Naruto's clones were beside her. The genjutsu specialist circled slowly. He had learned not to engage the clones directly. Every time he tried, one would dispel itself before the technique fully landed, and the next would already be moving. He adjusted. He stopped trying to hit them and started trying to herd them. The illusion this time was subtle. Not fire. Not pain. Just direction. The bridge shifting. The railing moving. A gentle wrongness that told the body to step left when right was correct. One clone stumbled toward him. He caught it by the wrist. His fingers moved precisely against the clone's forearm. A chakra disruption technique. The clone's body began to destabilize. Haku saw it. She moved. Senbon flew. 6 needles in a tight cluster. The man released the clone and twisted away. 3 needles still connected. He landed hard on one knee. His technique broke. The bridge became real again. Haku was already moving. She came in close. Closer than Senbon range. The man was fast at close distance. He caught her first strike. Redirected her second. His palm drove into her shoulder with enough force to send her sliding back. She caught herself on the railing. He pushed forward. She was hurt. He could see it in how she shifted her weight. The shoulder again. He went for it. Haku let him come. The mirror formed between one breath and the next. Ice erupted from the bridge surface. Not 14 mirrors this time. 1. Directly in front of her. The man's fist drove into it. Ice closed around his wrist. He stopped. Haku looked at him through the mirror. Her voice was quiet. I apologize for this. The mirror shattered outward. Ice shards at high velocity. The man threw his arms up. The shards found the gaps. He went down. He stayed down. Haku stood over him. She was breathing hard. The shoulder was bad. She straightened anyway. Across the bridge. Zabuza was finishing the weapon specialist. The man was skilled. Genuinely skilled. But he was fighting with a damaged leg and a damaged focus and a target who had no intention of ending this quickly. Zabuza had been hit twice. Both times he absorbed it with a patience that was almost insulting. The specialist's combinations became shorter as the leg worsened. Zabuza gave him room. Let him try. Then, on the 4th rotation, he stepped inside the man's reach and drove the pommel of his blade into his temple. The specialist went sideways. Hit the stone. Didn't get up. Zabuza exhaled through his nose. He looked at Hikudo. Hikudo and Naruto were still fighting. They had been fighting for 6 minutes. Which was long. Very long for a close-range exchange at this intensity. Naruto was bleeding from his eyebrow, his forearm, and a cut across his ribs that stung every time he inhaled. Hikudo's composure had frayed at the edges. His glasses had a crack in one lens. His jacket was torn at the left shoulder. The insects had been used 3 more times. Each time, Naruto found a way through. Water. Clones absorbing the initial contact and buying distance. Once, a substitution so fast that Hikudo had spent 2 seconds engaging the wrong target. But Hikudo adapted. He always adapted. That was the unsettling thing about him. Every trick Naruto used, Hikudo absorbed the information and adjusted. He wasn't fighting on instinct. He was building a model. Naruto could feel it. Feel the way each exchange felt slightly more like a controlled test than a real fight. You're mapping me, Naruto said. Hikuto didn't deny it. Every fighter has patterns. He deflected a clone's strike without looking. You more than most. Naruto clicked his tongue. He split his attention. Real Naruto here. 3 clones in reserve. 1 clone tracking Gato from 30 meters back. 1 clone watching the soldiers. 2 with Haku. He had been moving pieces without showing it. Hikuto's model was accurate. But it was a model of what Naruto had done so far. Not what he was about to do. Naruto dropped low. He drove forward. Not at Hikuto. Past him. Toward the nearest railing post. Hikuto turned. A clone hit him from the left at the same moment. A second from the right. Hikuto dispersed them both in 2 motions. He turned back. Naruto was gone. The railing post had a clone pressed against it. Hikuto scanned. Movement. Behind him. He spun. Naruto was already there. A knee to the solar plexus. An elbow across the back of the neck on the way down. Hikuto hit the stone. He was up in 2 seconds. But slower. He turned. Naruto stood across from him. 3 clones appeared from different angles. 4 targets. Hikuto's eyes moved between them. Finding the real one. He found it. Pointed toward it. Insects surged. But then. Zabuza stepped onto the line between them. The insects hit the flat of his blade and scattered. He looked at Hikuto. Hikuto looked back. The calculus changed. Haku arrived beside Naruto. Injured. But present. Kakashi stood 15 meters back. Watching. Not moving. Not advancing. But watching. Hikuto looked at each of them in turn. His expression didn't change. But he was recalculating. 1 root operative down. 1 incapacitated. Zabuza recovered enough to fight. Haku recovered enough to fight. Naruto with clones in reserve. Kakashi is a variable. Hikuto adjusted his cracked glasses. This operation is no longer viable. Zabuza smiled. It was not a kind smile. Running. Reassessing. Naruto moved. He didn't announce it. Didn't prepare it visibly. 3 clones materialized from completely different angles simultaneously and drove toward Hikuto from 3 sides at once. The 4th, the real Naruto, came from directly above. Hikuto had time to deflect too. The 3rd clone caught him in the side. The real Naruto came down and drove both fists into his shoulders. Hikuto hit the stone bridge on his back. For a moment he didn't move. Then. Impressive. His voice was unchanged. Naruto stood over him. It's over. Hikuto looked up. His eyes were steady. Is it? And then. The insects came. Not from his sleeves. From everywhere. From inside his jacket. From his collar. From beneath the stone where they had been waiting. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. They poured across Hikuto's body. Over his face. His arms. The outline of him became indistinct. Then it dissolved entirely. The insects scattered in every direction. Dispersing into the mist. Into the water below. Into the cracks in the stone. Gone. In seconds. The bridge was empty where Hikuto had been. Silence. Then Naruto's clone nearby burst into smoke and the memory hit him. Hikuto's voice from the night before. This is not over. Not a threat. A statement of fact. Naruto stood at the empty stone. He'll be back. Zabuza grunted. Of course he will. He sheathed his blade. Looked around the bridge. Soldiers down or fled. 2 root operatives neutralized. 1 gone. Sasuke beginning to stir on the stone. Sakura already moving toward him. Haku pressing her hand against her shoulder. Kakashi standing still. Watching. Naruto turned toward the far end of the bridge. Where Gato had been standing. He looked. The space was empty. He frowned. Where? Then he saw it. 20 meters back. Gato was on his knees. Both hands at his throat. His cane on the stone beside him. His mouth open. His face the color of old wax. A thin line of red at his collar. And standing behind him, a Naruto. The clone looked at the original across the distance of the bridge. Then it dissolved. The memory arrived cleanly. While the real Naruto had been fighting Hikudo. While every eye on the bridge had been tracking the main fight. The clone had circled. Taken 20 minutes. Moved through the soldiers without engaging. Avoided Gato's retreating guard entirely. Waited. The real Naruto exhaled slowly. He walked toward Gato. His footsteps were quiet on the stone. Gato heard them coming and turned his head. His eyes were wide. Animal wide. The eyes of something that has never genuinely believed it could be caught. Naruto crouched in front of him. He looked at the man. At the soft hands gripping a bleeding throat. At the small eyes that had calculated profit from suffering for so long they had forgotten there was anything else. Naruto's voice was quiet. A boy in a village 2 weeks from here. Gato stared at him. His sister was taken by your men. Gato's mouth moved. Nothing came out but blood. I don't know if I found her. Naruto's eyes were steady. I don't know if she's still alive. He stood. But you do. He looked down at Gato for one more second. Go to hell. He said it without raising his voice. Repent for what you've done. Gato's hands dropped. His body followed. The bridge was quiet. Then it wasn't. The remaining soldiers saw it happen. For a moment nobody moved. Then someone shouted. Then everyone shouted. The mob that had been retreating reversed itself. Not in order. Not under command. Pure panic converted into violence, the way it always did when men with weapons lost their direction and their reason simultaneously. They surged. Naruto turned. He looked at the oncoming mass. Then he looked at his hands. He was tired. His chakra was lower than he wanted it to be. His ribs hurt when he breathed. He had enough. Probably. He formed the seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The bridge erupted. 20 clones appeared across its full length. Each one planted itself in the path of 5 soldiers. The fights that followed were not elegant. They were not tactical. They were the blunt arithmetic of one thing that didn't stop against many things that eventually decided to. The first line of soldiers hit the clones like a wave hitting rocks. The clones gave nothing. The soldiers gave ground. A clone caught a sword on its forearm, didn't flinch, and drove its elbow into the swordsman's sternum. Another dropped beneath a strike, swept a man's legs, and was already moving before he landed. Another absorbed a hit directly to the face, took one step back, and broke the attacker's nose with a headbutt. Clones dispersed when they took too much. The real Naruto watched the pool of his clones shrink and paced his replacements carefully. 10 minutes. 15. The soldiers' numbers dropped. Not from deaths. Most of them found the water. Some found the road off the bridge. A few sat down and put their hands up, which was the most intelligent decision any of them made that day. By the time the last of the clones dispersed, the bridge held 30 men sitting on the stone with bleeding faces and the very specific stillness of people who have decided they are no longer participating. Naruto stood in the center of them. Breathing hard. He looked around. Mist. Stone. The half-built bridge stretching into gray water. Zabuza. Hiku. Kakashi. Sasuke sitting up on the stone with Sakura beside him. Tazuna gripping his railing with white knuckles. Alive. All of them alive. Naruto exhaled. It was a long, slow exhale. The kind that carried a lot of things out with it. Kakashi walked toward him. His eye was steady. That was Hikudo Aburame. Yes. He's Root. Yes. He let you go. Naruto glanced at him. Kakashi's eye didn't move. In the forest, 2 days ago, he let you go. Naruto looked away toward the water. He had questions. And you answered them. Naruto shrugged. Kakashi was quiet for a moment. Then. Naruto. I know, Naruto said. You don't know what I was going to say. You were going to say I need to come back to the village. A pause. Yes. Naruto looked at the half-built bridge. At the mist sitting on the water. At the far shore he could almost see but not quite. I haven't decided yet. Kakashi folded his arms. The third wants you home. I know. You're safer. I'm not safe in the village, Naruto said. Not angrily. Just factually. Kakashi went quiet. Because it was true. And he knew it was true. And the message Hiruzen had sent him last night sat in his jacket and didn't offer any good answers to that. Then what do you want? Kakashi asked. Naruto thought about it. A genuine pause. Not deflection. Actual consideration. I want to know something first. Kakashi watched him. There's a man in Konoha's shadows, Naruto said. He's the reason I've been hunted since the night I left. His eyes found Kakashi's. Tell me his name. Kakashi held the look for several seconds. Then. Danzo Shimura. Naruto nodded once. He already knew. But hearing it confirmed something. Made it solid. After I deal with that, Naruto said, we'll talk about the village. Kakashi exhaled through his nose. You know I can't just let you walk away. Naruto smiled. Faint. But real. You're going to try to stop me. Kakashi looked at him. At the blood on his jacket. At the easy way he stood despite the damage on his body. At the 20 places on this bridge where the evidence of what he had spent the last 3 weeks becoming was written in cracked stone and scattered ice. He picked up his book. Get some rest first. Naruto blinked. What? You look terrible, Kakashi said. One night. He turned toward Tazuna. After that you can make your own decisions. He paused. Didn't look back. You always were going to anyway. Naruto stood on the bridge and watched him walk away. Then he looked at Sasuke. Sasuke was watching him from the stone. His Sharingan had faded. His face was expressionless. But he had heard. Naruto met his eyes. Sasuke looked away first. But not quickly. Not dismissively. Just looked away. The way someone looked away when they were thinking about something and needed to do it privately. Naruto turned back toward the water. The mist was beginning to thin. Somewhere beneath it the bridge's incomplete end hung over nothing. Waiting for the rest of itself. Naruto looked at it for a long time. Then walked off the bridge. And into whatever came next. Chapter 22, Farewells on an Unfinished Bridge. The mist had thinned to almost nothing. The bridge stretched behind them, silent now except for the sound of water below and the occasional groan of a soldier deciding the stone was too cold to keep lying on. Tazuna sat on a support beam with his bottle. He wasn't drinking from it. Just holding it. Looking at the bridge. At what remained of it. At what hadn't been destroyed. He looked older than he had that morning. But his jaw was set. And his eyes were clear. Kakashi found Naruto at the shore end. Sitting on the railing. Looking at the water. He sat beside him. Neither spoke for a moment. The silence was comfortable in the specific way silences were comfortable between people who had just watched something difficult end. Kakashi spoke first. You're not coming back to the village. Not a question. Not yet, Naruto said. Yet is progress. Naruto glanced at him. Kakashi's eye curved slightly. Then settled. Danzo won't stop, he said. Naruto looked back at the water. I know. Outside the village you're exposed. I've been exposed since I left. It's different now, Kakashi said. He knows what you're capable of. He let that sit for a moment. Men like Danzo recalibrate when they're surprised. They stop sending 3 ninja. They send 10. Naruto said nothing. Kakashi continued quietly. Inside the village there are rules. Even Danzo has to work around them. Hiruzen is still Hokage. You'd be under his protection. Naruto was quiet for a long time. The water moved below them. Gray and slow and cold. The village hates me, Naruto said. Not bitterly. Just as a statement of geography. Like noting that the water was deep. Kakashi didn't deny it. Some of it, he said. Yes. And if I come back. You come back as a genin, Kakashi said. On a team. With a rank. He looked at Naruto. You stop being the thing they whisper about in alleys. You become something they have to look at directly. Naruto considered this. His fingers tapped once against the railing. That doesn't fix anything. No, Kakashi agreed, but it changes the terms. Naruto looked at him. Whose terms? Kakashi met his eyes. Yours. Another silence. Naruto looked away again. I have something to finish first. The Mizuki. The word landed between them. Naruto's expression shifted. Just slightly. I didn't say that. You didn't have to. Kakashi's voice was even. Zabuza wants the Mizuki's position. That's been known intelligence for years. He looked at Naruto. You're traveling with him. That's a significant destination. Naruto kept his face neutral. Said nothing. Kakashi exhaled. Naruto. I'm not asking you to confirm it. I'm telling you that whatever you're planning, it will be dangerous in a way that makes today look simple. Yagura is not a missing nin. He's not a rogue jonin. He is the current Mizuki of a hidden village and a Jinchuriki in full control of his tailed beast. Naruto's jaw tightened slightly. I know. Kakashi studied him. Do you? Yes. The answer was quiet. But it had something underneath it. Wait. The kind that came from having already thought about something until it stopped being frightening and became simply a fact to be dealt with. Kakashi recognized it. He had felt it himself. A long time ago. He was quiet for a moment. Then. Come home after, he said. Naruto looked at him. Whatever happens out there. Kakashi's voice was level. Come back. Naruto held the look. Then glanced away. We'll see. Kakashi nodded once. He had expected nothing more. He stood. Looked down at Naruto. For what it's worth. Naruto waited. Kakashi reached into his jacket. He held out a Hittite. The metal plate was engraved with the leaf symbol. Not scratched. Not marked. Clean. Naruto stared at it. You passed, Kakashi said simply. You passed the night you left. This was always yours. Naruto didn't move for a moment. His hands stayed on the railing. He looked at the headband. At the symbol on it. Something complicated moved through his expression. Then he reached out. Took it. Turned it over once in his hands. Set it against his forehead without tying it. Just held it there. Looked at Kakashi. I'm still not coming back yet. Kakashi smiled under his mask. I know. He turned and walked back toward the bridge. Zabuza was watching. He had been watching the entire conversation from 40 meters away with his arms folded and an expression like someone enduring a smell they had decided not to comment on. When Naruto walked back toward him, Zabuza looked at the Hittite. Said nothing. Naruto tied it around his forehead. Still said nothing. Zabuza exhaled. Sentimental. Shut up. I didn't say anything. You were about to. Zabuza looked at the sky. Hitku stood nearby. Her shoulder had been bound. She looked at the headband. Her expression was soft. She didn't speak either. Naruto looked between them. Are we ready? When you're done saying your goodbyes, Zabuza said. We leave for water country. Naruto nodded. Then he stopped. Turned back toward Zabuza. I was going to tell Kakashi about. No, Zabuza said. Naruto blinked. I was just going to mention the Mizu. No. But if they knew. Naruto. Zabuza's voice dropped. If you say the name of our destination out loud, on a bridge, with Kakashi Hatake 10 meters away and his two students 20 meters behind him. He looked at Naruto. I will throw you into the water. A pause. And then retrieve you. And then throw you in again. Naruto closed his mouth. He looked at Zabuza. At the absolute flatness of his expression. That would be a lot of effort for a lesson. You're worth the effort, Zabuza said. Naruto blinked. Zabuza was already looking away. Don't read into that, he said. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Right. Obviously. He turned back toward the bridge. Sasuke was standing near the railing. He had been there for most of the conversation. Close enough to hear some. Far enough to pretend he hadn't. He watched Naruto approach. Neither spoke immediately. Then Sasuke looked at the headband. "You're still leaving?" "Yes." Sasuke folded his arms. His expression was complicated in the way it was often complicated. Which was to say that several things were happening behind it and only one of them was allowed to show. "You're stronger than me right now," he said. It came out flat. Factual. Like something he had processed already and was now simply stating. Naruto looked at him. "For now," Naruto said. Sasuke's eyes sharpened. Naruto shrugged. "You'll catch up. You don't know that. I know you." A pause. Sasuke looked at the water. His jaw was tight. "When you come back." Naruto waited. Sasuke didn't finish it. He just let it sit there. The unfinished sentence. The implication of it. Naruto grinned slightly. "Yeah," he said. "When I come back." Sasuke turned away without another word. But his shoulders had loosened slightly. Barely. But slightly. Sakura was last. She came toward him hesitantly. Like someone who had rehearsed what to say and then decided it was wrong and was now improvising. She stopped in front of him. Looked at his jacket. At the blood on it. At the headband. At the easy way he stood when 3 weeks ago he had been a loud, clumsy boy who couldn't pass his graduation exam. "You changed," she said. Naruto tilted his head. "Everyone keeps saying that. Because it's true." She looked at him directly. "When we were at the academy." She paused. "I wasn't kind to you." Naruto said nothing. "I didn't." She stopped again. "Started differently. I thought being a ninja was about being strong. About Sasuke-kun. About." She looked frustrated with herself. "I was wrong about a lot of things." Naruto waited. "I watched Sasuke fight Haku today," she said. "And I watched myself stand behind Tazuna with a kunai in my hand." Her voice was steady. "And I was there. I didn't freeze. I protected him." A small pause. "But I could have done more." She looked at her hands. "I should have done more." Naruto studied her. This was different. The Sakura he remembered from the academy was sharp in a particular way that had nothing to do with blades. Sharp toward the things she didn't want to look at. This one was looking directly. He said. "Good." She looked up. "That's all," she said. "What else do you want me to say?" She thought about it. Then shook her head slightly. "Nothing, I suppose." She looked at the half-built bridge. "He's going to finish it," she said. "Tazuna." "Yeah," Naruto said. "Even after all this." "Because of all this," Naruto said. Sakura was quiet. Then. "You grew up," she said. Not unkindly. Just honestly. "When did that happen?" Naruto considered this. "Somewhere between getting hit by Zabuza and carrying a stabbed kid to a doctor." She looked at him. Something in her expression settled. Like a decision being made quietly. She bowed. Short. Formal. "Good luck out there, Naruto-kun." Naruto blinked at the kun. Then rubbed the back of his head. "Yeah. You too, Sakura." She walked back toward Kakashi. Her posture was different. Straighter. Like something had been adjusted from the inside. Naruto stood alone for a moment. He looked at the bridge. At the half-finished structure hanging over gray water. At Tazuna, who had gotten up from his beam and was already walking its length. Examining. Planning. Continuing. Naruto watched him. Then turned north. Toward where Zabuza and Haku were already moving into the tree line. He followed. Hidden among the trees. Nobody saw Aburame Hikudo. They never did. He was 40 meters into the forest on the eastern side. High up. Still. A single Kikaichu rested on the bark beside his hand. Its compound eyes had seen everything the mist had hidden. Hikudo watched Naruto until the treeline swallowed him. Then he watched Kakashi gather his team. Tazuna calling down from the bridge. Sasuke saying nothing. Sakura carrying the supply pack without being asked. He watched until they began moving toward the village. Then he looked away. Down at his hand. At the small insect waiting there. He let it crawl back beneath his sleeve. He formed a seal. A second insect departed. Moving fast. Southwest. Toward Fire Country. Toward a room with no windows. The report it carried was complete. Names. Movements. Conversations. The moment on the railing. The headband. The direction Naruto had gone. Everything Danzo would want. Hikuto remained still for another minute after the insect left. Looking at nothing in particular. Then he descended. And disappeared into the trees. 3 days later, Water Country border. The road was wet. It was always wet here. The sky sat low and gray and permanent, the kind of sky that didn't move so much as breathe. Water collected in the ruts left by cart wheels. The trees were darker here. More deliberate. 3 travelers moved along the road. A tall man with a cloth mask across the lower half of his face and a large bundle on his back wrapped in oilskin. A slender figure beside him in a plain gray traveling cloak, hood up. And a shorter figure, also hooded, hands in his pockets, watching everything. A merchant passed them going the other direction. He glanced at them briefly. 3 travelers. Nothing unusual. He looked away. The shorter figure looked at the back of the merchant's cart until it disappeared around a bend. Then he pulled his hood down slightly. Just enough to see better. Zabuza spoke without looking at him. Hood up. Naruto pulled it back. I can barely see anything. That's the point. I need to see where I'm going. You need to not be recognized. Naruto muttered under his breath. The cloth mask across Zabuza's lower face was plain. The bundle on his back was large. Too large for most things. The right size for a sword. The merchant hadn't looked twice. That was the point of that too. Hiku walked between them. Her shoulder was better. Not healed. But functional. She moved without favoring it, which meant she had decided to stop thinking about it. Naruto watched her. How much further? 3 days to the port, Zabuza said. Then boat. How long on the boat? Depends on weather. And once we're in Water Country. Zabuza was quiet. The road squelched under their feet. We move carefully, he said finally. Yagura has sensors throughout the country. Hunter Nin on every major road. And something worse. Naruto glanced at him. What's worse? Informants, Hiku said quietly. People who report strange travelers for reduced taxes. Naruto looked at the road ahead. At the wet stone and the dark trees and the low sky that sat on everything like a lid. Cheerful place. It wasn't always, Hiku said. Her voice was even. But something underneath it wasn't. Naruto looked at her. She was watching the road. Her expression was calm. The way expressions were calm when something had been gone over many times until it stopped cutting. Naruto looked forward again. He thought about what the country had been. About what Ryuan's scroll had described. The bloodline purges. The years of fear. The systematic dismantling of anything that could be called trust between a village and its people. He thought about Haku's parents. He didn't say any of that. Instead he said, okay. Zabuza glanced at him. Okay. Whatever we need to do. Naruto pulled his hood back up. I'll do it. Zabuza looked forward. A sound came from him. Not a laugh. Not approval. Something between them. The road continued. The sky sat low. The border of Water Country waited ahead. And somewhere behind them, a village was finishing a bridge. A boy was picking up a kunai for the first time and deciding to mean it. A silver-haired Jonin was writing a report that would leave out several important things. And in a room with no windows, a man read a message carried by an insect. And began to plan. Chapter 23, Warmth Left Behind and Mist That Bites. The clone popped somewhere on the road between the land of waves and the border. Naruto stumbled slightly. Not from pain. From the weight of what came back. He kept walking. Hood up. feet moving. But inside his head a village was living. The memory arrived in pieces. Morning light on wet wood. A girl sitting outside a house. Small. Knees pulled to her chest. A woman running down the road toward her. The girl looked up. And then she was standing. And then she was running too. They met in the middle of the road. The woman held her daughter so tightly it looked like she was trying to make sure she was real. The girl was crying. The mother was crying. A man appeared in the doorway of the house. He saw them. He sat down on the step. Put his face in his hands. His shoulders shook. The boy appeared behind him. Saw his sister. Stood very still. Then walked down the steps. Slowly at first. Then faster. He ran. And then all four of them were in the middle of the road. Holding on. The clone stood at the edge of the road and watched. It did not intrude. After a while the family went inside. The clone waited. An hour later the boy came back out. He looked around. Saw the clone. Walked toward it. Stopped 2 feet away. Looked at it for a long moment. Then bowed. Deep. The way someone bowed when words weren't sufficient and they knew it. The clone nodded once. Then it popped. Naruto exhaled. He looked at the road ahead. The gray sky. The wet trees. He said nothing. Just walked. After a moment Haku glanced at him. She saw his expression. Didn't ask. Just walked a little closer. That was enough. Another memory, quieter. The sealed scroll on Tsunami's table. Opened now. The village elder sitting across from her. 2 other men beside him. They were looking at the ledgers. Going through them page by page. One man pointed at a column. Said something. Another wrote something down. The elder leaned back in his chair. For a moment he just sat there. Looking at the ceiling. Then he looked at Tsunami. This is enough, he said. More than enough. For the bridge. For the boats. For the families he taxed into the ground. Tsunami nodded. The elder looked at the table. At the money. At the ledgers that proved where it had come from. Who was that boy? He asked. Tsunami was quiet for a moment. He said his name was Uzumaki Naruto. The elder repeated it. Quietly. Uzumaki Naruto. He picked up his pen. Wrote it at the top of the page he was working on. As if making sure it was recorded somewhere. The clone watched through the window. Then turned away. The second memory dispersed. Naruto walked. Zabuza glanced at him once. You're thinking too loud. Clones reported back. Zabuza said nothing. Waited. The girl made it home, Naruto said. The road made its sounds. Wet stone. Wind. Zabuza shifted the bundle on his back. Good. That was all. But it sat differently than usual. Less like dismissal. More like acknowledgement. Naruto looked ahead. And the money's being used right. Another silence. The village elders involved. He's making a list of every family Gato taxed. Zabuza made a sound. Something noncommittal. Tizuna's people, he said. Yes. Zabuza looked at the road. They'll finish the bridge. Yes. Stubborn old man. Naruto smiled slightly. He really is. The land of waves, 3 days after the bridge. Tizuna stood at the midpoint of the bridge. The morning was cold. His breath misted in the air. Around him 12 workers waited. He had called them before dawn. He hadn't told them why. He looked at the bridge. At the far end still open. Still incomplete. Still hanging over water. He scratched his beard. All right, he said. The workers looked at him. Here's the situation. He walked along the surface as he spoke, the way he always worked, moving, never still. We have money now. More than enough to finish. So here's what we're going to do. He stopped. Turned. We're not just finishing the bridge. The workers exchanged glances. We're widening the walkway on the south side. He pointed. So carts can pass in both directions. He pointed further along. We're adding support columns here and here. Not because we need them. Because I don't want this bridge coming down in a storm 20 years from now. He looked at his workers. We're going to build this thing right. Like it was always meant to be built. Before everything got complicated. A worker spoke up. Tazuna-san. What? That will take longer. Yes. The man hesitated. The village needs the connection now. Tazuna looked at him. The village has needed this bridge for 3 years, he said. Another 3 weeks won't break us. He turned back toward the open end. Do it right. Or don't do it at all. The workers were quiet. Then one of them picked up a beam. Then another. Then all of them. Tazuna watched. Nodded once. And got to work himself. That afternoon the village elder walked to the site. He watched for a while. Then he walked to the nearest neighborhood. Knocked on a door. Then the next. Then the next. By evening there were 30 people at the bridge. Not workers. Families. Bringing food. Warm things. Sitting along the railing with their feet hanging over water. Watching. Talking. Like the bridge was already open. Like it was already the thing it was going to be. Tazuna sat with his bottle in the middle of all of it. He looked at the sky. At the stars beginning to appear. At the half-built end of the bridge. Then at everything around him. He put the bottle away without drinking from it. And went back to work. Tazuna's house, the next morning. Kakashi stood in the doorway with his pack on his shoulder. Sasuke was already outside. Sakura made sure her pack was closed properly. Then checked again. Tsunami stood in the kitchen. She had made breakfast. More than necessary. She always did. She handed Kakashi a cloth bundle without making it a thing. For the road. Kakashi took it. Thank you. She looked at him. Thank you, she said. For everything. Kakashi's eye curved. We were paid, he said. Tsunami smiled. That's not what I meant. Inari appeared from the hallway. He was wearing different clothes. His posture was different too. Not the rounded inward posture of a boy who had decided the world didn't offer anything worth standing up for. Straight. Watching everything. He looked at Sasuke. Hey. Sasuke looked at him. You're really a ninja. Yes. Inari considered this. I'm going to be one too, he said. Sasuke looked at him for a long moment. Then said. Train every day. Even when you don't feel like it. Inari nodded seriously. Sasuke turned away. Which for Sasuke was approximately as warm as an embrace. Sakura crouched in front of Inari. If you come to the Leaf Village someday, she said, ask for Team 7. Inari's eyes went wide. Really? Really? He straightened. I will. Sakura smiled. Stood. Adjusted her pack. She looked like she meant it about training. She had been up before dawn that morning. Not because Kakashi told her to be. Because she decided to be. Something had shifted in her. Quietly. Permanently. The road from Tazuna's house to the bridge was short. They walked it slowly. Kakashi in front. Sasuke behind him. Sakura beside Sasuke. Quiet. Comfortable quiet. At the bridge entrance. They stopped. The village was there. Not arranged. Not organized. Just there. People lining the road. Old women. Young men. Children. Fishermen still smelling of the morning catch. Merchants who hadn't opened their stalls yet. The restaurant owner who had served them twice and charged nothing the second time. The woman from the inn who had given Sakura a spare blanket without being asked. They stood along both sides of the road. Watching the team arrive. Kakashi stopped. He looked at them. No one spoke at first. Then someone started clapping. Not dramatically. Just clapping. The way a small sound could carry a great weight if enough people made it together. Others joined. The old women. The fishermen. The children. The merchant who charged too much for everything and had reduced his prices since Gato's men stopped coming. Kakashi stood in the middle of it. His eye curved. Deeply. Sasuke stood beside him. His jaw was tight. Not with discomfort. With something he wasn't going to name out loud. Sakura pressed her hand over her mouth for a moment. Then lowered it. Straightened. Smiled properly. She bowed. The crowd responded. Tazuna was at the bridge entrance. He stood with his thumbs in his belt. He looked at Kakashi. "Come back sometime," he said. "When the bridge is finished." Kakashi tilted his head. "We might." Tazuna snorted. "You better." He stuck out his hand. Kakashi shook it. "Name it after someone worth naming it after," Kakashi said. Tazuna looked at the bridge. At the crew already working in the early light. At the structure stretching over the water. "Already thinking about it," he said. He didn't say more than that. But his eyes said enough. Team 7 walked onto the bridge. The crowd stayed at the entrance. Watching them go. The clapping faded. The footsteps continued. Halfway across, Sakura looked back. The village was small from here. The people were smaller. But they were still there. All of them. Still watching. She looked forward again. Her hand found her kunai pouch. Checked it. Not from nerves. From habit. New habit. Her own. Hidden above the road. Hikudo Aburame watched from 30 meters up in a cedar on the eastern slope. Team 7 crossed the bridge. He watched their postures. Their spacing. The way the Uchiha boy moved, different from when they arrived. The way the girl moved, also different. The way Kakashi moved, exactly the same, which meant he had nothing to prove and nothing to hide. He watched the villagers at the bridge entrance. The clapping. The woman who wiped her eyes without being embarrassed about it. The old man who bowed when the team was too far away to see him bow. He watched Tazuna stand at the entrance for a long time after the team disappeared. Just standing. Looking at his bridge. Hikudo looked away. Down at his hand. An insect crawled across his knuckle. Patient. He let it return to his sleeve. He had everything he needed for a second report. It would go to Danzo. With complete accuracy. Every detail. Including the ones that would not interest Danzo at all. He wasn't sure why he was including those. He included them anyway. 3 days later, the road to Kurigakure. The border of water country felt different the moment they crossed it. Not dramatically. Not with any visible line or marker. Just a shift. The trees grew darker. The mist thickened even though there was no coast yet. The road narrowed, as if the land itself was less welcoming of traffic. Naruto noticed it in his chest before his eyes. A pressure. Like the air had more weight here. He pulled his hood further forward and said nothing. They had been traveling in disguise for 2 days. Zabuza's face was covered from the nose down by plain cloth. His sword was wrapped in oilskin and strapped to his back at an angle that suggested cargo rather than weapon. Haku's hood was deep enough to obscure her face entirely. Naruto wore a rough traveling cloak 2 sizes too large, which Zabuza had sourced from a merchant outside the border. It was itchy. He had complained exactly once. Zabuza had looked at him. He hadn't complained again. They were 3 hours from the outer walls of Kurigakure when Zabuza raised his fist. Stopped. Everyone stopped. Naruto listened. The road was quiet. Too quiet. Birds that had been audible a minute ago were not audible now. Zabuza lowered his fist slowly. Off the road, he said. They moved into the trees. Fast. Silent. Not fast enough. 4 figures dropped from the canopy above the road. Mist Anbu. White porcelain masks. Standard formation, 2 blocking the road ahead, 2 flanking from the trees. Their movements were practiced. Mechanical. The lead Anbu spoke. Identify yourselves. His voice had no particular quality. No curiosity. It was a formality before a conclusion that had already been reached. Zabuza looked at the 4 of them. He looked at the angles. At the spacing. At the way the flanking pair had positioned themselves to cut off the tree line. Travelers, he said. From the coast. Heading to the outer market. The lead Anbu's head tilted slightly. You took the northern road. The southern road was flooded, Zabuza said. The Anbu stepped forward. Remove your face covering. Zabuza's hand moved toward the cloth at his lower face. Then he threw the cloth. Not unwrapped it. Threw it. Directly into the lead Anbu's face as a distraction. In the same motion his sword was out of its oilskin and in his hand. Naruto was already moving. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 4 clones burst into existence and immediately drove toward the flanking pair. The trees became loud. The lead Anbu recovered from the thrown cloth and moved with the precise efficiency of someone with extensive training. His blade met Zabuza's. The impact rang through the road. Zabuza drove forward. He didn't have room for large techniques here. Too close to the village. Sound carried. He fought with power and economy instead. Each strike designed to end the exchange quickly. The Anbu matched him with technique rather than strength. Redirecting rather than blocking. Looking for openings in Zabuza's aggression. Finding one. A palm strike connected with Zabuza's ribs. He took it and turned it into momentum, rotating his blade in the same direction and forcing the Anbu to retreat or take the edge across his forearm. The Anbu retreated. They separated. Circled. Haku moved against the 4th Anbu. No ice. Not yet. Ice in this climate, in this location, with these temperatures, it would announce them to anyone within a mile who knew what they were looking at. She fought with speed instead. Senbon at ranges that forced the Anbu to keep moving. Close distance strikes when he overcorrected. She was faster than he expected. That was her advantage. She used it until it stopped being an advantage and then changed tactics. In the trees. Naruto's clones and the 2 flanking Anbu were less surgical. The Anbu were good. Very good. The clones took punishment that would have ended a real fight and kept coming. 1 clone was destroyed by a water technique that splattered across 3 trees. 2 more replaced it. The second Anbu used a suppression seal, slapped it against a clone's chest. The clone dispersed. But the one behind it drove an elbow into the man's kidney before he could reset. Naruto himself stayed at the edge of the fight. Coordinating. Watching the main road. Watching Zabuza. Watching for anyone else. The exchange lasted 90 seconds. Which was too long. Zabuza knew it. Naruto knew it. Wrap up, Naruto said to his clones. They heard the tone. Adjusted. 1 clone made direct eye contact with the nearest Anbu and grinned. Then all 4 clones attacked simultaneously at the same target. Overwhelming 1 point rather than spreading force. The Anbu went down hard. Not dead. But not getting up quickly. Haku's Anbu took a Senbon to the knee joint at the same moment. He dropped to 1 leg. She struck the back of his neck precisely. He went down. On the road. Zabuza and the lead Anbu were still exchanging. The 4th Anbu had moved to support. Now it was 2 on 1. Naruto came off the tree line. He didn't announce it. He was simply behind the supporting Anbu and then he wasn't. The man went down. Zabuza drove the lead Anbu back 1 final time. The man hit the road and rolled. He came up in a ready position. He looked at the 4 of them. He made his calculation. Then he was gone. Into the mist. Fast. Zabuza watched the spot where he had been. He'll report. Yes, Haku said. We need to move. Yes, she said again. Naruto was already pulling the unconscious Anbu off the road into the trees. Zabuza watched him. Leave them. Someone will find them faster in the road. Naruto paused. Then pulled them further into the undergrowth. Someone will still find them. Later, Naruto said. Good enough. They moved. 3 minutes into the trees a whistle came from their left. Low. 2 short notes. Zabuza stopped. Looked at a specific cedar tree. Whistled back once. A figure dropped from the branches. Then 2 more from trees further back. Rebels. Naruto could tell by the way they moved. Not Anbu precision. Not civilian uncertainty. Something in between. People who had learned to fight without anyone teaching them properly. The one in front was a man of around 40 with a scar across his chin and the eyes of someone permanently alert. He looked at Zabuza. You're late. I was delayed. The man's eyes moved to Naruto. Then to Haku. Then back to Zabuza. You brought people. They're mine. The man held the look. Then jerked his head. Follow. The rebel camp was underground. Not dramatically underground. Just a series of tunnels beneath an old farmhouse 3 miles from the road. Narrow. Low-ceilinged. Smelling of earth and lamp oil. There were perhaps 30 people inside. Men and women. Various ages. A few who looked barely older than Naruto. All of them watched the new arrivals with the careful stillness of people who had learned that trust was something you extended in very small amounts. The man with the chin scar sat across a rough table from Zabuza. 2 of his people stood behind him. Zabuza sat alone. Naruto and Haku stood to the side. 2 contacts are dead, the man said. I know. One is in Hazuka Castle. Zabuza's expression didn't change. Who put him there? Hunter Nin. A pause. Someone talked. Someone always talks, the man said. He didn't say it with bitterness. Just as fact. Yagura's people have been running tighter patrols since the bridge incident. Zabuza frowned slightly. What bridge incident? The man glanced at Naruto briefly. Then back to Zabuza. Word came through the coastal network. A contractor named Gato. He's dead. His operations collapsed. The man folded his hands on the table. Yagura used it as justification to tighten border controls. He claimed outside agitators were destabilizing trade relationships. Zabuza exhaled slowly. Political. Everything is political here, the man said. A silence settled. Naruto looked around the room. At the people watching. At the low ceiling. At the single lamp throwing uneven light. He thought about the village above. About the walls he had seen from the inn window. About what Haku had said on the road. People left, or were removed. He thought about the boy whose father had been sent on a mission designed to kill him. About a 14-year-old Chunin watching from the darkness as the only family he had left was taken from him. He thought about how many versions of that story were in this room right now. The man with the chin scar said. There's someone who wants to meet you. He looked at Zabuza. She's been asking about you for 6 months. Zabuza's eyes sharpened. Who? The man's expression shifted. Not quite a smile. Something that had been a smile once and remembered how it worked. Someone who wants the same thing you want. A pause. And is considerably more patient about it than you are. She was waiting in the back room. Standing. Not pacing. The kind of stillness that came from discipline rather than calm. She was tall. Red-brown hair pulled back practically. Green eyes that took in the room in one sweep and sorted it into relevant and irrelevant without visible effort. She looked at Zabuza. Looked at Haku. Looked at Naruto. Held on Naruto for a moment longer. He had that effect on people in this country. Too young. Too visibly unhurt. Both things were unusual here. She looked back at Zabuza. Zabuza Momochi, she said. You came back. Her voice was even. No particular warmth. No hostility. Just assessment. Mei Terumi, Zabuza said. Something in his posture had adjusted slightly. Not deference. More like the adjustment of someone who recognized a comparable weight. Naruto glanced between them. He stored the name. Mei Terumi looked at him again. Who is this? My business, Zabuza said. He's standing in my safe house. Zabuza considered that for a moment. He's traveling with me. Mei's eyes didn't leave Naruto. How old are you? Naruto blinked. 12. She looked at Zabuza. You're traveling with a 12-year-old. He's useful. Mei looked at Naruto. Are you a missing nin? No. A runaway. Naruto thought about it. Sort of. From where? Konohagakure. Something moved in her expression. Faint. Leaf. Yes. Why are you here? Naruto looked at Zabuza. Zabuza looked back. A silent exchange. Then Zabuza said. He has a reason. Mei looked between them. She could tell she was getting partial information. She had spent enough years working with partial information to know when that was the case and when it was worth pushing. She decided to push. What reason? Naruto scratched the back of his head. He looked at Zabuza again. Zabuza exhaled. Nodded slightly. One nod. Narrow scope. Naruto understood. He looked at Mei. Do you know what a Jinchuriki is? She was quiet for 2 full seconds. Then. Yes. Then you know what Yagura is, Naruto said. Yes. I'm the same thing. The room was very still. Mei looked at him. Really looked. In the way people looked when they were processing something that reordered several things simultaneously. Which one? She asked. 9 tails. Another silence. Longer. Haku watched Mei carefully. Zabuza watched the door. Mei looked at Naruto. Can you control it? Not yet, Naruto said honestly. I can use some of the chakra. But control, he shook his head. Not the way Yagura does. Mei was quiet. She looked at Zabuza. Is this why you came back? One of the reasons, Zabuza said. To fight Yagura with a 12-year-old who can't control his tailed beast. To fight Yagura with someone who has more potential than anyone in this room, Zabuza said. And who needs time to reach it. He looked at Mei. Which is why I came to you. Mei raised an eyebrow. You want me to train him? You have a Kekkei Genkei, Zabuza said. 2 of them. You understand nature transformation at a level that most Jonin never reach. He looked at her. Tailed beast chakra is nature transformation at its most extreme. You'll understand it better than I will. Mei held his gaze. Then she looked at Naruto. He looked back at her. Not nervously. Not with false confidence. Just directly. The way someone looked when they had already been through enough things that meeting a new difficult person didn't add that much to the total. She said. Can you access the chakra on purpose? Sometimes, Naruto said. When I'm angry or desperate. But I can't call it up just because I want to. Have you tried? A few times. What happens? It starts coming and then, he paused. It feels like something pushing back. Mei was quiet for a moment. Processing. She looked at Zabuza. This will take time. Yes. We don't have unlimited time. No. She looked at the door. At the ceiling. At the lamp. At Naruto. You understand what you're walking into, she said. Not a question. Yagura is not a fight you win by being brave. He has complete control of a tailed beast. He has decades of experience. He has an entire village's infrastructure behind him. Naruto said. I know. And you still want to do this? Yes. Mei studied him. The particular way she studied things, not aggressively, not dismissively, with the patience of someone who had learned that the first answer was rarely the whole answer. Why? She said. Naruto looked at Haku briefly. At the room. At the people outside who had been living underground in this country for reasons that all traced back eventually to the same source. Because someone has to, he said. A silence. Then Mei exhaled. Not dramatically. Just the exhale of a decision being finalized. I'm not promising results, she said. I know, Naruto said. You'll do what I say when I say it. Within reason. She looked at him. He looked back. Within reason, she repeated, with the tone of someone noting that reason was going to be defined by her. Naruto grinned slightly. Okay. She looked at Zabuza. We need to move locations. The Anbu patrol. I know about the patrol, she said. We have a place. She turned toward the door. Get your things. She paused. Looked back at Naruto. What's your name? Uzumaki Naruto. She nodded once. Filed it away. Turned back to the door. Then let's not waste time, Naruto. Somewhere else. The forest was still. White Zetsu pressed himself against the bark of a massive tree. Invisible. Or close enough. He had been moving fast. He had information. The kind his other self liked. He found the hollow. Slipped inside. The darkness within was occupied. A single eye. Red. Spinning. Watching. Always watching. White Zetsu spoke. I found something interesting. The eye waited. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. A pause. He's outside Kurigakure. Silence. With Zabuza Momochi. The eye turned. Slowly. He's alive, White Zetsu added helpfully. And apparently quite strong now. More silence. Then a voice. Quiet. Measured. The voice of someone who never needed to raise it. Is that so? White Zetsu nodded. Kurigakure. A pause. What a convenient location. The red eye turned again. Something moved behind it. Not surprise. Surprise had no place in a mind that worked the way this one did. Something more like interest. The adjustment of a long-running calculation. The Jinchuriki in mist. A pause. And Yagura there as well. The eye was still. What an opportunity. White Zetsu tilted his head. Do you want me to do anything? The eye was still. No. Not yet. A pause. Just watch. White Zetsu nodded. And dissolved back into the bark. The hollow was silent. The red eye turned in the dark. Slowly. Thinking. The way it was always thinking. Chapter 24, Learning to Bite. The new location was a converted boathouse on the eastern shore. Far enough from the village walls that patrols passed it on a 2-hour cycle rather than a 30-minute one. Close enough to the water that escape routes existed in 3 directions. Maid Terumi had chosen it the way she chose most things, practically, with contingencies already built in. The first morning Naruto woke up there, he stood on the dock outside and looked at the water. Gray. Flat. The mist sat on it like a ceiling dropped too low. He could hear the village somewhere in that mist. Faint sounds. Bells. The distant mechanical rhythm of a patrol moving in formation. A world that had been made wrong and was still running because wrong things ran once they got started. He looked at his hands. Then formed a seal. A water clone shimmered into existence beside him. He looked at it. It looked back. All right, he said quietly. Let's figure out what we're doing here. May came to him that first afternoon. She brought no weapons. No training equipment. Just herself and the particular quality of attention she brought to everything. She sat across from him on the dock. Looked at him for a moment. Show me your chakra. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Just, show it to you. Yes. He formed a basic seal and let chakra rise to the surface of his skin. The faint blue shimmer of it visible in his palms. May leaned forward slightly. Her eyes sharpened. She held up one hand. Her own chakra appeared. Not blue. A deep amber on one side. Something corrosive in quality even to look at. The other hand produced something darker. Volcanic. Slow moving. Like something that had never been in a hurry because it didn't need to be. She withdrew both. Your chakra is large, she said. People keep telling me that, Naruto said. It's not a compliment yet. He looked at her. What do you mean? Large chakra without control is a flood, she said. It destroys what it touches. She folded her hands in her lap. We're going to find out what kind of chakra you have first. I thought all chakra was the same. She gave him a look that suggested she was deciding how to respond to that diplomatically. No, she said. Everyone has a primary nature. Fire, water, earth, wind, lightning. She looked at the water around the dock. Most ninja from Mist have water affinity. What's Zabuza's? Water. And yours? She paused. I have 2 natures. She said it without pride. As simple statement. Fire and earth. They combine. Naruto blinked. Into what? That's not your concern yet. She stood. Come. The test was simple. A small piece of chakra paper. She held it out. Channel chakra into it. Naruto took it. Looked at it. Channeled. The paper split cleanly down the middle. Both halves fluttered to the dock. May looked at them. Then at Naruto. Wind, she said. Naruto blinked. Wind. Yes. He looked at the 2 pieces of paper. Is that good? Mei was quiet for a moment. She was thinking. Wind is a cutting nature, she said. It sharpens other techniques. She looked at the water. Combined with water. She paused. Wind doesn't naturally combine with water. But. She looked at him. Wind is the nature of the nine tails. She said it carefully. Deliberately. Every Jinchuriki eventually reflects their beast's nature. Naruto absorbed this. So my wind is partly yours and partly the fox's, she said. That distinction matters. Because when you access the beast's chakra. She looked at him directly. The wind will amplify. Potentially beyond what your body can manage. Naruto looked at the split paper. And that's dangerous. Everything about what you are is dangerous, she said. Not unkindly. Just factually. The point is learning what you can manage. And what you can't. She turned toward the boathouse. Wind jutsu first. Your water techniques need work. But wind will come naturally to you. And natural is where we start. She was right. Wind came naturally. Unnervingly naturally. The first technique she showed him, a simple blade of compressed wind that could cut through rope at 15 meters, he managed on the third attempt. The clone that tried it simultaneously got it on the second. Mei watched this without expression. Again. He did it again. 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 By the end of the first hour he had it consistent. By the end of the second he was varying the angle. By the end of the third he was doing it without the preparatory seal. Mei called a stop. She sat on an overturned crate and looked at him. How many techniques can you learn simultaneously with the clones? Depends on complexity, Naruto said. Simple stuff, a lot. Complex stuff, takes longer but still faster than normal. She thought. The clones share the experience when they dispel. Yes. And it integrates. If I'm paying attention when it comes back. She was quiet. How much chakra does the mass shadow clone use? At full capacity. He considered. A lot. Be specific. I've made 100 before, he said. That mostly drains me. 20 is comfortable. 50 is manageable. Mei's expression didn't change. But something behind it did. A recalculation. Your chakra reserves are abnormal, she said. I know. Even for a Jinchuriki. The fox. Partly. She stood. Your Uzumaki blood contributes. Naruto blinked. My clan. She looked at him. You don't know your clan history. Not much, he admitted. I grew up. He paused. Alone. She held his gaze for a moment. Then said simply. The Uzumaki were known for two things. Sealing jutsu. And chakra. She looked at the water. They could outlast almost any opponent. Not because they were the strongest. But because they never ran out. Naruto was quiet. He thought about running through the forests outside Konoha. About the fights on the bridge. About how he had kept making clones when any reasonable person would have collapsed. He had always assumed it was stubbornness. Maybe it was both. Is that why the fox was sealed in me? He asked. An Uzumaki host. Mei was quiet for a moment. That is a question for someone who knows more about your father than I do. Naruto looked at her. You know about my father. She met his eyes. I know the fourth Hokage sealed the nine tails. I know he had a child. She turned away. The rest is conjecture. She said nothing more about it. And Naruto, for now, let it lie. But it settled somewhere inside him. Somewhere he would come back to. 3 weeks passed. They were not peaceful weeks. The rebel network Mei operated within ran on tension the way machines ran on oil. Constant. Necessary. Things went wrong regularly. Patrols changed timing without warning. Informants went silent. Safe houses had to be relocated. And occasionally, the rebels needed to move against Yagura's infrastructure directly. Which was where Naruto and Haku became useful. The first mission was a patrol disruption. A hunter nin unit had been operating in the outer fishing district. Asking questions. Making the fishermen afraid to go out. The economy of the district ran on fish. Afraid fishermen meant empty nets. Empty nets meant hungry families. Hungry families meant people desperate enough to inform. The mission was to redirect the unit. Make them believe the thing they were looking for was somewhere else. Ao led the mission. He was one of Mei's most trusted, a sensor specialist with a Byakugan he had acquired through means that the official record of Kiri's history had decided to omit. He was practical. Direct. Slightly suspicious of Naruto on principle. Not because of the fox. Because Naruto was 12 and had no business being dysfunctional. He said as much on the walk to the district. How old are you again? 12. And you defeated one of Zabuza's contacts in a one-on-one fight. He wasn't trying to kill me. He was. He was trying to capture me. Ao looked at him. That's not the reassurance you think it is. Haku walked between them quietly. She had been on these missions before. She knew how Ao operated. She also knew how Naruto operated. She was here partly to make sure the two of them didn't become a separate problem. Naruto looked at Ao. What's your jutsu? Ao blinked. What? You're a sensor. Yes. Can you feel chakra at a distance? Obviously. How far? Ao studied him. Why? Because if I spread clones through the district. He gestured ahead. You can tell me which ones are near the patrol and I can direct them without the patrol sensing me. Ao was quiet. You can manage clones at that range. The memories come back when they pop. I don't need to see them directly. Ao looked at Haku. She said nothing. He looked back at Naruto. That would work, he said. He said it the way someone admitted something they had been planning to resist admitting. Naruto grinned. Yeah. I know. The patrol disruption worked cleanly. 12 shadow clones spread through the district. Ao directed them with hand signals. Naruto adjusted through popped clone memories in near real time. The Hunter Nin unit found themselves following a series of chakra traces that led them steadily east. Away from the fishing district. Toward the old industrial quarter. Where 3 rebel decoys were waiting with actual false information about an underground weapons cache. The Hunter Nin spent 4 hours searching a building that contained exactly what the decoys said it contained, which was some old fishing equipment and a lot of mold. The fishing district had 3 quiet days after that. On the walk back Ao was quiet for a long time. Then he said. Can you keep them dispersed for longer? How long? 6 hours. Naruto thought. If I'm not doing anything else. Probably. Ao looked at the road. That changes what we can do with certain surveillance operations. He didn't say it like a compliment. He said it like a logistical note. Naruto understood the distinction. He didn't need it to be a compliment. The second mission was not as clean. A checkpoint on the northern supply road had been flagging rebel-connected families. The mission was to extract one family before the flag became an arrest. Simple in concept. There were 8 of them in the family. Including 3 children under the age of 5. And the checkpoint had been reinforced that morning due to a separate incident the rebels hadn't known about. They arrived to find 12 guards instead of 4. Ao assessed the situation from a distance. We abort. Haku nodded. Naruto looked at the building. The family's inside. Yes. How long before they're moved? Ao's Byakugan activated. They're already being processed. Hours. Less. Naruto looked at the checkpoint. 12 guards. A family of 8 including 3 children under 5. He did the math. I go in as a distraction, he said. Ao stared at him. That's not a plan. I go in as a distraction, Naruto repeated. Haku, you take the family out the eastern side. Ao, you signal the family when the path is clear. He looked at them. I've got enough clones to keep 12 guards occupied. For how long? Ao asked. Long enough. That's not. It's what we've got, Naruto said. He looked at Haku. She looked back at him. She had been in enough of these situations to know when the options had run out. She nodded. Ao looked between them. His jaw was tight. If this goes wrong. Then we deal with it going wrong, Naruto said. He formed a seal. Shadow clone jutsu. 20 clones appeared in the trees. He looked at them. Let's be loud. He was loud. The guards responded exactly as people responded to a loud, fast, seemingly endless opponent, with confusion and excess. Clones everywhere. Appearing. Disappearing. Reappearing from angles that shouldn't have been available. The 12 guards became a single disorganized mass trying to contain something that didn't need containing in one place. Haku moved like water. Like she always moved when she was being exactly what she was. The family came out the eastern side. 3 children under 5. Terrified. Silent in the specific way children were silent when an adult had communicated very clearly that silence was the thing keeping them alive. Haku carried 2 of them. Ao carried the 3rd. The parents followed without needing to be told twice. They were in the trees before the last clone dispersed. Naruto was 300 meters into the forest before the guards finished shouting at each other. Back at the boathouse, Ao sat on the dock and did not speak for several minutes. Then he said, "The youngest one. She didn't make a sound." Naruto nodded. Ao looked at the water. Kids that age. He stopped. Started again. They learn that fast here. He was quiet. They learn what sounds get people hurt. Naruto sat beside him. He looked at the water too. He thought about the children he had played tag with. In that small town. What felt like a year ago. How loud they had been. How unafraid. It's not supposed to be like this, Naruto said. Ao looked at him. No, he agreed. It's not. A pause. But it is. Naruto looked at the mist. At the walls somewhere inside it. Not forever, he said. Ao studied him. For a long moment. The way he sometimes studied things when the sensor part of his mind was running and he wasn't sure what exactly he was sensing. Then he looked away. No, he said. Maybe not forever. The water techniques came harder than the wind. Not because Naruto lacked affinity. Water was his second nature, the combination of his own wind and the environment he had been training in for weeks showed to that. But the techniques themselves were more complex. More demanding in terms of precision. Wind was a blade. Water was a shape. Shapes required patience. Naruto's relationship with patience was complicated. Zabuza took over this part of the training. Not formally. He just started correcting Naruto's water techniques the way he corrected everything, by demonstrating and then criticizing until the demonstration was matched. The water dragon bullet was where they spent most of their time. Naruto had learned a basic version from Ryuan's scroll. He had been using it since the fight at the river. What Zabuza showed him was different. Not in the hand seals. In the intent. You're building it like a wall, Zabuza said. Like you're trying to stop something. He formed the seals himself. The water rose from the river beside the boathouse. It moved differently. Not a wall. Not resistance. A thing with direction. A living motion. The dragon that formed from Zabuza's technique looked like it was attacking because it wanted to. Not because it was told to. It has to want to move, Zabuza said. Naruto stared at the technique as it dissipated. That doesn't make sense. No, Zabuza said. It doesn't. Make it make sense anyway. Naruto tried again. And again. For 3 days the water dragon bullet was what happened between waking up and sleeping. On the 4th day, in the morning, before anyone else was awake, Naruto sat beside the water alone. He formed the seals. He thought about what Zabuza had said. About direction. About want. He thought about the boy on the bridge. About Mei's face when she talked about the children who learned silence. About the family in the checkpoint. About the things he wanted to fix and the things he couldn't yet reach. He let that direction into the technique. The water rose. The dragon that formed from it looked like something that had a destination. It crashed across the far side of the river and sent water spraying 30 meters. Naruto sat back. Breathing hard. Staring at the rings the impact had left on the water. Footsteps on the dock behind him. He didn't turn. You were watching, he said. Yes, May said. She sat beside him. Looked at the rings. Better. I know. She was quiet for a moment. Then. Come, I'll show you what the technique becomes. She stood. Naruto looked up at her. She walked to the end of the dock. She didn't turn around. She formed the seals. More than he had used. Different sequence. The water moved differently. Not one dragon. The water rose in a column that was 3 times the size of what he had managed. And then it changed. It became something that wasn't just water anymore. A dragon of pressurized water and dissolved chakra that hit the far bank of the river with enough force to remove the bank. The sound reached them a half-second after the impact. Like a distant clap of something enormous. The river ran turbulent for 30 seconds after. Naruto sat on the dock with his mouth open. May turned around. She looked at his expression. Close your mouth, she said. Naruto closed his mouth. What was that, he said. The water dragon bullet. That was not the water dragon bullet. It was a developed version of it. Developed. Naruto looked at the still turbulent river. How? May sat back down. Years, she said. In nature. She looked at him. The technique responds to your chakra nature. Your wind will do something to it eventually. Something different from what my fire does. Naruto stared at the water. What will mine do? May was quiet for a moment. I don't know, she said. I've never trained a wind-natured water user. She looked at him. That's something we'll find out together. Naruto looked at the river. At the bank that was no longer a bank. At the rings still moving outward. He thought about the direction he had put into the technique. About the things he wanted to reach. He thought about what it would become. When he was ready. He picked up a stone from the dock. Held it for a moment. Then put it back. Okay, he said. Show me the seals. It was during the 4th week that Ao said something Naruto didn't expect. They were returning from a 3rd mission, a simple surveillance job that had gone exactly as planned, which was unusual enough to put everyone in a mildly good mood. Ao walked beside Naruto. Haku ahead of them. Ao said, without preamble. You're faster than Haku now. Naruto glanced at him. Haku didn't react. Though she had certainly heard. In straight speed, Ao continued. And in technique variety. He looked at the road. She has more precision. And the ice. Yes. But overall. He looked at Naruto. You've surpassed her. Naruto was quiet for a moment. He looked at Haku's back. She knows, he said. Yes. And. Ao was quiet. She doesn't seem to mind, he said. Not in the way most people would. Naruto watched Haku walk. Her posture. Her pace. The way she moved through the world like someone who had decided a long time ago that most personal feelings were optional. She minds, Naruto said quietly. She just thinks it's good that I'm stronger. Ao looked at him. Is that different? Naruto thought about it. Yeah, he said. It's very different. Ao said nothing more on the subject. But he was quiet in a way that suggested he was thinking about it. The first attempt to access the Nine Tails chakra deliberately happened on a flat stretch of land 3 miles from any settlement. May's choice. For reasons that became immediately apparent. She stood 40 meters back from Naruto. Ao stood beside her. Both of them watching. Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground. He had accessed the chakra before. Always in extremity. Always when something inside him cracked and the fox's power came through the crack like water through a dam. Deliberate access was different. It required going toward the crack intentionally. Don't force it, May said from behind him. Just, reach for it. Like reaching for a door handle in the dark. Naruto exhaled. Reached. The chakra came faster than he expected. A lot faster. Red flooded the edge of his vision. The air around him shimmered crimson. A tail formed behind him. Then another. He felt the power. Enormous. Warm in the way things were warm when warm wasn't safe. He reached for more. Stop. May's voice. Flat. Immediate. Naruto stopped. The chakra receded. He sat on the ground, breathing hard, sweating despite the cold air. Mei walked toward him. She crouched in front of him. She looked at his eyes. They were going red, she said. I know. Not just the iris. She held his gaze. Your pupils were going vertical. Naruto said nothing. When that happens. She paused. Are you still yourself? He thought about it. Honestly. I don't know, he said. I've only gone that far when I was. He stopped. When something bad happened. And after. I don't remember much. Mei was quiet. She sat on the ground across from him. Which surprised him. She rarely sat on the ground. The Nine-Tails chakra is not simply power, she said. It has a nature. Like a wind jutsu has a nature. It carries intention. Naruto looked at her. The fox's intention. Or its instinct, she said. The two are harder to separate than you'd think for a creature that old. She looked at the sky. Yagura controls the three tails entirely. He can access its full power and remain himself. But that control took. She paused. It took something from him. Naruto waited. She looked at him. He is not the same person he was 10 years ago. Even before the control was complete. She looked away. He was different. Something in her voice. Faint. The sound of someone speaking about something that had cost them something personal. Naruto filed it away. Didn't push. So how do I control it without losing myself? He asked. Mei was quiet for a long time. That, she said finally, is the question. She stood. Brushed off her hands. We'll try again tomorrow. Smaller. More careful. She looked down at him. The goal right now is not power. The goal is recognition. Learning what it feels like before the line. So you know where the line is. Naruto nodded. She turned. Come. He got up. Followed. Behind them the grass where he had been sitting was slightly scorched. In a perfect circle. Like something had pressed outward from the center. And been pulled back just in time. The tries that followed were slower. Smaller. More deliberate. Mei directed each one like a surgeon. One tail. Hold. What do you feel? More. Hold. What changes? The conversations were not dramatic. They were clinical. Mei treated the Nine-Tails chakra the way she treated a dangerous technique, as something with rules. Rules that could be understood. Potentially controlled. If approached correctly. She was endlessly patient. In a way that surprised Naruto, who had expected impatience from someone who moved and thought as quickly as she did. After the 5th session she said. You're not fighting it. Naruto looked at her. Most Jinchuriki fight the chakra. They treat it as an invasion. She tilted her head. You don't. Naruto thought about it. It's mine, he said. It's part of me. She studied him. Even though it's the Nine Tails. Even though, he said. It's still in my body. It's still part of what I am. He looked at his hands. I don't know if that's stupid or not. Mei was quiet. It might be the only reason this is working as fast as it is, she said. She looked at the sky. Try two tails. He tried two tails. He held it. For 43 seconds. Then it receded cleanly. He sat on the grass. Exhausted. But present. Entirely himself. Mei looked at him. Then at the space around him. No scorching this time. She nodded once. Good. The fight with Zabuza happened on a morning 3 weeks after that. Naruto had asked for it. Zabuza had agreed with the speed of someone who had been waiting to be asked. Two tails. Full. Held. Against Zabuza Momochi. Who was also not holding back. The fight lasted 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Naruto didn't win. Nobody with any honesty would claim he won. But he didn't lose in the way he expected to lose. He didn't collapse. He didn't get scattered. He gave ground, held ground, gave it again. Matched Zabuza's speed when he had to. Used the clones as extensions rather than distractions. Combined a water technique with wind at one point and produced something that surprised both of them. A blade of wind sharpened water that cut a groove 4 centimeters deep into a stone wall. Zabuza stared at it. Then at Naruto. Then at the groove. He said. Which from Zabuza was the equivalent of extended applause. Naruto stood in the two tails cloak and breathed. The red chakra flickered around him. Stable. His. He felt Zabuza's killing intent. Felt the fox's response to it, a surge, a push, a want to answer with matching force. He felt it. Didn't follow it. The cloak held. After a moment Zabuza lowered his blade. End it, he said. Naruto released the chakra. It receded. He sat down immediately. His legs gave out. Which he had been expecting. Two Tails was sustainable in the fight. After the fight it cost what it cost. He sat on the ground and breathed. Zabuza stood over him. You didn't lose ground, he said. I gave ground, Naruto said. You controlled when. Naruto considered this. Yeah. That's different, Zabuza said. Naruto looked up. Zabuza had already turned. Walking back toward the boathouse. Rest, he said over his shoulder. Then learn to use the clones in that state. And the water techniques. He paused. You're wasting the combination. He kept walking. Naruto sat on the ground. Exhausted. But something else underneath the exhaustion. Something that felt like foundation. Like ground that had been tested and held. He looked at his hands. The chakra was gone. But he knew where it was. And he knew, for the first time with real confidence, that he could find it again. When he needed it. And come back. All right, he said quietly. To nobody. Or maybe to the fox. Let's keep going. Chapter 25, The Storage Facility. The plan came from Ao. Which meant it was thorough, practical, and presented without sentiment. He laid it out on a rough table in the boathouse with a hand-drawn map and the particular economy of a man who had spent years explaining complex things to people in situations where complexity was a luxury. Storage facility, he said. Eastern Outer District. He pointed to a mark on the map. Weapons. Medical supplies. Winter clothing for the patrol units. He looked around the table. Zabuza. Mei. Naruto. Haku. 3 rebel leaders whose names Naruto was still learning. If we take it. Ao continued. The patrol units on the northern and eastern circuits lose their resupply. They'll be operating on existing inventory for at minimum 3 weeks. He looked at Zabuza. Which means reduced capacity at exactly the time we need reduced capacity. Zabuza studied the map. How many guards? 5 rotating shifts. 3 per shift on the exterior. 2 inside at the inventory posts. Plus sensor coverage on the north and west approaches. Naruto leaned over the map. What about east and south? Ao glanced at him. East approaches the civilian district. Sensors there would create complications with the population. South is the drainage channel. Water access, Naruto said. Ao looked at him. Yes. Naruto looked at Zabuza. Zabuza looked at the map. Said nothing. Which was agreement. One of the rebel leaders, a stocky woman named Kira who had been operating in the Eastern District for 4 years, tapped the map. We've tried the drainage channel once before. What happened? Naruto asked. We got in fine, she said. Getting the supplies out through water is slow. And they have a response unit that covers the eastern sector within 3 minutes of alarm. 3 minutes, Naruto said. How much can we move in 3 minutes? Kira looked at him. With 8 people. She calculated. Maybe a third of what's there. With my clones. She blinked. How many? Practical number, 20. She looked at Ao. Ao looked at the map. He was running numbers. 40% of full inventory, he said. Maybe 45. In 3 minutes. Possibly. Naruto straightened. What does 40% of full inventory mean for the rebels? Mei answered. Medical supplies alone would last the network 4 months. The weapons. She looked at Kira. How many cells are currently underarmed? 7, Kira said. All of them, another rebel added flatly. Mei looked at the map. The clothing. She was quiet for a moment. 3 cells are operating in the northern mountains. In winter. The table was quiet for a moment. Naruto looked at the map. At the drainage channel. At the 3-minute response window. At the sensor gaps on the east and south approaches. 5 ninja, Zabuza said. He was looking at the same map. As 5. He pointed. Clones go in the drainage channel first. Disable the interior posts. Then the rest of us. He looked at Naruto. You and your clones move the inventory. Haku watches exit. Ao maintains sensor awareness. He looked at Mei. You and I handle whatever comes. Mei looked at the map. The response unit. When it arrives. Zabuza shrugged. We'll already be leaving. Mei studied him. And if we're not? Zabuza's expression didn't change. Then we fight. She held his gaze. Then looked at Naruto. You understand what you're being asked to do. Naruto looked at the map. Move fast, move quiet, don't start a fight we don't need. Yes. And if we're still inside when the response unit arrives. Then we become the distraction while the supplies go out. He looked at her. In that order. She held his gaze. Something in her expression. Not quite satisfaction. More like confirmation of a suspicion. Yes, she said. In that order. She looked at the table. Day after tomorrow. Pre-dawn. She folded the map. Everyone sleep. It began cleanly. Naruto's clones went through the drainage channel first. Silent. Purposeful. The facility's south approach had 2 junction points where a clone could emerge from the water without triggering the sensor network on the north and west sides. The interior guards were disabled before they completed their next round. Not harmed. Naruto had been specific about that. The clones used the same neck strikes Zabuza had taught him. Precise. Non-lethal. Both interior guards were sitting against the facility wall unconscious before the main team entered. The facility itself was a long stone building with 3 connected storage rooms. Naruto looked at it. At the shelves. At the organized inventory. Okay, he said quietly. He pressed a clone's shoulder. Weapons first. They moved. For 90 seconds everything was exactly what it was supposed to be. Then Ao spoke. Something's wrong. His Byakugan was active. He was looking through the facility walls. Looking further. Into the street. The city beyond. The response unit is already moving. Naruto stopped. Already. They were deployed before we entered. Silence. They knew, Haku said. Ao's jaw tightened. Someone informed. 20 seconds of silence in which everyone processed the gap between the plan they'd made and the situation they were in. Then Zabuza spoke. How many? 20, Ao said. Hunter Nin. 20, Kira said. Her voice was flat. We have 5. 6, Naruto said. He formed the seal. Shadow clone jutsu. 40 clones filled the facility. Kira stared. Naruto looked at her. Start moving inventory. Every clone takes a crate. He looked at the exit. We do this in the next 2 minutes or we don't do it. For a half second no one moved. Then Zabuza walked toward the door. 2 minutes, he said. Or we leave without the supplies. And then everyone moved. The Hunter Nin arrived in 4 teams of 5. They entered from the north. Because the north was the tactical approach. What they found when they entered was not what they expected. They expected a facility being looted by 8 people. What they found was 40 people in orange jackets. Every single one of them moving with identical purpose. The lead Hunter Nin stopped in the doorway. He looked at the room. He counted. He looked again. Then one of the identical figures looked directly at him. Grinned. Hi. The lead Hunter Nin made the decision that his training had prepared him for. All units, engage. The facility became a contained disaster. Clones were destroyed in clusters. Hunter Nin techniques were precise and powerful. Each clone that dispersed gave Naruto information. Direction. Positioning. Numbers. He processed it continuously. Redirected. Replaced. Kept the movement of supplies going behind the chaos. Haku covered the exit. Not with ice. With speed. And Senbon placed with the kind of accuracy that suggested a very detailed understanding of human joints and how fragile they were. Hunter Nin who pushed through the clone lines found their momentum interrupted by a needle they didn't see coming. A knee joint. An elbow. A wrist. Enough to break the attack without killing the attacker. Outworked the flanks. His sensor awareness kept him informed of what was coming before it arrived. He couldn't fight 20 Hunter Nin. But he could make sure none of them surprised anyone on his side. Zabuza and Mei handled the 4 team leaders. This was the part that was not clean. The team leaders were Jonin. Experienced. Coordinated. Zabuza went through 2 of them the way weather went through trees. He didn't stop. He didn't adjust. He simply continued. They survived. But they didn't continue the fight. Mei encountered the 3rd and 4th simultaneously. She fought the way she did everything, with the impression that she had more options available than she was currently using. Which she did. The 2 team leaders found themselves facing techniques they couldn't categorize, from angles they hadn't predicted, with a level of efficiency that suggested they had made a significant miscalculation. They also survived. They were also no longer participating. Naruto counted the seconds. 100. 110. 120. Everyone out, he said. His clones were already at the exit. Supplies sealed in storage scrolls. The real Naruto was the last one through the door. Behind him the facility was a chaos of unconscious and incapacitated Hunter Nin. None dead. All of them, every single one, had been neutralized without fatal injury. Naruto noticed this later. On the walk back through the drainage channel. He noticed that he had made that decision somewhere in the middle of the fight without announcing it. Without calculating it. It had simply happened. Because it was what he did. Back at the boathouse. The supplies were distributed. Kira organized it with the efficiency of someone who had been waiting for this inventory for months. The rebel network would have weapons. Medical supplies. Winter clothing for the mountain cells. 3 rebel leaders who had been skeptical of the outsiders stood in the boathouse and looked at the organized inventory and didn't say much. One of them, an older man named Tetsu who had been running a cell in the Western District for 6 years, looked at Naruto. You didn't kill any of them, he said. Naruto looked at him. No. Tetsu was quiet. Those Hunter Nin were people doing a job, Naruto said. A bad job, maybe. But people. Tetsu looked at the supplies. Then at Naruto. Soft, he said. Not cruelly. Observationally. Like noting that someone was left-handed. A tree hugger, another rebel said. From the back of the room. Someone laughed. Naruto looked toward the voice. Found a young man leaning against the wall. Maybe 20. The kind of young that had been made older by specific experiences. You could have taken half of them with you, the young man said. Prisoners slow us down, but their leverage. He folded his arms. Or you could have just. He made a gesture. Naruto looked at him for a moment. Then he said. I'm going to do what I think is right. The room was quiet. You can agree with it or not. But I'm not changing it based on what anyone else thinks. He looked at the supplies. And tonight, we got what we came for. He looked at the young man. Without leaving anyone behind us. The young man held his gaze. Then looked away. Not in concession. In the specific way someone looked away when they were thinking about something that required privacy. Kira looked at Naruto. Then at the supplies. Then she went back to organizing. Which was its own kind of answer. Ao sat in the corner. He had been watching the exchange. He said nothing. But later, when they were alone, he said to Naruto. The Hunter Nin you left behind. Naruto looked at him. They'll remember, Ao said. That they were beaten by someone who didn't finish them. He was quiet. In this country. He looked at the water. That means something. Naruto thought about it. What does it mean? Ao was quiet for a long time. I'm not sure yet, he said. But it means something. Chapter 26, Three Tales, One Cost. Three Tales arrived quietly. Not with drama. Not with a crisis. It arrived on a cold morning beside the water when Naruto sat alone and reached for it the way he had learned to reach for it, carefully, with direction, with the awareness of where the line was. One tale. Two. He held them. Stable. Himself. Then he reached for the third. It came. The chakra exploded outward. Not uncontrolled. Not a flood. A wave that he held. Barely. The red cloak around him thickened. A third tail formed. He felt the power differently at 3. The first two tails added strength. Speed. The third added something harder to name. A kind of pressure. Like the fox was watching through his eyes. Not possessing. Just present. Aware. He held it for 30 seconds. Then 40. Then a minute. His whole body shook with the effort. Not from the power. From the holding of it. From the maintenance of the line. At 90 seconds he released it. The chakra receded. All three tails. Gone. He sat on the dock and looked at the water. His hands were trembling. His vision had narrowed to a tunnel for a moment at the end. He pressed his palms flat against the dock wood. Cold. Real. He breathed. Behind him. May stood in the boathouse doorway. She had been watching for the last 4 minutes. She walked to the dock. Sat beside him. Neither spoke for a while. 3, she said finally. Yes. You held it. Barely. 90 seconds. She was quiet. In a fight you won't have 90 seconds to maintain it passively. You'll be moving. Using techniques. Taking hits. Naruto nodded. He knew all of this. What does it cost you? She asked. He looked at his hands. Everything I have, he said. Once it's done. He exhaled. I've got nothing left. May looked at the water. Then it's a trump card, she said. Not a question. Yes, he said. She was quiet. You understand what that means. It means I use it once. When nothing else is working. She nodded. And if that once isn't enough. Naruto looked at the water. Thought about Haku. About Zabuza. About May sitting on this dock and telling him about children who learn silence. Then I figure out something else, he said. May looked at him. That's not a plan. No, he agreed. It's not. He looked at her. But it's what I've got. She held his gaze. Then looked away. She was quiet for a long time. When she spoke it was in a different register. Something that had been inside the conversation the whole time but hadn't surfaced until now. There's a spy, she said. Naruto looked at her. In the network. We confirmed it after the storage facility. The response unit was pre-deployed. Someone told them we were coming. Naruto's eyes sharpened. Who? We don't know yet. But. She paused. The information that was leaked. She looked at him. It included your presence here. Naruto was still. Which means Yagura knows about me. Yes. And about the 9 tails. Almost certainly. Naruto looked at the water. He's going to come personally, he said. May was quiet. Yes, she said. We believe so. We received confirmation this morning. She looked at her hands. He's coming with a strike team. Within the week. Naruto looked at the mist. At the walls somewhere inside it. At the village that had been made wrong and was still running. How many people do we have? He asked. Enough to make it a fight, May said. She looked at him. Not enough to win it conventionally. Then we don't do it conventionally, Naruto said. She studied him. You have an idea. He thinks he's hunting us, Naruto said. He thinks he knows where we are. He looked at her. So we let him find us. Exactly where we want him. A pause. We turned the hunt into an ambush. May held his gaze. For a long moment. If this goes wrong. I know, Naruto said. She looked at the water. Then back at him. Then let's make sure it doesn't. The planning took 3 days. Ao mapped every possible approach Yagura's strike team could take. Kira coordinated the rebel cells. Zabuza was characteristically blunt about the strategy. When he arrives, Zabuza said, he'll expect us to scatter. That's what rebels do. He looked at the map. So we don't scatter. We compress. He traced a line on the map. A flat stretch of ground at the edge of the outer district. Open on 3 sides. Water on the 4th. We give him the ground he expects to drive us toward. And then we fight him there. Mei looked at the marked location. He'll know it's a trap. Yes, Zabuza said. He's not stupid. But he's also the Mizuki. He looked at her. He won't run from a trap. He'll spring it himself. Because he believes he can. Mei was quiet. And can he? Zabuza looked at Naruto. Then back at Mei. We're going to find out, he said. The night before the ambush, Naruto sat outside. Haku sat beside him. They had been quiet for a long time. Then Haku said, "Are you afraid?" Naruto thought about it. Of Yagura. Of what tomorrow might be. Naruto looked at the mist. A little, he said. He looked at her. You. Haku was quiet. Yes, she said. Not for myself. She looked at her hands. For you. And Zabuza-sama. Naruto watched her. I'll be alright, he said. She didn't answer that. Which was its own answer. They sat for a while longer. The mist moved. The water was dark and quiet. Haku, Naruto said. She looked at him. Whatever happens tomorrow. He paused. Don't do anything stupid. She looked at him for a moment. Then away. No more than necessary, she said. He looked at her. Her profile in the mist. Her hands in her lap. Something settled in his chest. Heavy. And warm. And slightly afraid. Yeah, he said. That goes for me too. Chapter 27, The Mizuki Comes. The ambush was set before dawn. The location was exactly as Zabuza had described, a flat stretch at the edge of the outer district, open on 3 sides, the dark water of the drainage channel on the 4th. Rebel fighters positioned in the surrounding buildings. Ao at the highest point with sensor coverage running continuously. Kira and her cell covering the eastern approach. Haku at the water's edge. Zabuza at the center. Mei beside him. Naruto between them. They waited. The mist was heavier than usual. Which meant nothing and everything. The mist was always heavy in Kurigakure. At the 3rd hour of waiting, Ao's voice came soft and taut as a wire pulled tight. They're here. A pause. All of them. Naruto exhaled slowly. He looked at the fog. At the nothing that was about to become something. How many? Zabuza asked. 12 with him. Hunter Ninjanin. And. Ao stopped. Then. He's already in chakra mode. Silence. Mei looked straight ahead. He knows it's a trap, she said. Yes, Zabuza said. He came anyway. The mist moved. And then Yagura was there. He was not what Naruto expected. He had expected something large. Something that announced itself. What he saw was a small man. Young looking. Standing in the mist like the mist belonged to him. Which, in a real sense, it did. He held a staff. Coral at the top. He looked across the open ground at the 3 of them. His expression was composed. Professionally composed. The expression of a man who had been doing something difficult for a long time and had stopped feeling it. He looked at Zabuza. You came back. Zabuza shrugged. Someone had to. Yagura looked at Mei. Something moved between them. Naruto couldn't read it. Old and complicated. Then Yagura looked at Naruto. He held on Naruto. His eyes were the eyes of someone doing assessment. Professional. Complete. The 9 tails, he said. Not a question. Yes, Naruto said. Yagura tilted his head. You're 12. I know. And you're here. Yes. Yagura looked at him. Do you understand what you're doing? Naruto held his gaze. Probably not completely, he said. But enough. Yugura was quiet for a moment. Then let's begin. The hunter nin moved on all sides. The rebels responded. The outer district erupted with the sounds of a dozen separate fights. Steel. Jutsu. Bodies hitting stone. At the center of it, Yugura walked towards Zabuza and Mei. Naruto circled wide. Not away. Around. Positioning. This was the plan. Mei and Zabuza at the front. Naruto and his clones as disruption. Keep Yugura's attention split. Don't give him a single front to focus on. Yugura engaged Zabuza first. Because Zabuza was the largest threat he could see. Or because he wanted to settle something old. Both. Probably. The clash between them was enormous. Zabuza's blade against Yugura's staff. The impact sent a shockwave across the open ground. Naruto felt it in his chest. His clones moved. Coming from 3 angles. Yugura displaced 2 of them with a water technique that appeared without seals. The third clone caught him across the shoulder. He took it. And drove his staff into the clone's midsection. It dispersed. He was already turning back to Zabuza. Mei was there. She hit him with a water technique before he could reset. He deflected most of it. Not all. He stepped back 1 pace. Which was the only ground he gave. Naruto watched the rhythm of it. Yugura was faster than both of them. Not by much. But enough. He adjusted for Zabuza's power. He adjusted for Mei's precision. He adjusted. Constantly. Without effort. The way someone did something they had done 1,000 times. Naruto's clones came again. More angles. More approaches. Making Yugura track more threats than he could comfortably ignore. It was working. Barely. The balance of the fight was thin. Like a sheet of ice over water. You could feel it holding. And feel how close it was to not. For 7 minutes the fight stayed on that edge. Then Yugura looked at Naruto. Really looked. Not the assessment from before. Something colder. More direct. You're the disruption, he said. Not angry. Not accusatory. Just, naming a thing. He adjusted his stance. He stopped reacting to the clones. Started predicting them. The rhythm changed. 3 clones disappeared in rapid succession. He was no longer being disrupted. He was simply handling 2 opponents instead of a dynamic field. Which meant, the balance shifted. Zabuza took a strike he couldn't absorb. He gave 3 steps of ground. Mei was pushed back. Naruto moved forward. Hey. Yugura looked at him. Hey, he said again. And he reached for the chakra. 1 tail. 2. The red cloak formed. Yugura's eyes sharpened. He looked at the cloak. At the tails. Then, something changed in his expression. Recognition. And beneath recognition, something that was almost interest. He formed a seal. The chakra that rose from him was different. Heavier. With texture. The 3 tails chakra. Not full. Partial. Controlled. Stage 2. Naruto felt the difference immediately. The weight of it. The scale. He drove forward anyway. 2 tails. Maximum. He hit Yugura 3 times. Solid hits. Yugura took them. All 3. And moved through them. Like someone walking through strong wind. Inconvenient. Not sufficient. He caught Naruto on the 4th exchange. A strike to the chest. Not a killing blow. A measuring blow. Naruto flew. He hit the ground 20 meters back. Slid. Got up. His vision was ringing. He got up anyway. Across the field Mei was holding ground. But only ground. Not advancing. Not finding openings. Just holding. Naruto looked at Yugura. At the 3 tails chakra around him. At the weight of it. He thought about the 3 tails state he had accessed. What it cost. What he'd have left after. He thought about the fox. About the 90 seconds on the dock. About Mei saying, trump card. He looked at Haku at the water's edge. She was watching him. He looked back. Steady. Both of them steady. He turned back to Yugura. And he charged. Two tails. Pushing the edge of it. Clones on every angle. Water techniques combined with wind. Moving everything he had. Yagura met him. And exceeded him. The stage 2 three tails chakra was not something two tails could match. Not close. Not evenly. Naruto took 3 strikes he couldn't dodge. He was slowing. He could feel it. The chakra flickering at the edges. Yagura drove a final strike at him. And something moved at the edge of his vision. Hiku. Moving. Not slowly. Not carefully. Moving the way she moved when there was no margin and she had already decided. Hiku, Naruto shouted. She was already there. The strike that had been aimed at Naruto hit her instead. She took it. Fully. She went down. Naruto caught her before she hit the ground. She looked up at him. Her breathing was wrong. He could tell immediately. Something in her chest. Wrong. Hiku. She said. Not dead. She pressed her hand against his arm. You. She coughed. You are better than me, she said. Her voice was quiet. Even. Like she had been working up to this for a while. You're still trying to help anyone you can. She looked at him. Even now. While I can only pretend I don't see them anymore. Her fingers tightened slightly on his arm. Don't. Naruto's throat was tight. Don't start that, he said. Don't start talking like. I'm not dying, she said. She almost smiled. I just need you to not die here. Because you're not done yet. She closed her eyes. Breathed. Her hand went still on his arm. Not gone. Still there. But done. Naruto held her. For 1 second. 2. He looked at Yagura. Yagura was watching. Not gloating. Just watching. The way someone watched something they were trying to understand. Naruto set Hiku down carefully. He looked at Yagura. And then he stopped holding it back. Chapter 27. 4 tails came like a wall coming down. No gradual rise. No careful management. Just, release. The ground around him cracked. The drainage channel water surged upward and then away. The red chakra was enormous. 4 full tails. Stage 2. His mind was still at the verge of snapping but barely held. He could feel the fox's presence. Present. Aware. Waiting. Naruto moved. He hit Yagura like a natural disaster. The impact of the first strike was felt in every building in the outer district. Yagura staggered. For the first time in the fight, he actually staggered. His stage 2 three tails chakra cloak absorbed the blow. But it cost him something. He looked at Naruto. There it is, he said. Something in his voice. Almost recognition. I wondered when it would show. He reformed his stance. His own chakra deepened. Stage 2 three tails against stage 2 4 tails. They were equally terrifying now. Naruto drove forward. Clones appeared. Wind and water combined. A blade of water-sharpened wind hit Yagura from the left while the main body hit from the right. Yagura blocked both. But not the hit from the main body which is coming at him with force of a bullet train. But he had to move to do it. For the first time in the fight, Yagura was reacting passively. Not predicting. Reacting. Mei moved. She had been watching for this. 3 seconds. That was all she needed. She formed the seals, more of them than Naruto had seen her use before. Her chakra changed. Not water. Not fire. Something between them. Something that happened when the two natures met and became a third thing. A dragon of boiling, acidic chakra rose from her hands. It hit Yagura from behind. It hit him in the back. He was already turning from Naruto's savage attack. Half turned. The boiling dragon hit him in the gap. The sound it made was something Naruto had no context for. Yagura went down on one knee. The three tails chakra around him flickered. For a moment, just a moment, the weight of the fight changed. Then it came back. Harder. Yagura looked at the ground. At his knee on the stone. He pressed his fist into the ground. And the chakra surged. Not stage 2 anymore. The tailed beast came fully. Not Yagura channeling it. The three tails itself. The transformation was enormous. The ground beneath it cracked from the weight. The drainage channel reversed course. The outer district buildings shook. Naruto felt the scale of it through his four tails cloak. The fox's presence in him went very still. The three tails was 3 times the size of the battlefield. It breathed. The water around it rose. It had been a fight between ninja. Now it was a different kind of problem entirely. The tailed beast turned its enormous eyes toward the field. It opened its mouth. Water surged from the drainage channel, from the air, from the mist itself, drawing together into something that had no tactical name. Just scale. Just force. Just the fact of a tailed beast doing what tailed beasts did when control was lost. Move. Ao's voice from above. Everyone moved. Or tried to. The water attack hit the eastern buildings. They came apart. Stone and wood and 50 years of construction gone in 4 seconds. Naruto was already running. He caught a rebel fighter who hadn't cleared the impact zone fast enough. Threw her clear. Took the edge of the attack himself. It hit him like the ocean hitting a cliff. He went down. Came up. His cloak had absorbed most of it. He was still himself. Still present. Barely. The three tails raised its head again. The Bijudama came next. Not aimed. Just released. Into the district. Into the open air. Into everything in range. Multiple techniques converged on it from every angle. Rebel fighters. Ow. Kira's cell. Water techniques hitting the sphere. Earth walls rising. Wind cuts deflecting. None of it sufficient. The Bijudama hit the far side of the outer district. The explosion shook the ground 6 miles in every direction. Naruto's cloak absorbed most of the damage, but he got degraded to his three tails version. Naruto looked at the three tails. He looked at what was left of his cloak. At his hands. At the chakra still available to him. Almost nothing. He looked at Mei. She was standing. Barely. Her boil lava dragon had cost her significantly. She looked at him. He looked back. Zabuza appeared from the right. His sword was at his side. His face was cut in 3 places. He was breathing like someone who had been running for a long time. He looked at the three tails. Then he looked at Naruto. Then he looked at where the tailed beast's eye was visible. Through the enormous head. On the right side. Exposed. He looked at Naruto again. Naruto understood. He looked at his hands. At the almost nothing. He thought about Haku on the ground. About the children who learned silence. About the family in the checkpoint. About the girl in the cell. About all the things that were still wrong and still running because wrong things ran once they started. He reached. 1 tail. 2. 3. What he had left. Which was almost nothing. Which he gave anyway. He formed the water dragon seals. His hands were shaking. The water responded. Slowly. Like something being pulled through resistance. He looked at Mei. She was already forming seals. Her hands steadier than his. But not steady. Together. The wind rose from his technique. The water rose from hers. 2 dragons. One sharpened by wind down to an edge that had no practical width. One expanded by the sheer scale of what Mei poured into it. They merged. Not by plan. By contact. By the nature of the 2 techniques recognizing each other. The combined dragon was not a large technique. It was a precise one. An extremely precise one. Moving at a speed that wind gave and water sustained. It hit the three tails in the eye. The exposed one. The one Zabuza had driven toward with his sword at the same moment. 3 impacts. 1 location. The three tails made a sound that registered in the chest rather than the ears. And then it stopped. The enormous body folded. Not dramatically. The way large things fell when they stopped having a reason to stand. The water it had raised came down. The outer district received a very thorough second flooding. Naruto was already on the ground before the water landed. He didn't feel the water. He didn't feel anything. He was aware of his eyes being open. Of the sky above. Gray and heavy. The mist sitting on it like always. He heard voices. Far away. Getting closer. Then nothing. He was dimly aware of what happened next in the way someone was aware of things through water. Muffled. Slowed. The three tails reverting. Yagura's small form visible in the space the beast had occupied. Mei walking toward him. Her steps quiet on the wet stone. She crouched beside him. They spoke. Naruto heard the voices but not the words. That was theirs. Whatever passed between them. Whatever she said. Whatever he answered. It was theirs. He didn't need to hear it. He just needed to know that she handled it. And then there was silence. And then there was a very long darkness. Obito watched from above. High enough to be invisible. Contained enough to not register on Ao's Byakugan. He had been watching since before the ambush began. He had watched all of it. The fight. The three tails going full. The combined technique that brought it down. He had watched Yagura revert. And then, Mei. He watched the small still exchange by the fallen Mizuki. And then the quiet that followed. He watched the three tails chakra dissipate into the air. Watched Yagura go still. He exhaled. Very slowly. Beside him. White Zetsu shifted. Black Zetsu spoke. You could have taken it, he said. The three tails. At the end. When he was unconscious. He paused. And the nine tails. While the boy was down. Both of them. Here. Obito looked at the ground below. At the outer district. At the rebels moving through the aftermath. At the water still settling. At the shape of Naruto on the ground somewhere in the smoke and mist. He was quiet. Too many eyes, he said. Even now. The Byakugan user. The red-haired woman. Zabuza. He looked at the space where Yagura had been. And the nine tails. He was quiet. Not yet. Black Zetsu's voice was measured. This could become a complication, he said. A Jinchuriki this capable, this young. I'm aware, Obito said. The trajectory. I'm aware, he said again. He looked at the mist. At the walls of the village. At the place where an enormously wrong thing had just been made slightly less wrong. By people who had decided that was worth doing. We'll need to make some new preparations, he said. He turned. Come. And they went. 3 days later. Morning. The boathouse was quiet. Naruto opened his eyes. The ceiling. Low. Familiar. He lay still for a moment. Taking inventory. Fingers. Toes. He could feel all of them. That was encouraging. He turned his head. Zabuza sat against the wall with his arms folded. His face had new scars. He was asleep. Or something that looked like it. Naruto turned the other way. Hiku lay on the cot beside his. Breathing. Slow. Steady. More bandage than clothing. But breathing. Naruto exhaled. He lay still. He looked at the ceiling. He thought about the fight. About the three tails. About the combined technique. About Hiku taking that hit. About her voice. About what she had said. You are better than me. He looked at the ceiling. That's not true, he thought. But he understood what she had meant. And he wasn't sure how to carry it. He was still working on that when the door opened. Mei Terumi walked in. She looked at him. He looked at her. You're awake, she said. Yes. She pulled a stool to the side of his cot. Sat. Looked at him the way she looked at things she was assessing. How do you feel? Like I used everything I had and then some. Yes, she said. You did. She was quiet. You also cracked 2 ribs. Good to know. And you'll need another week before you do anything significant. Naruto nodded. He looked at Hiku. She's all right. Mei followed his gaze. She'll recover fully. A pause. 3 more weeks than you. She took a strike from stage 2 three tails chakra with her body. Naruto looked at Hiku. I know, he said. Silence. Where is Yagura? He asked. Mei looked at him steadily. He's gone, she said. Naruto held her gaze. She held his back. No further explanation. Naruto nodded once. He lay back. Looked at the ceiling. And the village. Is. Mei was quiet. Processing. She folded her hands in her lap. A village without a Mizukage requires a new Mizukage. Naruto looked at her. That'll be you, he said. She was quiet for a moment. Yes, she said. It wasn't pride. It wasn't certainty. It was the specific gravity of a person who had looked at an enormous task and decided that someone had to do it and that someone was them. Naruto looked at her. Good, he said. She held his gaze. Something moved in her expression. Not quite softness. More like recognition. She stood. Get some rest. She moved toward the door. Then stopped. She looked at Zabuza. At his sleeping form against the wall. He needs to be here, she said. Not to Zabuza. To the room. This village needs people who know what it was. And what it should be. She was quiet. He's still a shinobi of the mist. Whatever he says about it. She looked at Naruto. You might say something to him about that. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Why me? She gave him a look. Because he listens to you. More than he'd like to. She opened the door. More than any of us, actually. She left. Naruto lay still. He looked at the ceiling. Thought about that. Then he heard. I don't listen to you. Naruto looked at the wall. Where Zabuza sat. Eyes still closed. Or appearing to be. You were awake, Naruto said. I've been awake for an hour. And. Zabuza was quiet. A long quiet. The kind that had weight. Then. The village needs people who know what it was, he said. Not repeating it mockingly. Just, saying it back. The way someone said something they were turning over. Looking at the sides of. And what it should be, Naruto said. Zabuza said nothing. His arms didn't move. His eyes didn't open. But something in the room changed. Slightly. The way a weight shifted without disappearing. Naruto looked at the ceiling. They were quiet together for a while. 2 days later. Mei came back. This time she brought the conversation she had been building toward. They were all awake. Zabuza at the table. Haku sitting up on her cot. Naruto on the dock again. She stood in the center of the room and she didn't soften it. I'm going to become Mizukage, she said. And I'm asking you to come back. She looked at Zabuza directly. Both of you. To the village. Zabuza looked at the table. I'm not interested, he said. I am not the Mizukage. No, Mei said. I am. Which is exactly why I need people around me who remember what this village was and aren't afraid to say when something is wrong again. Zabuza looked at her. You want me as a political conscience. I want you as a shinobi of the mist who knows the village's history from the inside. She held his gaze. I'm reinstating you, she said. Both you and Haku. The missing nin status. Revoked. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. You don't have that authority yet. I will in 3 days, she said. And I'm making the decision now. Zabuza looked at the wall. The table. His hands. I'm not interested in the village, he said. I have. He paused. Interests elsewhere. Naruto spoke from the door. Traveling, he said. Mei looked at him. He came inside. Sat on the floor. I want to travel more, he said. See more of this world. He looked at Mei. There's still a lot I don't understand about it. She held his gaze. I'm not asking you guys to stay permanently, she said. She looked at him. Then at Zabuza. I'm asking for a report once a month. A mission when the village genuinely needs it. And. She looked at Zabuza. The knowledge that you have a home to come back to. The room was quiet. Zabuza looked at the wall. His jaw was tight. I don't need. Zabuza-sama. Haku's voice. Quiet. Everyone looked at her. She was sitting with her hands in her lap. Looking at Zabuza. Not with the careful distance she usually maintained. With something more direct. It would be nice, she said. To have a home again. Zabuza looked at her. She looked back. Not asking. Not pleading. Just saying what was true. The way she said most things. Directly. And simply. And with the particular weight of someone who didn't waste words. Zabuza looked at the wall. A very long moment. Then. A report once a month is idiotic. May's expression didn't change. Every 6 weeks, he said. 1 month, she said. 6 weeks. 1 month. This is. 1 month, she said. Zabuza-sama, Haku said. He looked at her. She raised one eyebrow. Slightly. Almost nothing. But enough. He looked at May. Then at the ceiling. Then at the floor. Missions on request only, he said. Not assignment. Missions when the village needs it, May said. Which is different. It's not different. It absolutely is. You're splitting. 1 report a month, Naruto said. Both of them looked at him. He looked between them. Missions when the village needs it. He looked at Zabuza. And you keep doing whatever you're doing in between. He looked at May. Right. She held his gaze. Then looked at Zabuza. Right, she said. Zabuza looked at Naruto. The look of someone who was trying to determine whether they were being outmaneuvered by a 12-year-old. Naruto looked back. Steady. Zabuza looked at the ceiling. He exhaled through his nose. Long. And slow. Fine, he said. The word came out like something being put down that had been carried a long way. Haku's hands relaxed in her lap. Naruto looked at her. She met his eyes. Something warm and quiet passed between them. He looked at May. And me, he asked. She studied him. You're from the leaf in their Jinchuriki, she said. You can't be reinstated. I know. You're not a shinobi of the mist. I know. She was quiet. If you don't want to go to Leaf or anywhere else and want to come back. He blinked. You think I'll come back? She gave him a look. Yes, she said. I do. He held her gaze. He thought about what she had said. About the village needing people who knew what it was. About homes. About the things still wrong that were still running. He thought about the road ahead. About what he still didn't understand. I might come back for a visit, he said. She nodded. She looked at the table. At all of them. For now. She stood. Heel. She moved toward the door. At the threshold she stopped. Looked back once. At the room. At the mismatched collection of people who had done something together that would matter for a long time. She didn't say anything else. She left. The door closed. The boathouse was quiet. Outside the mist moved. The water was still. Somewhere in the village a bell rang. Once. The morning beginning. A new one. Naruto looked at the ceiling. He thought about the road. About Kakashi. About the headband around his forehead. About the things he had seen. And the things still left to see. He exhaled. Long. And slow. Okay, he said. To nobody. Or maybe to all of them. Let's rest. Chapter 28, The Intercepted Mission. The third Hokage's office was dark except for the faint glow of his crystal ball. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat motionless, his pipe unlit, his eyes fixed on the swirling image within the sphere. The telescope technique was not a jutsu he used lightly, it was invasive, it was exhausting, and it required a specific target. But he had learned long ago that some threats required constant vigilance. The image showed a nondescript apartment in the Eastern District. A man sat at a table, writing in cipher. Root hand signs, deliberate and efficient. Hiruzen recognized the pattern immediately. He had identified this operative 3 days ago, after a conversation with Aburame Shibi that had been far more illuminating than he'd expected. 3 days earlier. Shibi had arrived at the Hokage's office alone, summoned by sealed message. He was not a man prone to visible emotion, but Hiruzen had known him long enough to recognize tension in the way he held his hands. You wished to speak about Hikudo, Shibi said quietly. Hiruzen nodded. I need to know what you can tell me about him. Not as his elder. As someone who knows the clan. Shibi was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was carefully neutral. Hikuto joined Root 6 years ago. He was 14. The clan did not approve, but we do not interfere with individual choice once a member reaches genin rank. Do you believe he is loyal to Danzo? Shibi's insects hummed faintly beneath his coat. I believe Hikuto does what he is ordered to do. That is what Root is. That's not what I asked. Another pause. Then, Hikuto's Kikaichu have been behaving strangely for the past 2 months. They do not settle properly when he returns from missions. This is not normal. Hiruzen's eyes sharpened. Strangely how? They are restless, as though they have encountered something that does not fit their understanding of the world. Shibi tilted his head slightly. I cannot ask Hikuto directly. He does not speak to the clan anymore. But insects do not lie. Hiruzen considered this. If Hikuto were conflicted about an order, would you know? No, Shibi said. But his insects would. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair. Thank you, Shibi. That will be all. Shibi rose, then paused at the door. Hokage-sama, if you are investigating Root, I would suggest watching the operatives who interact with Hikuto most frequently. Root compartmentalizes information, but field partners share more than command intends. Do you have a name? No, Shibi said. But you have resources I do not. He left. Hiruzen had spent the next 2 days identifying every Root operative who had worked with Hikuto in the past year. There were 4. One of them, a man named Tsurugi, had been placed on active rotation the day after Kakashi returned from Wave. Tsurugi was the one Hiruzen was watching now. The cipher message was nearly complete. Hiruzen read the shapes forming in the crystal ball, translating the shorthand in his mind. Deployment authorized. Target, Uzumaki Naruto. Location, last confirmed northeast of Wave, direction Water Country. Intercept en route. Capture alive. Lethal force authorized for interference. Hiruzen's jaw tightened. 4-man team. Departure at dawn. The message was rolled, sealed, and placed in a concealed compartment beneath the table. Tsurugi rose, pulled on a standard Anbu vest without insignia, and left through the window. Hiruzen exhaled slowly and dismissed the technique. The crystal ball's glow faded. He stood, crossed to the window, and looked out over the village. Dawn was 2 hours away. He formed a single hand seal. A shadow clone appeared beside him. Find Kakashi, Hiruzen said quietly. Tell him I need him to intercept a Root team heading northeast at dawn. 4 operatives. Their target is Naruto. The clone nodded and vanished. Hiruzen returned to his desk and finally lit his pipe. He did not sit. He simply stood there, smoking, waiting for the sun. Kakashi received the message an hour before dawn. He was already awake, he rarely slept well anymore, and the clone's arrival in his apartment was not unexpected. Hiruzen had been tense for weeks, ever since Team 7 returned from Wave. Kakashi had filed his report in full, including the details of Gato's arrangement with Root, the fight on the bridge, and Naruto's departure. Hiruzen had read it twice, then looked at Kakashi and said, protect him. Whatever it takes. Kakashi had nodded. Now he pulled on his vest, checked his kunai pouch, and left through the window. He moved fast, clearing the village perimeter in minutes and heading northeast. The Hokage's clone had given him an intercept point, a clearing 6 miles outside Konoha, along the trade road that led toward the border. Kakashi reached it just as the sky began to lighten. He settled into the trees and waited. The Root team arrived 20 minutes later. 4 operatives, moving in perfect formation. No wasted movement. No conversation. Kakashi recognized the discipline immediately. This was not a patrol, it was a mission team. He dropped from the trees and landed in the center of the road. All 4 stopped instantly, hands moving to weapons. Kakashi straightened, his visible eye calm. You're heading northeast. No response. I'm going to assume you're on a mission, Kakashi continued. And I'm going to assume that mission involves someone the Hokage has a vested interest in protecting. One of them, the one in front, marginally taller than the others, spoke. His voice was flat, emotionless. We are under orders from a superior officer. Stand aside. No, Kakashi said simply. The tension in the clearing thickened. This does not concern you, Hitaki, the lead operative said. It does, actually. Kakashi's hand drifted toward his headband. The Hokage gave me an order. It happens to conflict with yours. So here we are. The four operatives shifted their stances, spreading slightly. Tactical positioning. Kakashi noted it without visible reaction. You are outnumbered, the leader said. Kakashi tilted his head. You're not the first people to say that to me. For a moment, no one moved. Then the leader raised one hand in a sharp signal. The four root operatives attacked simultaneously. Kakashi moved. The first operative came in low with a tanto. Kakashi sidestepped, caught the man's wrist, and redirected the blade into the ground. A sharp strike to the shoulder joint and the operative stumbled. Kakashi swept his legs and sent him rolling. The second came from above, kunai descending toward Kakashi's neck. Kakashi ducked, formed a single seal, and the ground beneath the attacker erupted in a spike of earth. The operative twisted midair, landed on the spike's side, and rebounded toward Kakashi with a follow-up strike. Kakashi blocked with a kunai, deflected, and drove his palm into the man's ribs. The operative gasped and staggered back. The third and fourth attacked together, one from the left with a short blade, one from the right with wire and shuriken. Kakashi substituted with a broken branch. The wire snapped around empty wood. The blade cut air. Kakashi reappeared behind them, hands already moving through seals. Lightning style, electromagnetic murder. A crackling surge of electricity spread outward in a low arc across the ground. All four operatives leapt back, but the leftmost one was a fraction too slow. The lightning caught his ankle and he dropped to one knee, muscles spasming. Kakashi didn't press the attack. He simply stood there, watching. The lead operative rose slowly, tanto still in hand. You are interfering with. I know exactly what I'm interfering with, Kakashi said quietly. And I'm not moving. The operative's jaw tightened. Danzo-sama will. Danzo doesn't outrank the Hokage, Kakashi interrupted. And if you try to get past me, this stops being a warning. The four operatives exchanged glances. Not words, Root didn't need words. Just a flicker of eye contact, a fractional shift in posture. They were evaluating. Kakashi waited. The voice came from the trees. Stand down. All four root operatives straightened immediately, hands dropping to their sides. Kakashi didn't turn, but his visible eye shifted toward the source of the voice. Danzo Shimura stepped into the clearing. He looked exactly as he always did, calm, deliberate, unreadable. His cane tapped softly against the dirt as he approached. The four operatives moved aside without being told. Danzo stopped 10 feet from Kakashi. Hitaki, he said evenly. You are in the way. I know, Kakashi said. The Hokage sent you. Yes. Danzo's visible eye narrowed slightly. Hiruzen is allowing sentiment to cloud his judgment. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is outside the village, unprotected, and vulnerable to capture by enemy forces. Returning him is a matter of village security. He's not a possession, Kakashi said quietly. He is a weapon, Danzo said. And weapons do not decide where they belong. Kakashi's hand moved to his headband. Slowly, deliberately, he pushed it up. The Sharingan opened. If you want to get past me, Kakashi said, his voice flat and cold, you're welcome to try. Danzo stared at him for a long moment. Then he turned to the four operatives. Return to base. They vanished. Danzo and Kakashi stood alone in the clearing. You are making a mistake, Danzo said. Maybe, Kakashi said, but it's my mistake to make. Naruto Uzumaki is not loyal to this village. He fled. He has aligned himself with missing nin and foreign powers. He killed a civilian employer in Wave Country and looted his estate. He is a threat. He's 12 years old, Kakashi said. He is a Jinchuriki. He's a kid who thought the village was going to execute him, so he ran. And everything he's done since then has been trying to survive and do what he thinks is right. Kakashi's Sharingan did not blink. You want to drag him back and lock him in a cell. Hiruzen wants him to come home on his own terms. I know which one I'm following. Danzo's jaw tightened. Hiruzen is weak. Hiruzen is the Hokage. For now. The words hung in the air like a blade. Kakashi said nothing. Danzo turned and began walking back toward the trees. He paused at the edge of the clearing and looked back. This is not over, Hitaki. I know, Kakashi said quietly. Danzo disappeared into the trees. Kakashi stood alone in the clearing as the sun rose over the horizon. He lowered his headband slowly, covering the Sharingan, and exhaled. Then he turned and began the walk back to Konoha. Konoha, 2 days later. Team 7 stood in the training ground, watching their new temporary teammate with varying degrees of suspicion. Sai smiled pleasantly. It's nice to meet you all. Sasuke said nothing. Sakura frowned. Where's Naruto? Kakashi, leaning against a tree with his book open, did not look up. Naruto isn't coming back right now. Why not? Sakura asked. Because he's not ready, Kakashi said simply. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He had not asked about Naruto since they returned from Wave, but Kakashi knew he was thinking about it. The fight on the bridge had shaken him more than he'd admit. Sai tilted his head, still smiling. I've read about Naruto Uzumaki in the mission reports. He sounds interesting. He's loud, Sakura muttered. He's strong, Sasuke said quietly. Sai's smile didn't change, but something in his eyes sharpened. Stronger than you. Sasuke didn't answer. Kakashi closed his book. All right, let's get started. Route headquarters, same day. Danzo sat at his desk, reading Tsurugi's report. Mission aborted. Intercepted by Hitaki Kakashi under Hokage's orders. No casualties. Awaiting further instruction. Danzo set the report down and steepled his fingers. Hiruzen was protecting the boy. That much was clear now. But Hiruzen was old, and he was tired, and his sentimentality made him predictable. Danzo would wait. The Jinchuriki would return eventually. They always did. And when he did, Danzo would be ready. Chapter 29, The Chunin Exams and the Betrayal. Konoha, Hokage's office, 1 week after the intercepted mission. Kakashi stood before the Hokage's desk, his visible eye troubled. The office was quiet except for the faint rustle of leaves outside the window. Hiruzen sat with his hands folded, pipe resting on the desk, watching Kakashi with the patience of a man who had been waiting for this conversation. You wanted to see me, Kakashi said. I did, Hiruzen said. But I think you wanted to see me as well. Kakashi was silent for a moment. Then, why are you protecting Naruto to this extent? Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. You think I shouldn't be? No, I am very happy, you are protecting him. I just think. Kakashi hesitated, then continued. I think Danzo isn't entirely wrong. Naruto is a Jinchuriki. He's outside the village, unmonitored, aligned with missing Nin. He killed a civilian and looted his estate even if said civilian is Gato. From a strategic perspective, bringing him back makes sense. And yet you stopped the route team, Hiruzen observed. Because you ordered me to. And I want protect him too. Kakashi's eye met Hiruzen's. But I need to understand why. Is this really because of sentiment? Compassion? Shouldn't a Hokage be more ruthless? Hiruzen was quiet for a long moment. Then he picked up his pipe, lit it, and took a slow draw. Sit, he said. Kakashi sat. Hiruzen exhaled a thin stream of smoke. There are 3 reasons I'm protecting Naruto. The first is strategic, the second is moral, and the third. He paused. The third is the most important. Kakashi waited. The first reason, Hiruzen said, is that Naruto doesn't know it yet, but he has enormous potential. Not just as a Jinchuriki, as a shinobi. You saw what he did in Wave. He learned the shadow clone jutsu in hours. He mastered water techniques without formal training. He fought Root Anbu and survived. He's 12 years old, Kakashi. Imagine what he'll be at 16. At 20. Hiruzen tapped ash from his pipe. Danzo sees a weapon to control. I see a shinobi who could surpass us all. Kakashi nodded slowly. And the second reason? The second reason, Hiruzen said quietly, is that Naruto still loves this village. He didn't leave because he hates Konoha. He left because he thought Iruka was dead and that it was his fault. He thought the village would execute him for stealing the scroll of seals and unleashing the Nine-Tails chakra. He was 12 years old, alone, and terrified. Everything he's done since then has been trying to survive and do what he thinks is right. Hiruzen's expression softened. Dragging him back in chains would destroy that love. Letting him come home on his own terms will preserve it. Kakashi absorbed this. And the third reason. Hiruzen set his pipe down and looked directly at Kakashi. Iruka is still alive. Kakashi went very still. He's very injured, Hiruzen continued. Mizuki's attack nearly killed him. He was unconscious for 2 weeks. But he survived, and he's recovering. Slowly, but recovering. Kakashi's visible eye widened. Does Naruto know? No, Hiruzen said. Naruto fled before anyone could tell him. Mizuki lied, or maybe he himself didn't know, claimed he'd killed Iruka to break Naruto emotionally. It worked. Naruto believed him. Kakashi exhaled sharply. If Naruto knew. If Naruto knew, he would come home immediately, Hiruzen finished. That reason alone is enough to bring him back. But I'm not telling him yet. Why not? Kakashi asked, his voice sharper than he intended. Because Naruto has been away from the village for 2 months now, Hiruzen said. The villagers' hatred is fading. Not gone, but fading. They're focused on other things, the Chunin exams, the visiting dignitaries, their daily lives. When Naruto eventually returns, the vitriol won't be as intense. He'll be able to integrate better. He'll have space to breathe. Hiruzen picked up his pipe again. If I drag him back now, while the village is still watching, while Danzo is still circling, it won't end well. But if he comes back after some time has passed, after he's grown, after he's proven himself to the world. He trailed off. Kakashi was silent for a long moment. Then he said quietly, "You're gambling." "I am," Hiruzen admitted. "But it's a gamble I believe in. And if Danzo moves against him again." Hiruzen's expression hardened. "Then you stop him again. If you cannot, then Naruto himself will have to do it." Kakashi nodded slowly. "Understood." He rose to leave, then paused at the door. "Hokage-sama, when will you tell Naruto about Iruka?" Hiruzen looked out the window, toward the village. "When the time is right. When he's ready to hear it." He glanced back at Kakashi. "And when the village is ready to have him back." Kakashi left. Hiruzen sat alone in his office, smoking, watching the sun set over Konoha. Minato. Hiruzen thought, if only you were the Hokage. None of my failures would have happened. Konoha, 3 weeks later. The second stage of the Chunin exams had just concluded. Team 7 emerged from the forest of death battered but intact. Sasuke's left shoulder was wrapped in bandages, his breathing shallow. Sakura supported him on one side, exhausted but alert. Sai walked slightly apart from them, his expression pleasant and empty. Kakashi was waiting at the gate. "Sasuke," he said sharply. "Medical tent. Now." Sasuke shook his head. "I'm fine." "You're not fine," Kakashi said. "You have a cursed seal on your neck and you look like you're about to pass out." Medical tent. Sasuke's jaw tightened, but he didn't argue. Sakura guided him toward the medical station. Sai followed at a polite distance. Kakashi watched them go, his visible eye troubled. The cursed seal was a problem. A significant problem. He'd recognized it immediately when Sasuke emerged from the forest, the black marks crawling across Sasuke's skin, the way his chakra felt wrong. Orochimaru had been in the forest of death. Orochimaru had marked Sasuke. Kakashi had filed an emergency report with the Hokage within the hour. Hiruzen's response had been brief: keep him contained. Watch him closely. Do not let him use the seal. Kakashi had nodded. But he knew, deep down, that containing Sasuke was not going to be simple. Training Ground 7, 2 weeks before the finals. Sasuke stood in the center of the clearing, breathing hard, lightning crackling around his hand. Kakashi watched from the edge of the field, arms crossed. Again. Sasuke formed the seals, ox, rabbit, monkey, and the lightning intensified, coalescing into a focused blade of chakra. He moved forward in a burst of speed, his Sharingan tracking the target dummy, and drove the Chidori through its center. The dummy exploded. Sasuke staggered, the lightning fading. His breathing was ragged, but his eyes were sharp. Kakashi approached. Good. Your control is improving. Sasuke straightened. It's not enough. It's enough for the finals, Kakashi said. It's not enough to beat him, Sasuke said quietly. Kakashi didn't need to ask who him was. Naruto isn't your enemy, Sasuke. I know, Sasuke said. But he's stronger than me. And I can't accept that. Kakashi studied him for a long moment. The cursed seal was still hidden beneath bandages, inactive for now. But Sasuke's chakra had changed subtly since the Forest of Death, sharper, colder, more volatile. Strength isn't just raw power, Kakashi said. It's knowing when to use it and when not to. Sasuke said nothing. Kakashi sighed. One more round. Then we're done for today. Sasuke nodded and moved back into position. Over the next 2 weeks, Kakashi trained Sasuke relentlessly. Chidori became sharper, faster, more precise. Sasuke learned to channel lightning chakra through his body, increasing his movement speed in short bursts. The Sharingan's predictive ability combined with lightning-enhanced reflexes made him devastatingly fast. By the time the finals arrived, Sasuke was stronger than he had ever been. Kakashi watched him and felt a creeping sense of unease. Chunin Exam Finals, Konoha Stadium. The crowd roared. Sasuke Uchiha stood across from Gaara of the sand, his Sharingan spinning, lightning crackling faintly around his legs. Gaara's expression was blank, his sand swirling in a protective sphere around him. The proctor raised his hand. Begin. Sasuke moved. He was fast, faster than anyone in the audience expected. Lightning chakra surged through his muscles, propelling him forward in a blur. Gaara's sand responded instantly, a wall rising to block the strike. Sasuke twisted midair, avoided the counter-strike, and landed in a crouch. His hands blurred through seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The fireball roared toward Gaara. The sand blocked it, but the heat forced the sand to harden and crack. Sasuke didn't wait. He moved again, circling, probing, forcing Gaara to divide his attention. Gaara's sand lashed out, tendrils whipping toward Sasuke from multiple angles. Sasuke's Sharingan tracked them, his body moving a fraction of a second before they struck. He ducked, twisted, substituted with a broken piece of arena floor, reappeared behind Gaara. His hand erupted in lightning. Chidori. The lightning blade drove forward, piercing through Gaara's sand shell with a sound like shattering glass. The crowd gasped. Gaara screamed. The sand exploded outward. Gaara clutched his shoulder where the Chidori had struck, blood seeping between his fingers. His eyes were wide, manic, his breathing ragged. Blood, he whispered. My blood. The sand around him began to shift, to change. It darkened, thickened, and began to take shape. Sasuke stepped back, his Sharingan spinning. What? Gaara's scream cut him off. The transformation was not clean. It was violent, chaotic, the sand forming into limbs, into claws, into something massive and wrong. Gaara's body was encased in it, his face half visible, contorted in pain and rage. One-tailed Shukaku was emerging. The proctor shouted something, but his voice was drowned out by the roar of the stadium as people began to panic. Sasuke didn't move. He simply stood there, staring at the thing Gaara was becoming, and felt something cold settle in his chest. This is what a Jinchuriki becomes, he thought distantly. This is what Naruto could become. The half-formed Shukaku lashed out with a massive claw. Sasuke substituted at the last second, reappearing at the edge of the arena. His chakra was nearly spent. The Chidori had taken everything he had. He couldn't fight this. The arena wall exploded. Anbu flooded the field. Jonin appeared in formation, surrounding the rampaging Gaara. Somewhere in the distance, an explosion rocked the stadium. Sasuke looked up. The sky was filled with smoke. Konoha, the invasion. The attack came from everywhere at once. Sound ninja poured over the walls. Summoned beasts tore through the streets. Anbu and Jonin scrambled to respond, but the attackers were organized, coordinated, relentless. In the stadium, the Case Cage, who was not the Case Cage, rose from his seat and moved toward the Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood, his expression calm. Orochimaru, he said quietly. The false Case Cage's face split into a grin. The disguise melted away, revealing pale skin, yellow eyes, and a smile that promised death. Hello, Sensei. The fight that followed was brief, brutal, and unequal. Orochimaru was fast, his techniques vicious and unrelenting. He summoned the first and second Hokage, reanimated, soulless, and forced to fight their successor. Hiruzen fought with everything he had. He was old, he was tired, but he was still the professor, still the god of shinobi. He met Orochimaru's attacks with precision and experience, countering jutsu with jutsu, matching speed with strategy. But it was not enough. The Reaper Death Seal required a sacrifice. Hiruzen knew this. He had always known this. He formed the final seal, summoned the Shinigami, and pulled Orochimaru's soul toward the blade. Orochimaru screamed. Hiruzen's body began to fail. The Shinigami's cold hand reached through him, pulling, tearing. He managed to seal Orochimaru's arms, not his soul, not his life, but his ability to use jutsu. It was not the victory he wanted, but it was the victory he could give. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, fell. The Shinigami took his soul. Orochimaru fled, his arms useless, his body racked with pain. The battle was over. Konoha had survived. But the cost was staggering. 3 days later. The village was in mourning. The Hokage's funeral was held on a gray, windless day. Thousands attended. Shinobi and civilians alike stood in silence as the casket was lowered. Kakashi stood near the front, his visible eye fixed on the grave. He had not spoken since the battle ended. Sasuke stood several rows back, his face blank. The cursed seal on his neck was hidden beneath bandages, but it pulsed faintly, as though alive. Sakura stood beside him, her eyes red from crying. Sai stood slightly apart, watching everything with his empty smile. 1 week later, the Uchiha compound. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki walked through the gates of Konoha as though they owned the place. They were intercepted within minutes. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai appeared in the street ahead of them, weapons drawn. Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi said quietly. You're under arrest for treason and mass murder. Itachi's Sharingan spun lazily. Step aside, Kakashi. I'm not here for you. Then who are you here for? Asuma demanded. That's none of your concern, Kisame said, grinning as he hefted Samahata onto his shoulder. The fight was short and one-sided. Itachi's genjutsu incapacitated Kakashi within seconds. Kurenai's counter-genjutsu was shattered effortlessly. Asuma managed 3 exchanges before Kisame's blade took him off his feet. None of them were killed. Itachi and Kisame simply walked past them, leaving the 3 Jonin unconscious in the street. They moved through the village unopposed, searching. But Naruto was not there. Itachi stopped in the middle of the street, his Sharingan scanning the empty training grounds, the abandoned apartment complex. He's not here, Itachi said quietly. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kisame asked. Where is he? Gone, Itachi said. He turned and began walking back toward the gate. We're leaving. Kisame followed, his grin fading. Leader won't be happy. No, Itachi agreed. He won't. They left Konoha as silently as they had arrived. 2 days later, the Uchiha compound, night. Sasuke sat alone in the empty house, staring at the wall. He had not trained since the funeral. He had not spoken to anyone. He simply sat, and thought, and felt the cursed seal pulse against his neck. Itachi had come to the village. Itachi had walked through Konoha's streets. And Sasuke had done nothing. Because Sasuke had been too weak to even know it was happening. The knock on the door was soft. Sasuke didn't move. Go away. The door opened anyway. A man stepped inside, pale, composed, wearing a simple traveling cloak. His smile was polite and empty. Sasuke Uchiha, the man said. My name is Kabuto. I come with an offer from Orochimaru-sama. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Get out. Orochimaru-sama believes you have potential, Kabuto continued, ignoring the hostility. He believes you could become stronger than anyone in this village. Stronger than Itachi. Sasuke went still. He can teach you, Kabuto said. He can give you the power you need to kill your brother. All you have to do is leave with me tonight. Sasuke stared at him for a long moment. Then he stood still for a long time. Where? Sasuke said quietly. Kabuto's smile widened. Follow me. The same night, elsewhere in Konoha. Sai stood in Danzo's office, his hands folded behind his back. You're certain he'll go? Danzo asked. Yes, Sai said. Sasuke Uchiha has no attachment to this village. Without Naruto Uzumaki here, there is nothing holding him. He will defect. Danzo nodded slowly. And you? I will follow him, Sai said. I will tell him I am fleeing from a secret Anbu organization. He will believe me. Orochimaru will accept me as part of the arrangement we discussed. Good, Danzo said. Orochimaru's cooperation is valuable. And if Sasuke Uchiha ever awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan. He trailed off, his expression unreadable. That power belongs to Konoha. Even if we must reclaim it later. Sai nodded. Go, Danzo said, and report back when you can. Sai left. The northern gate, midnight. Sasuke Uchiha walked through the gates of Konoha without looking back. Kabuto was waiting for him in the trees. Sai appeared a moment later, landing lightly beside them. Sasuke glanced at Sai. What are you doing here? Leaving, Sai said simply. There's a secret Anbu organization in this village that I am running from. It has been very problematic. I'd rather not be here when they decide to act. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and studied him for a moment, then nodded. Fine. The three of them disappeared into the trees. Konoha did not notice they were gone until morning. Hokage's office, the next day. The room was full of jonin, all of them arguing. Shikaku Nara stood near the window, his expression grim. We need to send a retrieval team immediately. We don't have the resources, Homura said sharply. The village is still recovering from the invasion. We can't afford to send a Leak Jonin on a retrieval mission for a genin who chose to leave. He's an Uchiha, someone said. He's a traitor, someone else snapped. The argument spiraled. In the center of the room, the position where the Hokage should have been sitting was empty. Danzo Shimura sat to the side, his expression calm, saying nothing. The council debated late into the night. By morning, the decision was made, send a genin retrieval team. Minimize losses. Except that Sasuke Uchiha might be gone for good. And in the corner of the room, a new decision was whispered between council members. We need a new Hokage. Jiraiya of the Sannin is the obvious choice. Summon him immediately.